Selamat datang di live streaming World Endurance Championship 2022 dalam season 6 Hours of Fuji. Nah, pagi ini saya akan menemani kalian dalam 6 jam ke depan sambil menyaksikan dan mendukung Sean Glael dan tim WRT31 dalam ajang Race 6 Hours of Fuji yang merupakan putaran kelima FIA WEC 2022. Dan pastinya saya Panji Suryono tidak akan sendiri karena kembali ditemani sama pakar motorsport terhandal Mas Arif Kurniawan. Mas Arif, apa kabar Mas Arif?
Baik, alhamdulillah.
Masih semangat ya mendukung karena sekarang beda sama race-race sebelumnya yang race agak sore atau malam. Sekarang dari pagi semangat kita juga pastinya lebih semangat nih Mas ya.
Betul.
Nah itu dia. Dan saya juga menyapa pastinya para penonton yang sudah menonton live streaming. Para sobatku yang pastinya juga masih semangat untuk mendukung Sean Glyle dan juga tim WRT31 untuk meraih podium di Race 6 Hours of Fuji kali ini. Semoga di ajang putaran kelima ini Sean Glyle dan timnya, tim WRT31 bisa menembus kemenangan di posisi pertama seperti di ajang balap Spa-Francorchamps di beberapa waktu lalu. Dan oke, sekarang saya juga ingin membaca komen-komen, kalau ada boleh kasih komentar dan juga dukungan di kolom komen di kolom komen live streaming di YouTube, dan pastinya kalian juga bisa memberikan dukungan supaya Sean Glyle dan tim WR31 bisa meraih hasil maksimal di 6 Hours of Fuji kali ini. Dan juga sekarang kita ingin melihat dulu hasil perolehan poin dari balapan 6 Hours of Monza kemarin. WRT31 tidak mendapatkan hasil maksimal dalam 6 Hours of Monza akibat beberapa insiden sepanjang perlombaan. Dan juga kita tahu kemarin memang ada beberapa insiden akhirnya membuat tidak hanya Sean Glyle tapi juga Robin French dan juga Rene juga tidak balapan mulus gitu. Artinya ada beberapa insiden yang membuat mereka tidak meraih hasil yang maksimal. Dan sekarang tim WR31 berada di peringkat kelima dan dengan raihan totalnya 53 poin. Dan kini Sean dan juga dua rekannya yaitu Robin French dan juga Dries Van Toorn ini juga menarik akan kita bahas. Ada pembalap baru yang nanti kita akan bahas menjadi partner baru dari Sean Glyle dan juga Robin French, bertekad bangkit untuk menembus kemenangan di balapan 6 Hours of Fuji. Nah, ini hasil akumulasinya tim dari 5 balapan yang sudah terjadi. Jota 38 di peringkat pertama dengan 95 poin, kemudian ada United Autosport USA 23 dengan 76 poin, kemudian di peringkat ketiga ada Real Team by WRT 41 itu 68 poin, di peringkat keempat Prema Orlen Team 9 dengan 68 poin, dan tim WRT 31 tim Sean Glyle dan kawan-kawan berada di 53 poin. Nah, saya juga ingin mengucapkan terima kasih kepada KFC, Pertamina, Paseo, BNI, MS Glow, J99 Corp, Taco Bell, dan Telkomsel yang telah mendukung live streaming World Endurance Championship 2022 di KUY Entertainment. Dan kita sedikit, kalau mungkin banyak yang nggak ngikutin dan juga baru bergabung sekarang, sebenarnya WEC itu apa sih? WEC itu adalah balapan ketahanan yang diselenggarakan oleh Automobile Club de l'Ouest atau ACO dan disetujui oleh Federation International de Automobile atau FIA. Digelar pertama kali pada tahun 2012 dan musim 2002 ini merupakan musim ke-10-nya. Para pembalap akan berkompetisi mulai dari seri balap terpendek 6 jam sampai yang terpanjang 24 jam. Dan di WEC sendiri terbagi beberapa kelas. Seperti kita tahu, ada beberapa kelas yang nanti juga tadi sudah kalian lihat di awal-awal. Ada Hypercar, kemudian ada LMP2 yang diikuti oleh Sean Glyle dan tim WRT31. Ada juga LMGT Pro, itu yang sekilas dari kelas-kelas yang dalam WEC. Dan kalau kita tahu, Mas Arif, ini ada perubahan komposisi ya dalam dari pembalap dari WR31 ini. Mungkin menarik bagaimana ada nama Dries Van Toorn. Ini bisa diceritain sedikit nih Mas, pergantian ini kenapa dan juga sekilas terkait Dries Van Toorn ini.
Ya kalau pergantiannya karena Rene Rast pas weekend ini juga ikut balapan DTM di mana? Di Spa-Francorchamps di Belgia ya. Terus gantinya Dries Van Toorn juga bukan orang baru-baru banget sebenarnya di WRT, karena dia di waktu Lemang ikut bersama WRT tapi tim
beda seri
nomor 32. Enggak, sama-sama LMP2 tapi nomor 32 kan. WRT punya nomor 31, 41 tadinya. Ada tambahan satu nomor 32. Nah, itu Dries Van Toorn ikut di situ gitu.
Nah, ini kalau melihat bagaimana Dries Van Toorn, saya sedikit menginfokan bagaimana Dries Van Toorn merupakan pembalap asal Belgia, usianya 26 tahun. Prestasinya sudah pernah juara GT World Challenge Europe 2021, kemudian winner 24 Hours of Le Mans tahun 2017 dan juga itu bersama di kelas GT AM, dan juga winner 24 Hour of Nürburgring ya tahun 2022. Jadi pengalamannya juga cukup banyak ya di Dries Van Toorn ini, dan tadi juga Mas Arif juga sudah menjelaskan sedikit bagaimana dia juga mengikuti di 24 Hours of Le Mans kemarin. Dan kalau melihat bagaimana sekarang ada di 6 Hours of Fuji ini, apa nih Mas dibandingkan sirkuit-sirkuit lain yang mungkin menjadi handicap atau menjadi keunikan dari sirkuit yang di Fuji ini? Ya,
kalau bicara Fuji ini memang sirkuit sebenarnya udah lama sirkuit ini dan menariknya ini dimiliki oleh rata-rata sirkuit di Jepang sih dimiliki oleh pabrikan ya. Ada yang punya Honda, Ada yang punya Toyota, dan Fuji ini punya Toyota ya. Tadinya punya Mitsubishi tapi lalu dibeli, dan ini terletak di kaki bukit Fuji. Menariknya adalah seperti halnya di kebanyakan tempat lain ya, cuaca apalagi balapan 6 jam ya, bisa panas sepanjang lomba, bisa panas di awal lalu ada hujan di tengah, dan itu biasa. Dan di pagi sih kelihatan masih panas cerah, masih cerah ya pagi. Dan ini sangat teknikal sirkuitnya, sangat teknikal. Dan di sektor 1 itu lebih kepada speed ya, karena itu ini Gunung Fuji ya, kita sama-sama kan. Lalu sektor 2-3 itu twisty ya. Nah, di inner sectionnya itu twistinya itu juga undulation, turun naik ya. Dan itu yang membuat sirkuit ini disukai oleh banyak pembalap. Di antaranya Sean juga suka di sini, dan Sean pernah balapan di sini. Jadi justru Sean Gelal itu tahun 2016 balapan pertama WEC-nya itu di sini, di Fuji ini, dan langsung peringkat 4 loh. Dan peringkat 4 di klasemen, dan itu berarti awal yang baik buat seorang Sean Gelal di balapan WEC ya, karena balapan pertamanya di sirkuit penuh teknik gitu ya, dia bisa langsung peringkat 4 bersama waktu itu rekan timnya Antonio Giovinazzi dan Guido van der Garde. Jadi Sean sebenarnya sudah tidak asing dengan sirkuit ini, dan dia sangat suka dengan sirkuit ini. Gitu.
Kalau dari sesi free practice dan juga kualifikasinya gimana Mas, persiapan dari kita?
Ya, berbekal ya di free practice mereka kompetitif ya, baik Sean, Robin walaupun dalam 3 free practice semuanya dia menguji simulasi, kualifikasi, tapi dia juga punya kecepatan yang baik. Juga Dries Van Tor yang hanya beradaptasi dengan WRT 31 tuh di free practice 1. Tapi di free practice 2 dan 3 dia sudah kelihatan tune in, dan lap time-nya kira-kira 1:34 lah ya. 1:34 average lap time dari hasil free practice mereka untuk simulasi lomba. Jadi kalau dari hasil itu sih, dari hasil free practice mereka udah siap. Di kualifikasi tadi Panji nanya juga, itu kemarin di Robin Fries tuh punya peluang besar untuk ada di paling nggak di posisi kedua, karena di sektor 1 dan 2 dia udah lebih cepat dari Antonio Felix da Costa. Cuma di sektor 3 ada sedikit kesalahan, dia melebar walaupun dia juga mengaku kesulitan di sektor 3. Plus dia melebar kena track limit, dan dia sebenarnya sudah di P3 atau posisi 3. Cuman waktunya di delete oleh FIA, kemudian dia harus ada di posisi keempat. Tapi oke lah, dia bilang kita masih punya kans untuk mengejar Jota, mengingat mobil mereka, para pembalap Sean dan Dries juga menyukai balance atau keseimbangan mobil mereka. Jadi ya kita berharap ada performa terbaik lah dari 3 pembalap ini di Fuji.
Nah, kalau kita tahu kan dari balapan-balapan sebelumnya, setiap pembalap di WRT 31 ini punya karakter masing-masing, Mas, dimana Robin dan juga Rene biasanya ngebut banget ya. Kalau Rene dan juga pergantian dengan Van Tour ini perbedaannya apa, Mas? Ini kan berarti Rene kan dulu kita tahu ngebut banget tuh biasanya kalau untuk yang balapan yang ngebut-ngebut, Rene dikasih tuh trek-trek lurus. Sekarang gimana, Mas, dengan Van Tour ini karakternya seperti apa?
Ya, Van Tour memang lebih ke steady ya, seperti halnya Sean ya. Tapi di balapan 6 jam ini nggak ada yang lebih banyak. Itu semua sama
proporsional,
ya. Proporsional. Dan Sean kan akan start nih. Sean akan start ya. Dia akan menjadi starting driver nih Sean ya. Di race hours of 6 hours of Fuji ini, dan kita akan melihat betapa steady-nya nanti Sean saat mulai balapan. Dan kalau kita lihat balapan ini, sirkuit ini teknikal ya, kita berharap benar-benar Sean akan enjoy di dua stint pertamanya di Fuji ini.
Kalau Sean dan juga Dries Van Tor ini sebenarnya udah kenal belum, Mas? Apa dulu pernah menjadi rival atau emang sebelumnya sudah pernah?
Enggak sih, belum. Ya waktu di Le Mans itu aja.
Oh, baru Le Mans itu
ya? Tapi rival, tapi dalam satu garasi gitu. Secara nomor mereka berbeda, secara tim ya mereka beda. Tapi mereka dalam satu manajemen WRT, karena waktu itu Sean nomor 31, Dries Van Tor WRT nomor 32. Jadi ya sesungguhnya para pembalap WRT ini semuanya berteman. Kalau kita lihat ke mana di pedok ya, mereka memang bermusuhan hanya di atas track, tapi selebihnya mereka profesional. Sebagai profesional drivers ya mereka harus sikut-sikutan wajar di track itu biasa.
Profesional ya.
Profesional. Dan Sean sama Dries yang di Le Mans mereka istilahnya musuhan, di sini harus bahu-bahu ya. Itu.
Kalau dari terakhir, Mas, persiapan kan pasti Mas Aris juga sering dapat bocoran dari orang dalam ya, dari tim WR31. Mereka terkait dari hasil free practice dan juga kualifikasinya, ada ini nggak pesan dari mereka so far so good atau ada apa yang mereka mungkin strategi khusus di balapan kali ini?
Iya, yang mereka laporkan adalah untuk kali pertama di musim ini katanya mereka selama free practice tidak mengeluhkan banyak dari mobil. Mereka menyukai keseimbangan mobil. Nah itu jadi modal yang bagus ya bagi tiga pembalap itu menyukai kondisi mobil. Bendera Jepang sampai harus copot benderanya. Jadi harus menyukai mereka menyukai sirkuit menyukai keseimbangan mobil dan mudah-mudahan dan itu modal yang bagus ya karena dengan mobil yang seimbang di sirkuit teknikal seperti Fuji ini akan sangat menolong ya.
Oke, kita melihat ya sudah bersiap-siap para pembalap.
Ya akan melakukan satu promotion lap ya, satu lap pemanasan dan dalam beberapa satu lap ke depan kita akan melihat balapan selama 6 jam ke depan. Gitu.
Masih ada 2 seri ya terkait termasuk dengan yang Fuji ini, masih ada satu lagi di seri akhir ini
di Bahrain
ya di Bahrain nanti di Sakir. Ini target tim WRT31 pastinya juga meraih podium tertinggi.
Iya, benar karena mereka
bersih ya.
Mereka nggak perlu lagi pasti nggak akan mikirin dulu poin karena tertinggalnya jauh ya
ini
sekarang.
Lebih kemana mereka enjoy dan meraih hasil terbaik aja ya.
Ketinggalan 42, 43 bahkan sekarang secara karena Jota 38 dapat pole position kemarin kan sehingga dapat 1 poin tambahan. Tapi ya udah mereka enjoy the race saja karena mungkin itu akan lebih membuat mereka tampil bagus ya. Karena kita ingat di 2 balapan terakhir mereka 0 poin. Padahal sebelumnya mereka memimpin klasemen. Gara-gara 0 poin di 2 balapan terakhir mereka benar-benar langsung turun 4 peringkat ya, dari peringkat 1 menjadi peringkat ke 5 dan poinnya langsung tertinggal dari leading menjadi sekarang tertinggal ini dia WRT31 menjadi tertinggal 42 poin atau 43 secara real point sekarang karena kemarin tadi kita udah singgung mereka dapat 1 poin di pole position dari pole position oleh Antonio Felix da Costa.
Kalau track record dari tim WRT31 ini gimana Mas di Fuji dalam beberapa tahun terakhir?
Mereka belum pernah balapan di sini. Hanya GT tapi itu balapan istilahnya bukan balapan sebergengsi ini. Mereka belum pernah balapan sama sekali di sini. Karena memang waktu kan tim WRT baru ikut WEC tahun lalu kan. Nah, jadi dan Fuji tahun lalu belum ada karena masih pandemi jadi Fuji nggak masuk kalender. Terakhir kali kan Fuji masuk kalender tahun 2019-2020, balapannya tahun 2019 ya. Ya
sirkuit Fuji ini kan juga digunakan selain WEC juga F1, kemudian ada Super Formula, Super GT, sama GT World Challenge Asia ya. Ya pernah dipakai. MotoGP pun pernah balapan di sini. Dengan panjang lintasan 4,563 km dan juga masuk grade FIA grade 1 ya. Ini sebentar lagi sudah mulai balapan dan kita juga mau menginfokan bahkan masih ada 1 balapan edisi selanjutnya yaitu 8 Hours of Bahrain di Sakir pada tanggal 12 November 2022 mendatang. Jadi pastikan kita masih mendukung dalam balapan kali ini di 6 Hours of Fuji dan juga masih ada 1 seri lagi di Sakir Bahrain pada bulan November mendatang. Dan kita berharap di 2 seri yang tersisa di Fuji maupun juga Sakir November mendatang kita berharap Sean dan tim WRT31 bisa menembus kemenangan lagi dan meraih podium pertama dan pastinya juga menjadi modal mereka untuk menyambut nantinya musim depan. Dan ini kita lihat gimana Mas, kita lihat sekarang sudah persiapan pada pembalap sudah menuju posisinya masing-masing ya? Ini
udah setiap lagi start.
Baik, Sobat KUY pastinya berikan dukungan kalian di kolom chat, di live comment, atau juga kalian mau memberikan komentar-komentar dan juga memberikan masukan. Kita akan menyaksikan sebentar lagi ajang balapan dari 6 Hours of Fuji. Sobat KUY, baik, kita akan berjumpa lagi 1 jam ke depan. Selamat menyaksikan.
Field behind, nobody facing the wrong way. You can see the bright blue car of Ben Keating, the GTM leader, and the D-Station Aston is already starting to make up ground. So
Sean Galea was past Roberto Gonzalez in turn 1, so they lead the field now, WRT, car 31.
Galea was always going to be the man trying to make the move. And Roberto Gonzalez, and also behind him, Francois Perodo, needed to be cautious. They want to keep all the dive planes, all the tabs on the car. They don't want to have any contact in the opening lap. So the stewards will just examine the video for race start, make sure nobody overtook before the line. There you go, didn't take long. That's
28.
Real Team and one of the Jota cars.
That's the 45 car and the 28 car.
Yeah. So it's Algarve Pro's 45. And 28 was Jonathan Aberdeen.
We saw a big puff of smoke, didn't we? So I'm assuming it was a lock-up and a nerf around from the right rear, perhaps. of the Jota 28.
So Jonathan Aberdeen and Stephen Thomas, the drivers involved, as the rest of the field comes down with a big lead here for Kamui Kobayashi.
Good first lap from Kobayashi. Buemi just easing his way into this one, with the Alpine still putting him under a bit of pressure, but lacking that straight line speed quite clearly here, as we saw in Monza, and that's allowed the Peugeots to catch up as well on that part of the circuit. So the Alpine much stronger, it seems, or much more in its happy place in Sector 3.
In free practice, we watched Peugeots following Toyotas around and not looking like they had anywhere that they were going to be able to get by them. Francois Perrault, though, in the chrome and black car, just slipping a little further down towards the tail of LMP2. But for he and Roberto Gonzalez, for the other lower-ranked drivers who have started their P2 cars, really critical to survive the first laps without any damage, get themselves settled in, bring up the speed, bring up the temperatures in the tyres and the brakes, and just then start to really look at those lap times. AF Corsa have the lead. The Ferrari leads in GTE Pro from the two Porsches.
Just to say, Stephen Thomas has got the car rolling back to pit lane, so all cars did emerge from that incident. The Algon Pro car, let's have a look here.
So there's the it's
lost
exactly
it on the braking.
Happened, but that was worse than I was anticipating. I suspected it was the Jota that got turned around, but that was a hit rather than just a nudge.
Looks like he was on the white line on the driver's right. The racing line is on the driver's left there, because he came into shot really locked up and fully broadside.
It was the rears. I just thought it was going to be a bit of a front
end
lock. Yeah, you couldn't quite slow down.
And 45 going into the garage here in Fluise down in pit lane. That's not a surprise, big hit. The surprise, I guess, is 28's continued.
Gonzalez under pressure here into turn one. He's got the Vector Sport behind him. Brian Cullen, sorry.
Yeah, Brian Cullen started that. Then the two United cars. That's Josh Pearson in 23 ahead of Will Owen in 22. That's the reverse of how they qualified.
So this is big pressure here for Gonzalez now, with a train of cars held up behind him. He's got to keep it clean and keep position there on the bottom left-hand side of your screen as the car 45 with the work continuing down there in the pit garage.
Change between the United cars. Will Owen on the inside with the red mirrors. That's how you tell the difference. The same with Jota. One's got red mirrors, one's got green. With United, 22 has red mirrors, 23 has blue. And that battle there, and the fact that they're also now going to be trying to attack the Vector Sport car, that'll help Roberto in the Jota car in second place in the class, because the more action that's happening behind, the less they're going to be able to attack him. Who started the Inter-Europol? Esteban Gutierrez.
He's the only platinum up there in the mix at the moment, so expect him to be making headway, and he needs to.
He has to.
And this is why the other teams, like I said before, start with their lower graded drivers to try and bottleneck those drivers like Gutierrez up.
Jonathan Aberdeen making his way back up through the GTE cars after that incident on lap one.
Incident involving cars 48 and 28 under investigation. It's a pretty clear decision there. It was a simple mistake from 45, but
if 28 gets a penalty, then
there's something wrong.
We're going to put the headphones down and go over to race control in en masse.
But that was Jonathan Aberdeen making his way past the GT Pro leaders. He's now back on the end of the LMP2 train, but it's cost him time, and let's hope not too much damage.
Well, actually, it might pay dividends for him.
He's in clear there. He can lap very quickly now.
With Gonzalez there in front. And actually, Sean Gallet as well, I must say, hats off to him. Great opening lap. Got into the lead in LMP2 and heads that particular field now.
Is number 7 Toyota
by 3.5 seconds.
Down at the turn 10-11 hairpin. That's where the incident was on lap 1. So the final car in the field is just exiting turn 1 as these guys are coming through turn 13. I think Toyota's got 2 more laps, and then the rest of the 6 hours will be in traffic.
This is what a car balance looks like in Fuji. Always fighting it.
Well, there are the 2 Peugeots.
James Rossiter.
Wow.
Now, yellow strategy 3. Yellow strategy 3. Copy, yellow strat 3. The sister car seems to be struggling a lot with focusing. Copy, you can save energy behind him. Save energy.
So James Rossiter is in the 5th place car, the second of those 2 grey Peugeots, and in front of him Jean-Eric Verne. So he's replying back to the team, or relaying back to the team what he's seeing in the car in front. Now, we saw that in free practice, Anthony, coming down into turn 1, the Peugeot bouncing up and down a lot, but it's not bumps. You can see these guys
coming up here.
Little dive down the inside.
Yeah, this is the battle of the big guns in the midfield at the moment.
They're holding each other up. They should be making headway through the field, but they're fighting each other.
Not noted by me to this point, but a lead change in AM, and Sarah Bovey goes by Ben Keating and now leads the field in GTE AM.
I wonder if the cameras caught that. Not sure where that happened. A lot of changes are in turn 1. A lot of changes are down in turn 10 as well. That tight right-hand hairpin where we saw the incident on lap 1. That's it. It is a good overtaking place, because when you come down the hill here, you're sweeping off down the hill, Anthony, and it's a big stop. You can see the ripples there in the braking area as well.
Very easy to lock up.
It's a good overtaking opportunity there.
It is a good one. One of your better chances around the track, but turn 1 genuinely is the better chance with a long slipstream down into that one.
Just in the background, I think we saw the Jota car, Jonathan Aberdeen, going by Richard Mille Racing Team's Lila Widu, so that would be a change for 9th in the class.
Highly activated Ollie Jarvis there, just spotted. Other point to make clear, by the way, with that drama on lap 1, that was the championship leader in LMP2 AM, the 45 car. Just, I think, 2 points to the good. Check that is correct.
Yes, it was 2 points.
So that could potentially have pretty major championship implications in LMP2 Pro-Am. Only 3 of the runners here, with the absence of the OC Bratislava crew here in Japan. But the top 3 in the championship are all here and on track.
James Roster riding on board with him now. Got Jean-Eric Verne in front. Does look like he's the faster of the 2 Peugeots. He's mentioned the porpoising from Verne's car, but I noticed that Rossiter actually was the one that was sparking with that bouncing in the car, touching the ground down towards turn 1. So he's reporting that his teammate's suffering, but it might not feel in the car as bad as it actually looks in many ways. And so yeah, Roster's car clearly sparking away as well.
Jimmy Bruni in the 91 Porsche again, looking like he's maybe angling to get by the 92 car ahead of him. Kevin S just starting the car that Michael Christensen qualified. Just sort of, again, has that little body language that it looks like he would like to get by, if you don't mind.
Absolutely. All 5 hypercars, by the way, in the 131s on the last lap. So the differences in lap times in this clear air at the moment are intense.
Well, let's take a look at the start. Number 7 Toyota Kamui Kobayashi clearing off to make sure everything was clear. Down the inside, the red and white. That's a great start from Sean Galeo, the reigning Asian Le Mans champion.
And they would have raced here in Asian Le Mans as well.
No, they raced in Dubai.
Not Sean. I think Sean did many years ago, but not in the Gibson cars.
That got close, didn't it, between himself and
No, it didn't get close. That was contact, definitely there. Here's the 41 Real Team car.
Running wide.
Oh, look at that. That was Roberto Gonzalez in the Jota 38.
Great stuff from
the 28 car, actually. Now, here's the incident.
He went for an overtaking move.
Yeah, he went to pass one and clattered the 3rd car in front of him.
Got carried away in the moment in trying to brake later than the car he was racing, but probably just unsighted of the braking marker boards, and around it went.
And again, cold tyres, I mean, not fully up to temperature, and grabby brakes as well. You know, all of those, it's lap 1. You just know that all of that is catching him out.
It looks like car 28 got away with that in terms of damage. Yeah,
side by side, this is for 2nd position in GTM.
Okay,
Across
one
the line.
started on pole, and the other 2 Astons started on the last row of the grid.
There you go. So it's 2, 3, 4 for the 3 Aston Martins. Sarah Bovey has got clear air here, head of this trio.
So David Pittard in the blue and yellow and black Northwest AMR goes ahead of poleman Ben Keating, and Tomonobu Fuji in the D-Station racing car is right behind him.
Just one other quick thing to mention. If you take another look at this, I want to go back to a point in P2. Great move up the inside there for the 98 car.
Yeah, that was the final corner. So the racing line, the natural racing line, is to take a very wide entry, but the Aston Martin went for the move on the inside, just took advantage of that.
Well, Ben Keating, as he traditionally does, will start the race and will do his entire drive time in one huge slice, and then, okay guys, have at it.
I think they need to swap these two Peugeots around.
Yeah,
Rossiter clearly has more pace. If the team... and
he's showing his nose everywhere, isn't he?
Yeah.
Look, there you saw he was taking a much tighter line than Jeff. There's no good reason to, except he wants to get by.
He can make progress in this race,
Yeah.
and I think it's now time for the team to make the decision to swap the cars around. I mean, it's going to be difficult for Rossiter to find his way by, and you don't want to go risking this early on in the race any contact between the two. Although, as much as we want to see two cars genuinely fight it out, I want to see, you know, Peugeot further up the field and take the fight to Alpine, who you can just see further up.
I think that was the subtext of Rossiter's his message.
Oh, here
Jeff's
he is
got
again.
problems.
Stop point, this is going to start to hurt my tires. Super close. Toby, I'll let you monitor. If you have to stop back a bit for the tires, please do. You manage this.
No, again, wrong answer from the team. The first message, Jev's porpoising more than I am, is let me by. The second message, it's destroying my tyres.
Yeah. And
Let me by, and they're saying no, drop back.
The reason he's doing that is he's trying to get out of the mild turbulence of the car in front by trying to tuck his nose in tighter and to try to save his tyres as well. He knows his way around this track. He's the faster car right now. Let him go. It's a team game at this point. Right, here we go. So
wrong thinking,
United
definitely by the team,
has already lost a position to Prema, and he's now trying to attack it back into turn one. So this is great racing.
That was in the last corner, wasn't it? The Prema car came by him, compromised onto the straights. The United car comes back.
Gives us a good moment, by the way, to mark another fine bit of progress. It's the lead car in that group of four. It's Ryan Cullen, the number 10 car. We saw that in-car shot of the jostling on lap one, and making his way cleanly through that lot was Ryan Cullen in the Vector Sport car. Great run for them at Monza, and that form at the moment, with their silver rank driver aboard, is continuing.
These are, remember, because of them starting, all the top lot in the LMP2 category, they're genuine gaps we're looking at. Sean Galeo.
Wow, didn't see that coming. Kevin Escher suddenly having a little of a late lunge there at James Collado for the lead in GTE Pro.
Going back to the LMP2, it's now 4.6 seconds that Sean Galeo, that car 31, has on the car 38. You're now relying on the pro drivers in 38 to try to catch the pro drivers of 31.
Absolutely.
4.5 seconds. Can they do it?
Tomonobu Fuji goes by Ben Keating. Is all right with that TF Sport car? He started at the front of the field. All right, he's only down to 4th place, but the two Astons that have gone by him started last.
Yeah, both with silver rank drivers aboard, remember. Tomonobu Fuji, based locally here, knows this place literally like the back of his hand. So in case of the kind of the rankings of those drivers, I would expect them to be better quicker than Ben, but you know, he doesn't look that comfortable, does he, in the 33? Back again we go.
Tables turn this time around, so he's in the slipstream now of the United. He thinks to go to the inside, but this time, is he going to outbrake him on the outside? That's what United did last time around. And that's a good one. I'm learning something new here.
That's Joshua
If you want to try and
Pearson.
overtake into the first corner, go for the outside, not the inside.
Joshua Pearson in the United car. Leaders, by the way, are almost with the GTE AM leaders. They're winding their way through traffic. AF Corsa still out front in GTE Pro. James Collado from Kevin Est.
Kevin Est is winding this one up, isn't he? He's looking. He had a look last lap, and he's very close this time around.
Michael
as his
Christensen.
teammate looks on. He's got the job done. Okay, so he can do it on the inside as well. Inside, outside, turn one is the place to do it.
But that's the great thing about here, is you've got a massive long straight and pick a line, any line in turn one. You know, it's almost like a DTM airfield track. You've got a great long line, a straight line, and then you can go outside or inside.
There's a spinner.
Yeah, that's
Claudio
Schiavone started that, he did, didn't he? Yeah. Stephen Thomas, by the way, in Algarve Pro, still in the garage. So that car has not re-emerged after that huge first lap lockup. I suspect that he has whacked the Jota car so hard that it's broken suspension. Now, whether that has actually damaged the suspension mounts or not remains to be seen. Hopefully Louise can find out.
Did the spin, was that a result of a mechanical failure? Because it did look a bit bizarre, didn't it?
Yeah. Well, Louise Beckett is down in the pit lane. There's nobody else in there, so hopefully she'll be able to find out as the Peugeots come up behind the AF Corsa Ferrari, the 54 car in the GTE AM class.
Rossiter might have a chance here. So Verne has been held up there behind the Ferrari in turn 6. He's in the slipstream now on the run down towards one of the best overtaking, I'll say the second best overtaking spot on the circuit. He thinks to go to the inside, but he backs out of it. And this is the problem when you're fighting your teammate. The last thing you want to do is start banging wheels with them or bodywork.
And lunging Jev is always a high-risk option, isn't it?
The reality, he's not fighting. I mean, it seemed clear to me he's been told he's not fighting.
Well,
he's
asked twice in coded language to be let by, saying that he's struggling being held up by Jev, and twice the team have not got the message. He needs actually to say, I can be quicker than this, let me by.
I feel the problem for him is that he wasn't supposed to be part of this driver lineup. He's come in as the new boy, and he's being told what to do right now. He's being quite placid in a very British way. He's being sensible and calm on the radio, and a bit too polite.
Changed the lead in GTM, and it's going to be a change for second place as well, I think. That is David Pittard going to the lead in the 98 Northwest AMR car, and Tomonobu Fuji now closing in on Sarabovi for second place. So again, this is the two silver-ranked drivers there. The other point here, and to chuck into the mix, is that James Roster has huge experience in this track.
We said, I mean, he knows his way around here, and I feel like Peugeot as a team right now are compromising their race.
Now, we saw Loic Duval sitting there very calmly in the chair, just sort of watching it all going on. If I was Loic Duval, I would have been bending the boss's ear, going, get our car past, it's going quicker.
Here we go, he's close again on the run down to turn 10. He thinks about it, it's very close. And again, if you're a team boss and you're watching this happen, you think, oh my goodness, I'm getting nervous watching our two cars get so close to each other. There's going to be contact at some point. Surely the safest thing to do is just either give Jev the G up and say, come on, if you can go faster, go faster. If not, we're going to try to see if James has any more pace in him, because it looks like at this stage he does. If he doesn't, we'll revert you back.
Yeah, I think he needs to, they do need, and I'm slightly surprised that Loic Duval's not really going, come on, let us by, let us by. We've got the circuit expert here.
Our screens beginning to light up with warning flags. Driver Bruni for car 91 and driver Tandy car 64, both in this well, it's like a bag of ferrets.
This is the corner they just went through, turn 3. That's one of the corners where they've got cameras actually, and they can see.
Oh, very scrawny one. That's going to cost him.
Go on the inside of both of them. There we go. Look, what a move there for Louis Delatraz. You can see that moment with the GT slowing them both down, and knowing the racing line is to go a little bit wider, he snapped it down the inside. Beautifully done. And I think he's just out of the slipstream. He's safe into turn 1.
Big rebuild going on, left front corner.
Well, the good news is there is a rebuild going on, because if they can get the car out, there's still points to be gained here.
Absolutely.
But that came after a big moment, didn't it, for Will Owen, and Delatraz spotted the opportunity to be daring up the inside of the GT car.
Tandy there in the 64 Corvette. Even though he's had the track limits warning, but he's looking quite quick. It's lacked the speed so far this weekend, the Corvette racing team. But right now, I'd say the balance of the car looks good. It must be looking after the tyres pretty well, because he's right up there, challenging. And it looks like he's got the speed to start working his way through.
There on the straight, if we could see through the GT cars, we would see the lead is coming into view behind them. The GT cars go underneath us now. There's the Corvette.
This is a move coming. The Ferrari's in the slipstream. He's going to go to the inside of car 91. He's going to be late on the brakes, but he's closing the gap. It's going to be close there. You're always risking it. If you start to take a very shallow turn in, like the Porsche did, you're always risking a bit of contact. You're putting so much trust in the car behind you doing the overtaking move to be able to stop the car.
They are so professional, these guys. I mean, they're giving each other just enough room to survive, and that's all you ask. You know, it's a long race. Nobody wants contact this early on.
There was a lockup. That was risking it by just that. I don't like it when you see that shallow turn in under the brakes. You're narrowing the gap that the drivers committed themselves to for the overtaker.
Louis Delatraz has gapped the two United cars, trying now to close on Ryan Cullen, still running third place as he has been since lap 1.
Is it a headwind? I forgot to see, or is it a headwind down in towards turn 1 today? If it is, obviously that boosts the slipstream effect.
Yeah.
I suspect it is. It definitely was yesterday.
And it also helps the later breakers. Leaders, by the way, are within a couple of car lengths of each other. So number 7, number 8, Toyota now on the back of the GTE Pro pack. And this might be an opportunity for Sebastian Buemi to try and grab the lead from Kobayashi.
Off the circuit there.
Yeah.
And that will be noted by the stewards.
That will be one of your lives used up.
This, by the way, is the remaining battle for LMP2 Pro-Am, the ultimate car in the hands of Francois Rio and Francois Perrodo, so it's the battle of the Franks at the rear of the P2 field, but this is for class position, and for AF Corsa, a win here would be a big result, with obviously the delay for the Algarve Pro car still in pit lane.
Leader has just got through. I was just about to say, watching on the tracker, the leader has got through and just put a little bit of traffic between himself and the number 8 Toyota.
Also need to look at what was happening with Nick Tandy in that little lot, because he was right back with the Ferrari.
Okay, good morning. How is the car balance? Car balance? There's just a bit more understeer. Generally more understeer. Copy.
Severe understeer.
I think just a bit of understeer is what he was saying. And actually we saw that a lot, didn't we? Watching the cars out on track in free practice, you could see, particularly in the tight left-hander turn 4-5, that the Toyota just ploughing on a lot.
Buemi had quite a sedate start to this race. He allowed, that was a bit of a rear lock up there for Delatraz into 1. He's closed that gap to Ryan Cullen in the Vector Sport. I reckon the next lap he could have a serious challenge into there.
Yeah, there is a degree of inevitability here, but this is Ryan Cullen, silver rank driver against Louis Delatraz. But the longer he's fending him off, the better it's going to be, because remember, that was a big wiggle there, wasn't it?
Well, he didn't expect Cullen to brake so early into turn 6, and yeah, he almost lost the rear into turn 1. He did it again. So he's clearly got the speed here.
Yeah, I mean, Ryan Cullen, remember, he's on that's a change to the lead again. So Fuji goes to the lead now. So D station from the 98 Northwest AMR car now. So that's the 4th leader we've had in GTE AM.
Warning, car 22, that's the car we were riding on board with before through turn 3. Will Owen for abusing track limits.
Yeah, and that was a clear one, because it was on
First
board.
Of 3.
Well, there's the exit at the final corner. Tomonobu Fuji just keeping 2 wheels on the white line, but you've got to be careful there as well.
Oh,
big lockup, that's why.
Yeah, big lockup. That's down at turn 10.
Didn't need a signed invitation, did he?
Did he overtake him off the circuit
Yes.
there? I think he might have done.
Yeah, but then David Pittard tried to shut the door on him, so he had nowhere else to go. He was alongside, and David shut the door. So, yeah, David had made that mistake.
What's happened here? Where's Delatraz?
He has dropped back, hasn't he? Why has he dropped back?
Here we go.
No, it's not. It's the Vector Sport car that's dropped back.
Oh, contact with the 54 AF Corsa Ferrari, who then ran off wide. You're right, it is the Vector Sport car that dropped back.
And from just that minor incident, that little bit of contact, something must have happened with the electronics, because it suddenly just lost drive.
So he's dropped back now, would you believe, to 10th place. He's lost him 7 positions.
Right, yeah, because I think
the power recycle.
Box and neutrals or something?
Don't
know. Maybe a shock just knocked it into or out of gear.
I think I'm right, and please somebody, if you're listening, and drop us a message to reply.
From Orica.
If you press both the pedals together, it stalls the car.
Oh, you mean the throttle and the brake?
Yes.
You can do it. There is a tolerance.
Right.
I don't think you would have done that.
That's not the thought.
You have to press them both quite hard to achieve it. Right. A lot of bar of pressure has to go through the brakes and also full throttle to make that happen.
Okay.
So
good news, bad news, by the way, for Corvette fans. Good news is we're going to mention your car. The bad news is that it's because he's been reported to the stewards for track limits.
So that will be a penalty.
Well, I'm afraid that's the first, and I suspect not the last.
No, I think this is... every race I've done here so far has had red flags for weather. I think this is just going to be a series of track limit violations.
This is the battle now.
Hang on a minute, something's happened to Gonzalez, or is that 28 working its way up?
The 28, Jonathan Aberdeen making his way back, isn't it?
He's absolutely flying then. He's worked his way through both Uniteds. After that spin earlier on, because of the contact.
That is amazing progress from Jonathan Aberdeen.
When I just assumed, because I saw on screen the Prema car go by, and then the again, we can't tell the difference between the 28 and the 38 Jotas.
I can tell there now, because you can see it from the side, you can see the number. Drive-through penalty
for car 64.
It's always going to be the case. So here we go. This is Jonathan Aberdeen after falling to the back of the field. That lap 1 incident involving the 45.
Is he still swearing after that lap 1 incident as he goes by, do you think? Just effing and jeffing under his breath the whole way. He's
fired up, is he?
Driving like a man possessed. Yeah.
What could he have done if that move hadn't? He would have been miles in the lead by now.
Well, let's get down to the LDR Pro Garage with Louise Beckett and catch up with what is happening with team boss Stuart Cox.
Stuart Cox, it's not what you want, the 45 crashing out so early in the race. We can see all the attentions on the front left. Tell us the damage and what's going on.
I think Stephen got a little bit over-enthusiastic with the cold tyres. All we really needed to do was finish the first hour. Yeah. He's locked the rears up, split the car sideways. Big sorry to Jota, who've ended up hitting. What it's done is the side impacts hit their rear wheel square, and it sheared all the bolts where the wishbones go through into the upright. So it's made it really difficult to get the upright off. So it's nearly back together now, but now it's just a game of catch up. But, you know, we were leading the World Championship. Now we're very much in third.
Oh, thank you. Thanks for talking to us.
Phlegmatic as ever, Stuart Cox, and the boys again working hard at the end of lap 1. Not really ideal, is it? But as I said, you know, now they're just going to get on with it, and they're not out of the Pro-Am game. Right?
They're not out of the Pro-Am game. Remember, we've got Bahrain to go, and Bahrain is a higher scoring race because it's an 8-hour race, of course. But Stewie will know he was showing massive restraint.
Was he? I don't really know him that well,
yes.
but he's been a bit harsh on the driver. Drivers make mistakes.
No Larry Holt's language crept into that.
We got the message. We definitely got the message.
Whereas Multimatics Larry Holt, I think a multiple Olympic swearing champion. He's been run close on a couple of occasions by Stewie, but Stewie there, see the emotion. It's clearly frustrating, but they're doing what they need to do. Get stuck in, get the car back out, get the points.
So you don't win.
Racing still 1-2, but you don't win
the championship. You don't win a world championship or a world endurance race on the first lap.
We had lead change. Yeah, we did, didn't we? We saw that before. Kevin Estre ahead of James Collado, and then so it's now back to how they qualified. Porsche, Ferrari, and the Corvette having served a drive-through immediately. So that's the first. Are we going to run a book on this and just keep a tally?
Well, 30 seconds, that's cost Nick Tandy.
Well, Eduardo Freitas, the race director here in Fuji, said he was going to be hard on this one. You know, he was going to look at track limits. They had to remove the baguette curbs, the sausage curbs, for the F4 category that's racing here. And that's opened up track limits debate.
Dear me.
That was Tandy, wasn't it?
Was that the final straw?
Well, no, I think this is after he came back out of the pits.
No, it's not. He's right down to 52.
I would say on that one he was avoiding action with the slower car in front.
That may not have been the straw that broke the camel's back. That might have been when he'd already been awarded the penalty. No, there we go. That was definitely, not using the off-track to keep the speed up. That was avoiding action. However, Francois Heriot and Francois Perraudot, as you pointed out, Graham, 11th and 12th. The ultimate car, that chrome red and the chrome behind of AF Course's Francois Perraudot.
Yeah, indeed, two very pretty looking cars.
They'd look even prettier if they were a bit higher up the field.
Well, they're again starting with their lowest graded drivers, and it's about keeping up your speed against your peers, and that's the key thing. Not against the Platinums, not a bit against the ex-Grand Prix drivers and the factory hypercar drivers to be. It's not about them. It's about the other guys that are in the same category as you.
And they'll be enjoying that battle without shadow of doubt. We've got the brothers LaHaye still to come in the ultimate car, and we've got the two Ferrari factory drivers to come in the AF Corsa.
But this is where, you know, you talk about the grading of drivers, you know, what is a silver? You've got Sean Galale that's raced in F2, leading the LMP2 category at the moment. And Roberto Gonzalez, winner of Le Mans, of course. He's raced in IndyCar in the past. He's in second place. And then you've got Francois Perraudot, and he's in a completely different category in the AM class. Down to Louise.
Louise Beckett, go ahead. Ah, okay, I can hear Louise's microphone is open.
I have spoken to 10 Vector Sport just to see what's going on there, and Ryan had contact with a Ferrari, and the team believed that at that point, after that, he stalled, and that's the reason why he dropped back so much.
All right, thank you, Lou.
We've got an overtake about to happen here. We've got an overtake here, the Ferrari down the inside of Porsche 92 into turn 1. He's being run out of road, the Porsche locks up, the Ferrari goes wide. Is going to come back on the inside. Yeah, the old slingshot, but not going to work out. The Ferrari, I think, has just about got this job done. Is a bit brave to try and turn 3. That was some good, hard racing.
He toughed it out, didn't he?
Yeah.
He basically forced the Porsche to get too deep on his own braking there. Neat and tidy
Brilliant
stuff.
I thought he was going to run him out of road there. Into turn 1.
Go early to the inside and hard to the inside. He's run almost to the edge of the track by the 92 car.
Very good. Yeah, he gave him just enough space at the last minute.
Watch this from on board.
Let's see if we can hear the lockup. That was, I loved it. Good racing there.
Normally,
I mean, no love lost, is there, between the Ferrari and the Porsche fight?
Well, let's hear what the 92 Porsche team have to say about that.
Can you set that faster so let's not do anything silly, just stick to our plan?
See, Porsche still have the spirit of Norbert Singer on the pit wall. It's all calm, collected. Yeah, we're on strategy. Let him go. It doesn't matter.
There could be a repass here. Yeah. I think the slipstream is so powerful now. It looks like the Ferrari's just made enough of a gap. But I thought the slipstream's so powerful here that you could see Estra have another go back.
Also, you heard his engineer saying, "Don't worry, let him go. It's fine."
Nothing
and Kevin
silly.
is going, "No, I'm having him."
Nothing silly.
It's so tempting though when you see the car. When you see a car in front of you, you're just so tempted to go for it.
I'm looking for a flag. I can't see a flag anywhere that tells me which way the wind is blowing, which is really, because race circuits normally are absolutely covered in flags. Because you were asking whether it's a headwind or a tailwind. We might have to go outside.
Oh, I can see a weather mast just straight in front of us. A little. It's a mild headwind.
Mild headwind.
There's not a lot of wind today.
So the wind, yeah, there was quite a lot yesterday in qualifying, wasn't there? So a headwind helps because it reduces, the slipstream then reduces even more the effect of the wind coming at your car head on.
So James Collado, fantastic
when you pull
job.
out, you also get a little bit better braking. It sort of enhances the aerodynamic effect.
United Autosport's Josh Pearson, the latest driver in the 23 car, for a warning for abusing track limits. Not yet at a penalty.
Well, when we see it on screen,
warning.
it is the final public warning for those of you who are grapple fans.
Yeah, when it says warning flag, that's the black and white flag.
Yeah.
That is your
Driving
last
standards.
warning. So any more infringements after the black and white flag, you're going to get a penalty.
And again, we go back to the safety system that's in the car that relays the flag signals, like the yellow flags, red flags, blue flags, and whatever, green flags. Also tells you about slow zones and all the other stuff. Race control will send to the driver a black and white flag signal, and that will rotate round and say turn 3 or turn 11 or turn 15 or wherever it is that you are being warned about. So it's not like, well, I didn't know. You did know, and what's more, we know we sent the message because the car says, yep, got that.
They're on a Discord channel as well.
Yep.
All of the team managers to Eduardo Freitas, the race director, so they're all aware of it. That message is relayed to the driver behind the wheel at the time. And remember, the flag, the warnings are per driver, not per car. So as soon as you're out of the car, effectively the next driver steps in, you got a clean sheet again.
So you don't inherit anything from Alexander Wurz and get a penalty. Let's catch up with the 91 Porsche GT team.
Looking at fuel delta minus 9. We need to recover a little bit, but we'll go an extra lap, and pace is good.
Go an extra lap over 92 or over Ferrari? Over 92, I guess.
I thought it's as per their plan.
three bits of news here. First is, we'll come back to GT Pro. Just to note, the 45 car has joined the race now, or rejoined the race now, but will be getting a 1-minute stop-and-go penalty for causing the collision. Number 60 on Link's pit is in the pits. Now, I'm guessing that's going to be for a driver change. We gone beyond 30 minutes?
Yes.
It is a 30-minute minimum, isn't it? For a bronze driver, am I right, in GTR? Ah, right, no, he's put off track.
Lane, information to the pit lane. 1 minute stop and go penalty, car 45 for causing a collision in lap 1 at T10. 1 minute stop and go penalty, car 45 for causing a collision.
Well, that I think was fairly predictable. The other point I was going to make, gentlemen, here, and we're seeing a bit of it here, as the 91 car, Jimmy Bruni, reported for bruising track limits. That's going to be a drive-through for that car.
Because the last time we saw a message like that, 64 then had to come through the pits.
It's looking at the relative performance of the Ferrari leading this race at GT Pro against the Porsche. The Ferrari getting much better traction off the final turn, but then under braking and through turn 1, it's the Porsche that's got the advantage.
And look at this, they're in slower traffic here, so as you follow the other car through, always risky, he does.
Much closer.
Now, the 91 car going a lap further has been completely undone by earning itself a drive-through. Whether it was going a lap further than the Ferraris or than the 92 car is now immaterial, because anything there has gone. But the Ferrari, having got in front, has escaped by precisely 0 inches.
We mentioned it at the start of the programme. We said that this race is going to be about track limits. We knew how hot it was, what a hot topic was, and how hot Eduardo Freitas was going to be on it today, policing it. And sure enough, it's materialising. Drive-through penalty for car 91 for abusing track limits.
Interesting moment coming as well. He's closer than he's been for a while to the number 51 car, but coming up behind them is the LMP2 leader.
And look at that traction. You
Watch it
mentioned before,
here.
Graham.
Pulls away there. That's where you see the difference going the way of the 51 car. If we stick with this shot and see, though, under braking and through turn 1, you're going to see that situation reverse again. Here comes Sean Gallel.
Pit lane, information to pit lane, drive-through penalty, car 9191 for continuously abusing track limits, even after the warning. Drive-through penalty, car 91.
So Jimmy Bruni, he got a warning in free practice, so he's well aware of where to place that car. And yes, it is hard to see, but you know, you're wasting so much time. And you look where Nick Tandy's fallen back to, that's where Jimmy Bruni will be as well. Who knows, in a matter of time, it might all work out that everyone gets a penalty and they all start racing each other again.
We did talk about that. Frank De Soto has also just been given a final warning for track limits.
He's got a problem.
He's the lead Ferrari in the GTE AM class. It's 1, 2, 3 for Aston Martin.
He had a spin here.
I think he has. Yes.
Yeah, so Frank De Soto in 4th place. Didn't lose 4th with the spin, may have lost it subsequently, but he's been given a final warning. So LMP2 pit stops just about to arrive as Kamui Kobayashi leads us nearly 40 minutes into the 6 hours here at Fuji. So it is a Toyota 1-2, as it has been several years in a row here. Toyota won 7 of the 8 World Endurance Championships encounters here. And they've had a few Le Mans successes as well. Into the pit lane comes the 92 Porsche, or is that 91? That's 91 for his drive-through.
Okay, we have a drive-through. We have a drive-through, so next time by, drive-through pit lane, please.
Thanks, but why? You were not track limits at all. Where are these track limits?
Calm, Seb. In as well comes 28. Is that red memories on 28? Yes. Yeah. Jonathan Aberdeen into the pit lane.
I'm surprised that Bruni didn't know where the infringements were.
Does that say 91?
It says 91 on the right-hand side.
It looks so much like a 2.
It did.
It does.
It did.
It does look like a 2. I'm sorry, I know my eyes are bad, but it looked like a 2.
I've got worse near-sight vision. You're wearing your glasses as well.
I know, that's part of the problem, actually. I'll probably take them off.
It's the shadow of the antenna.
Yeah.
So they brought the car 28 in 1 lap earlier than the 38 and pretty much the rest of the LMP2 field. So therefore, I should expect next lap they'll all come in.
Well, again, so Jota are 1 lap earlier than the rest. So too is one of the WRT teams, because Real Team are in. That's Algar Pro servicing penalty. And AF Corsa are in as United have brought 1 car in, so they're not bringing both their cars in at the same time. Well, there's the Algar Pro car clattering the 28 Jota car, both in the pit lane at the same time, but the Algar Pro car is 22 laps behind the leader.
Warning
Kevin
for
Estre.
92, Kevin Estre now for track limits, and here comes the rest of the LMP2 field. So this is Roberto Gonzalez and Delatraz in.
Oh, Gonzalez got ahead of Delatraz.
He was ahead of him
was
the
the
whole
leader.
time.
Never gave up the place, which is huge kudos to Roberto Gonzalez.
So this is going to be a good team battle,
Isn't
isn't it,
it
between
just?
Jota and Prema, who can do the fastest pit stop. Do both drivers stay in? Do they try and mix the strategies by changing one of the drivers
Roberto
over?
will
Let's
stay
have a
in,
look.
won't he? Look, he's doing such a good job
He is.
again, isn't he? You know, he's
4 seconds behind Galale. He's maintained that.
He's second.
It is very impressive.
1 car got by him in the opening stint.
And Delatraz still behind him. Yes, he came in, they were nose to tail, but Delatraz I expected Gutierrez, Delatraz, all of those pro drivers just to race through the field and lead this category, but they're still. It goes to show that the job that both Sean Galale and Roberto Gonzalez have done as silver drivers.
Well, the entire rest of the LMP2 field, as you said, Ant, have all stopped together. And they all stopped together because they've all got the same car, the same tyres, and the same engine, and the same size fuel tank.
Exactly.
So it's very hard to outshuffle your rivals.
It was the Prema car moved before, but it would do because it was further. They are going to come out nose to tail. He's done him.
No, he's done him because he was in the fast lane first, and that meant that the Jota car couldn't come back out. Well, I think that battle was because they held the 28 car not to go, 38 car rather, not to go out and have an unsafe release, because it did look like the Prema car was moving first. All right, hang on. Let's hear from the pit lane. Louise, you were right there.
Yeah, I was standing by the 38 as they were released by the team, but there was just a slight stumble by Gonzalez before he set off, and that's when the Prema car came by too.
All right. Well, again, you know...
And it's not just the Prema car, car 28, the sister car is ahead as well. You can see just towards turn 10 in front of us, the other green Jota. They now lead both Delatraz and Gonzalez.
That's staggering.
An amazing
run.
comeback.
Staggering run from Jonathan Aberdan. And in the middle of all this, by the way, look, got a great battle between the 2 GT AM leading bronze ranked drivers. The 2 other Aston Martins are gone. They're further down the field. But this is Ben Keating trying to fend off Sarabovi.
Yeah.
This has been a battle season-long between this pair. It's been great to watch it develop.
Yeah, really fantastic. And the Iron Dang, oh, blimey, look
that was track limits there.
How
from Ben.
much on the inside was he? He straddled that yellow sausage. I think the problem was he knew he was going in tight, and so he didn't want to hit it with the wheel. He wanted to straddle it.
I would give him benefit of the doubt there that he thought he didn't know. It's so hard to see it. The visibility in these cars is so difficult. I think he was almost avoiding action. I know it looks silly from the off-board shot. You think, oh, why have you just gone so tight? But you need to sit in one of these cars to appreciate just how limited it is in visibility. And I think he was just playing it safe.
That was really interesting, actually. When we were in Sebring, we had that conversation with Gabriel Aubrey, who was in a GTE car for the very first time. He's going, you can barely see out the front. You can't see anything. And so Ben will have known there was an LMP2 car behind him, not known who it was or where they were coming, and just, as you said, desperately trying to stay out the way.
Before I took this job on, I made sure I went down to the pit lane and sat in as many GT cars as I could. It's actually Aubrey's car was one of them. I said, I want to sit in it, I want to see what it's like. And I was shocked. It's like looking through a letterbox. From the front window, from the front windscreen and the sides.
A couple of bits and pieces here. The revised order in LMP2 as we watch 3 classes battle with each other through traffic. Sean Gillel still leads with the WRT 31 car. He's now 4 seconds ahead of Jonathan Aberdeen in that 28 Jota car. The Prema car, number 9, Louis Delatraz, 2.5 seconds back, with Roberto Gonzalez 1.2 seconds back from that. That's the revised top 4. We've got another car reported to stewards for abusing track limits. It's the first in GTE, and it's going to be the 71 car of Frank Desatou.
Black and white flag also given to Kevin Est, by the way, who is the Porsche who has not yet had a track limits violation.
So he's on the cusp.
So he's had a warning.
That was Perodo running wide.
Yep.
One thing we've missed in all of this, sorry for the fans watching on, that James Rossiter has found his way past John-Eric Verne in the sister Peugeot.
All right, well,
don't know how it happened, we didn't see it on screen, but it's happened.
71 penalty. That's the race leader, James Collado.
No, it's not.
Oh, it's not.
That's that's last year's. Last year's number 6, Desatou, confirmed. Another change, by the way, in those pit stops, and we saw one of the cars involved. It is Francois Perodo, clear now in the LMP2 Pro-Am standings, because the ultimate cars dropped back in amongst the GT Pros with the longest stop.
Francois Heriot clearly.
There is Rossiter, so there's 94. So he has been released. He is, I don't know how this has happened, 12.5 seconds ahead of Jean-Eric Verne.
Well, it's happened because right from lap 1, he was clearly the quicker car. Now, just think, if they'd allowed him by 7 or 8 laps earlier, it would be a very different story.
And comments on tyres when you can? Tyres are good, tyres are good. Honestly, the car balance is nice. Has to be a bit careful on the braking, not to overheat the thrust with micro-locking. Information for my boys. Copy that.
I'm delighted.
James Rossiter with a smile in his voice there, wasn't he? I'm in a happy place, and look what's ahead of him.
He's absolutely loving this, and he's got the bit between his teeth. And you know what? I know James very well. We used to do test driving together back in our BAR Honda days. I'm showing both of our ages now when I speak, but he was a very, very quick driver, got a nice smooth style, and that really pays dividends around this track. He's working his way through the traffic nicely. Yeah, the Alpine, the blue car just in front. I just feel like they should have done this way before. We can hear from the Peugeot, from Verne now.
This is a nightmare. I've never had that much difficulties to drive a car.
Yeah, we are having a look just because it's going very well on the other car, so we are checking what could be the cause.
This is a nightmare.
Yeah, there's something going on there.
This is all part of being a race team, isn't it? Is you've got to start learning from each other. Each of the car teams has to start learning from the others, and obviously they do that in, you know, when you're testing the car. But yeah, I mean, look at the porpoising.
I do think it looks worse, actually.
Yeah, it does.
In seeing it again, we've just seen the 94 come towards us. Yeah, they're running the car, obviously a different setup there. And even you can see it from the onboard shot as the team watches on.
And that's moderate speed. I mean, that's not even high speed.
And I mean, Verne, we all know his speed.
Yeah.
For him to be now, around 10 to 12 seconds behind Rossiter and bitterly complaining about his balance is Verne. We all know his speed.
Yeah.
Therefore, there must be something wrong with the balance of that car. You really see him seesawing at the wheel in towards turn 6 and the exit as well.
And it's not like we know his speed because he's a multiple Formula E champion, but this is a whole different thing. No, he's raced for G-Drive for so many years in LMP2. He really, really knows how to get the best out of a car and can't. So
one other comment, by the way, on the Peugeot performance. It was great to hear James Rossiter on the radio there. Remember, it's 5 seconds, by the way, added to pit stop for car 10. That was for this clash with the Ferrari that caused the stall. I'm just
going to step in there. 5 seconds added to the next bit of car 10.
That's the Vector car.
Yeah, he didn't cause the collision. I disagree with that penalty there. I don't think that should be there. It was a racing incident, and it was a genuine move. It was on the inside, unseen by the GT car. I think it was a 50-50. Completely unseen. GT turns in. That was a valid overtake from Cullen. It wasn't risky. It didn't lock out. It wasn't a wild move. It was on, and he got turned into. I completely disagree
from
with
the man who
there.
said that you can't see out of the side of a GT car.
But
yeah,
you can look in the mirrors before you get to the corner.
Yeah, but the onus is on the faster car to pass cleanly.
Not always. I don't buy that one. It takes two always, and you know, you're looking in your mirrors. You have to be aware of the car. It was a valid move, and like Keating knew that the car was there, so he turned the car completely off the track almost, just to stop there being that moment of a collision. And you know, you all have to put trust in each other out on the track. That's the reason you have a racing license. You're not complete amateurs. You've gone through some pretty hard tasks to get on this racetrack at a world championship level. I'm sorry, you have to know when a car's coming up behind you. You might not know exactly the distances when you turn in, but you know that they've gone for the move before you get to the corner, and therefore you have to have a sixth sense about you. There was nothing that Cullen could have done there to avoid that incident. What do? Just not overtake people until you're in an absolute straight line. The move was on. And that was off the track.
WRT Sean Gallel, he's our LMP2 leader by 2.2 seconds. The car you saw behind was Jonathan Aberdeen, the man who got knocked off at turn 1 and rejoined at the back of the GTE Anfield.
We were just saying, stint of the season.
Before we get to that, the GTE Pro battle we were just seeing, Collado, Estra, Molina, behind the two cars that have served a drive-through. Nick Tandy, that's for second. Nick Tandy is only a second behind the AF Corsa Ferrari that also has served a drive-through. So the Porsche getting, the other Porsche that served a drive-through. So Kevin Estra there trying to get through on the Ferrari, didn't happen for him.
But remember, Estra is on a warning, a final warning for track limits.
I think that was Molina working his way past Estra. It wasn't Estra trying to overtake. It was
trying to hold him off.
The overtake came here. You're going to see it again. It's almost a copycat move that we saw from 51. Goes to the inside early. Marginal. It's pushed over there.
Yeah.
And again, it's almost copycat move, isn't it?
Oh, look at this. He just stayed on the track within those white lines.
Yep.
Lovely move by Molina there on the inside. There was contact. He had to slow the car down mid-corner.
He sent it very, very early, didn't he?
And here's the fight.
And there's the battle.
The two drive-throughists.
Oh, hello. Nick Tandy there. As soon as we go on board, running all four wheels off the track.
Now, they'll be praying that the other two cars in front, the other three cars in front, the two Ferraris and one Porsche, all receive drive-through penalties at some point in this race with track limits, and they'll all arrive together. And I mean, again, is throwing the car off on the inside there. There's Nick Tandy, and he's gone in a bit too hot into turn 13.
Yeah, he's all over the back of the Porsche, though. Interesting battle shaping up there for fourth place with Jimmy Bruni just ahead of Nick Tandy. And again, two very different looking cars. They make their speed, as we saw with the Ferrari and a Porsche. The lap time is very close. How you get there is very different. You saw, again, very different cornering line from Jimmy Bruni. Didn't go near the curb out of the final corner. Nick Tandy only just keeping two wheels on track.
Looking right back up the front of the field in the hypercar category. Kobayashi still leads the race, but now only 1.5 seconds ahead of his teammate Sebastian Buemi.
What's going to be interesting here is to see whether the number 8 Toyota can do what it tends to try and do at most races, which is go longer on fuel than number 7. But
I think he looked after his tyres a bit better at the start of the race. So remember, we mentioned Kobayashi just bolted at the beginning. Pretty much got his 1.5 second gap at the beginning of the lap, beginning of the race in that opening lap. And it's just remained like that, and I feel like now Buemi's just sort of edging closer and closer. He's nursed those tyres along pretty nicely.
28 reeling in Sean Gallel, and this isn't going to help as he tries to make his way through a pair of battling GT Pro cars. Jonathan Aberdeen.
And that's Will Owen ahead of Rui Andrade in the light blue and white WRT Real Team car.
Getting closer and closer here to the first pit stops for the leading hypercars. And James Ross are now within 2 seconds of Andre de Grau for third place. What could have been here?
Through comes the toy. Well, what still could be. I mean, I think we're going to see a big battle between Alpine and Peugeot.
There has to be a strategic reason for holding back Rosser, but for the life of me, I can't think why.
I just think it's a test team who are not yet thinking like a race team. There was, I mean, he asked very politely, and the clear subtext was, Jev is really struggling, and now I'm really struggling because I'm sitting behind Jev and he won't let me go by. You know, unless you get on the radio third time and go, guys, listen, I've tried to be polite about this, but for God's sake, just,
well, you know what? I think this is where those idiosyncrasies come into it between different nationalities and how we kind of behave. And you know, like I said, it was a bit of a throwaway comment. The British are very reserved. We're very polite. And when I was teammates with the others at Peugeot, they were so forthright and outspoken on the radio. Let me by now. I'm faster. When is the same? It's just different characters.
If Lloyd Duval had started, or if Jev was behind,
if it was roles reversed, we would have known about it.
They perceive their status within the team very differently compared maybe to how he does. So James, as you said, is sort of the latecomer, the late arrival, hasn't done like the bulk of the testing.
He doesn't want to ruffle any feathers, and he played it too politely. He should have been more outspoken.
I did sense one concession in the way in which we heard from James Rosser, and that is, I'm absolutely certain he adopted that very British characteristic of speaking to his French team in a French accent.
No, I think he...
also known as Fringlish.
I think he just spoke slowly. And actually, when he was saying, you know, how's the car? It's really great, thanks to the boys. You know, again, involving himself with the team more. And I think, actually, this stint and probably this race is what's going to establish him firmly, because he's got a chance to really shine here. If the car ends up on the podium, it'll be Peugeot's first podium finish. He'll be, a key part of that with his knowledge of the track, setting the car up. You know, is it a surprise that their car is better set up for a track that he knows that nobody else really knows with that intimacy?
Kobayashi on pit lane?
Yep, comes in first. Number 8 goes longer. Now, again, is that to not stack them? Is that number 7 had to stop now?
Usually they would. At the start of the race, they'd have a plan already in place that we don't want to stop them together on the same lap, so split them by 1 lap.
And again, Peugeot will be the same because the garages are nose to tail and the cars are longer than the garage door is wide. Essentially, there's not much room to move. We saw at the end of free practice, number 8 came in first. Number 7 had to park at an angle, and then they had to push him in on the dolly wheels.
They were in the right order, to be fair, on track.
Yes.
Car 7 would have come in front of the other one, so it is 93, and now that is Verne. He'll be wondering what on earth is going on with this car. How is my teammate pulling away so much in this race and saying that the balance is nice?
Question now is, how long can James Rosser run? Because Buemi will stop now. If Rosser goes another lap, he will lead. Rosser's coming in this time round.
This is the way the balance of performance works. They will all stop on the same lap as well.
So the first 2 cars are through for our hypercar leaders. Alpine stopping as well. Alpine stopping then a lap shy of the number 7 car.
It's you only see a split in the pit lane, in the pit stops, because the teams have decided, like we've just seen with Peugeot and Toyota, will stop one car then, and it's all pre-planned. You even fuel the cars sometimes differently at the start of the race, knowing full well that car 7 will be stopping before car 8.
Worth mentioning, by the way, gentlemen, as we see the number 8 car rolling down pit lane, and James Rosser will surely follow.
He's in.
The gap between the number 8 and the leading of the 2 Peugeots under 20 seconds. Now, bear in mind that James Rosser gained something like 12 seconds after passing the number 93 car. This could have been extremely close. This is very impressive indeed in race 2 for the Peugeot.
It really is. And again, going back to the BOP, the balance of performance, the way it works is that there's a window of performance from power, weight, and drag from the car that you all have to meet. So it makes sense that your speed should be pretty comparable.
Right, let's compare the 2 pit stops. Fuel going in still at Peugeot because they arrived later. And is it a 4-tyre change? No. You heard the airline come out. That's a left sides only on the number 8 car. Waiting to hear from Toyota what happened on the number 7 because we weren't watching that.
7 remains in the lead.
Now, will Peugeot also have done a left sides only, or will it have been a full 4 tyre change? No tyres for the Peugeot, so they are being very gentle on their tyres. Excellent stuff from Peugeot. That's what we want to see. That helps close that gap. Race leader back to Toyota number 7 ahead of Toyota number 8, and the Peugeot of James Rossiter on its outlap. No fresh tyres. Both Toyota, yes, he's in third ahead of the Alpine. Both of the Toyotas took tyres. Luis Beckett is down in the pit lane at the Peugeot team. Let's hear from Gustavo Menezes.
Gustavo Menezes, you're watching on and listening on to James Rossiter. He's given some great feedback to the team about how that 94 Peugeot is running.
Yeah, honestly, really happy to see how James is doing. A really strong first stint. Obviously, this is a really strong place for him in Loic, so we can take all the advice we can. It's a long race, but we're happy to be running smooth, and hopefully it continues this way.
And he's closing that gap with those Toyotas now that he's taken advantage over Jev. He's really starting to close that gap. What do you think is possible now he's gone out on this stint?
To be honest, we're just focused lap by lap, keep it smooth, no mistakes, and hopefully he can slowly close the gap. But nonetheless, super happy with the performance that the team and that James are doing right now, and we'll just keep going at it.
Thank you.
Well, part of those changes are that the Toyotas and the Alpine, car number 36 in 4th place in Hypercar, took tyres, and the Peugeot didn't. Now,
absolutely,
that gives you an on-track advantage after the pit stop because your pit stop is shorter. The question is, though, whether they can continue to build up their speed on the older tyres, because the Toyotas took fresher tyres. So that's going to be interesting in the way that plays out. Now, obviously, they'll have some knowledge of that from all the testing they've done, but yeah, very interesting. And of course,
yes, Anda masih menyaksikan live streaming World Endurance Championship 2022, di mana kita melihat dari 6 Hours of Fuji, dan tadi kita melihat sudah performanya dari start 1 jam terakhir. Gimana nih Mas Arief melihat bagaimana tim WR31 termasuk Sean Glyle yang tampil sebagai racer pertama?
Oh, kalau kita lihat tadi startnya sangat bagus ya. Ini mengingatkan saya ketika Sean itu kan tadi start dari 4 ya. Di LMP2 ya. LMP2 dari 4 dia langsung leading ya. Leading dan langsung membuka jarak dengan Roberto Gonzalez. Ini mengingatkan saya akan hal yang sama di Monza tahun 2017 ya. Di waktu itu di F2, Sean juga udah start dari 4, langsung leading juga. Sama. Jadi ini lagi-lagi Sean memperlihatkan start yang bagus, dan bagusnya lagi dia bisa mempertahankan itu gap 3-4 detik sampai pit stop pertama. Nah, sampai pit stop pertama, dan setelah kita belum tahu apakah, kalau ngeliat gelagatnya sih dia nggak ganti ban kayaknya. Nggak ganti ban karena belum dapat report nih, kita belum dapat insight dari Fuji apakah dia tadi ganti ban atau enggak, tapi nanti kita akan update perkembangannya. Tapi kalau ngeliat perkembangannya kita sepertinya tadi dia nggak ganti ban, sehingga tadi dia fight terus dengan yang kalau tadi sebelum pit stop dengan Roberto Gonzalez, tadi setelah pit stop ada dengan Jonathan Aberdeen ya, dari sama-sama Jota, tapi sebelum pit stop itu Jota 38, setelah pit stop Jota 28 ya.
Nah, kalau melihat tadi performanya Roberto Gonzalez dan juga Jonathan Aberdeen, secara pengalaman mereka bagaimana Mas?
Roberto Gonzalez pembalap lama ya, di maksudnya pembalap veteran lah buat bukan cuma sama Jota, buat Jota 38 pun dia udah lama, tapi dia selalu kategorinya selalu silver ya. Dan dia memang apa istilahnya udah kenal asam garam, dan Sean bisa bisa di depan dia dengan gap yang stabil, menurut saya
artinya bagus nih ya.
Bagus banget ya.
Nah, ini kita melihat sekarang, kita juga ingin sedikit menyapa sobatku yang juga menonton di live streaming di YouTube-nya KUY Entertainment. Absen-absen tuh dari ada Muhammad Rajif, aku absen dong. Thank you Muhammad Rajif sudah gabung nonton, ajak teman-temannya juga mungkin kalau yang suka otomotif dan juga suka balapan. bisa ikut mendukung juga Sean Glyle dan tim WRT31. Kirim dukungan kalian lewat komentar di live chat pastinya. Gimana Mas Arief kalau melihat dari performanya di awal? So far so good ya, ini
so good.
Kedepannya...
So far so good, ya, bagus banget. Bahkan ini bisa dipertahankan, moga-moga Sean bertahan. Paling enggak, katakanlah sekarang kan dia sudah kesusul oleh Jonathan Aberdeen ya. Tapi gapnya masih...
ada satu tuh Mas.
Ya. Oh ya, kita udah nyusul lagi, Udah nyusul lagi. Ya kita ini tentu performa yang sangat baik dari Sean ya. Bisa ada di posisi pertama,
ya.
lalu sempat kesusul dan dia menyusul balik. Sekarang tetap ada di posisi satu di kelas LMP itu. Ini modal yang baik untuk menambah rasa kepercayaan diri WRT31 untuk paling nggak kan janji mereka nih. Sean bilang di previewnya memang kita ingin kembali ke winning ways ya, artinya ke jalur kemenangan. Mudah-mudahan ini awal yang baik dan ini tanda-tanda mengarah ke jalur kemenangan. Karena kita ingat kita masih punya Robin Frijns.
Betul.
Dan kita masih punya istilahnya veterannya GT. Ya. Walaupun dia masih muda umurnya, Dries van Toor, tapi dia kelotokan di GT nih. Di GT ya. Mudah-mudahan performa Sean yang baik ini akan harus lebih diperbaiki oleh Robin Frijns dan Dries van Toor karena fondasinya sudah dibuat oleh Sean ya.
Awal yang baik ya, seperti lari estafet ketika Sean Glyle sudah membukakan jalan yang baik, jalur yang baik, nanti juga mempermudah untuk Robin Frijns dan juga Dries van Toor ya. Awal yang baik kita doakan juga, pastinya kita Sobat KUY bantu dukungan kalian lewat kolom live chat dari KUY Entertainment di live streamingnya. Dan pastinya saya ingin juga mengucapkan terima kasih kepada KFC, Pertamina, Paseo, BNI, MS Glow, J1919 Corp, Taco Bell, Naughty by Nature, dan Telkomsel yang telah mendukung live streaming World Endurance Championship 2022 di KUY Entertainment. Nah Sobat KUY, kalau ngomongin soal ayam, kalian tim original atau tim crispy nih? Nah kalau gua tim original. Karena the best original chicken cuma punya KFC. Dari tekstur daging dan bumbunya, nggak ada yang nandingin deh. Karena kalau kalian mau cepat dan praktis, bisa aja nih langsung pesan original chicken lewat aplikasinya KFC, yaitu KFCku. Buat detailnya kalian bisa search aja di www.kfcku.com. Nggak akan nyesel deh, karena KFC jagonya ayam. Oke, kalau gitu Mas Arief, kita juga akan lanjut nonton lagi dan berikan dukungannya kepada tim WRT31 dan juga Sean Glyle. Selamat menyaksikan.
Wemi saying there possibly was a puncture.
When he went out, the alarm triggered in because of the cold pressures. But that just recovers after one lap, so that is no problem. All safe, tire pressures are perfectly fine.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah,
so let's back reference that story, because we were talking about the fact that drivers in these cars now, if you exceed track limits, you don't then hand over the final warning when you get out of the car to the next driver. It stays with the driver. When a new driver gets in, the slate is cleaned. But that wasn't always the way. As we see Jonathan Aberdeen battling.
This is a great fight between these two, isn't it?
But you asked whether or not he'd given the place back. He had a much slower lap previous lap. He was in the 1:39. So I think Jonathan Aberdeen, for whatever reason, had some kind of issue. Let's hope, for purposes of sustained competition, it wasn't a touch.
Well, let's take a look.
This is the repass for the lead.
So he's already let him by at this stage, so he's going back for the repass.
These?
No, this is where he is this where he loses time? I was waiting to see the Porsche clip him there, but it didn't happen.
Closing, by the way, Louis Delatraz on this pair.
So to close off that little story, Anthony was ranting yesterday about the fact that he took over a car from Alexander Wurz when they were racing together, and immediately exceeded track limits once. He inherited all of Alex's penalties as well and had to come in and serve a penalty, and was effing and jeffing.
But he's not bitter.
No, he's not. No.
The stewards have learned from that.
All forgotten.
Now, and now it's per driver. So
it is now. It is.
I like it when I make improvements. Always happy to help the stewards improve their decisions.
Into the pit lane come.
That new set of tyres have gone on the left-hand side, as Louise has just, with Alex Wurz, clarified, and complaining that there was a low pressure warning on the left rear. So that often happens when a new set goes on. It's very hard to get the pressure exactly right, and as you wait for them to come up in pressure and temperature, they settle down. So Hopefully it has. It's hovering around. Oh, it's just brought it back down to 6.7 seconds now, so it's fluctuating in traffic.
Now, both Toyotas last lap 131.9, 131.9. The Peugeot, no fresh tyres, 132.5. Did the Alpine take tyres? They're doing a 132.8 at the moment. So the Peugeot and the Alpine are a second a lap slower than the two Toyotas. So that, again, we heard Alex saying that 2 left side tyres was better over the 2 stint length, and so rather than use old tyres and destroy that left front even further. So that's interesting the way that is playing out. It does look as though Alpine may not have taken tyres. First hour done of the 6 hours here at Fuji, round 5 of the FIA World Endurance Championship, and for a very pleasant change, bright, hot weather for this race weekend. There has been no rain since early in the week, and all the forecast is for dry running. Peugeot joining the field here again for their second outing with their 9X8, but after a dominant performance in qualifying, Toyota's running 1-2 at their home track. Toyota number 7 from pole taking the lead. Changes in the LMP2 field from the pole and the grid position. Little cautious getaway from the pole sitter in GTE Pro as well, as the Ferrari took the lead. The Peugeots struggling for performance early on. Everybody trying to maintain their positions up and down the order. Big moment right at the beginning of the race for the real team, for Algarve Pro rather. Stephen Thomas clattering into the 28 Jota car. From the back of the grid, David Pittard in the 98 AMR Aston taking the lead early on in GTE AM from Ben Keating, the pole sitter. Ferrari number 92, Porsche, Ferrari number 51, Porsche number 92 battling at the front of the field. But drive-throughs through the pits for a couple of their GTE rivals. As the Aston Martins moved ahead of the early race leader Sarah Bovey in the pink Ferrari from the Iron Dames team. Aston Martin eventually moving up to 1, 2, 3 before the pit stops started. As the Toyotas ran away out front, lots of battling for position in LMP2. The Vector Sport car making contact with a Ferrari and costing itself a few places. And Corvette returning on track from a drive-through for track limits excursions. The 91 Porsche also being penalised. Ferrari sending it down the inside. Miguel Molina coming by Kevin Esch in his Porsche for second place. Ferrari now running 1-2 as they head into the first of the fuel stops just after the hour and 10-minute mark. And Porsche 3-4 ahead of Corvette. The battle is still very much alive. That was Miguel Molina there going through for second. The battle as Jonathan Aberdeen took, lost and retook the lead in LMP2. Jota ahead from being last at the end of lap 1, ahead of WRT, Toyota 1-2. First fuel stop done for Corvette Racing. Looked like that was also a... There were 2 fronts there, weren't there? Maybe that was a 4-tyre stop. Maybe they had an extra pair of tyres ready. But I would think at this stage...
Oh, what happened here?
Was he lost? Or did the car die for some reason? The Corvette team pushing him along into the garage.
Has to been out of fuel.
Well, I know where Louise needs to go, and that is to go down to the Corvette team to find out what happened there.
Looks like he wasn't out of fuel, doesn't it?
It does look like he ran out of fuel. Well, I mean, their calculations were either very precise. I'm not sure an earthing strap on a wing end plate. First of all, the wing end plate is connected to a carbon wing, and it'll be aluminium. That's not earthing anything. I know it's connected to the car, but it's not earthing anything. race. The 64 Corvette back out on track and back down to 5th position as well. Came in at the same time as just about everybody else, but a very slow stop for them. How long was their pit stop? 2 minutes and 1 compared to, 1, 2.
Lost 40 seconds.
Yeah.
And that's a real shame, because in the latter part of that stint, after the drive-through penalty, Nick Tandy was making inroads. He passed Jimmy Bruni and he was catching the cars ahead of him.
Confirmation from Corvette's Ryan Smith that the car did run out of fuel in the pit lane.
They were so good with their fuel in Monza, winning the race because of it.
Well, that is as close to perfect on fuel as you can get. They were, what were they, 20 metres shy?
Yeah. I mean, it would have been coughing and spluttering, wouldn't it, before coming into the pits?
But if he'd gone slower on the lap to the grid, it would have made it. I mean, that's not half a litre. That's probably even a quarter of a litre. That's probably a cup of tea's worth.
Well, it gets
fuel.
Corrected again when you do your first fuel stop, which they've already done.
Which they've just done now.
But yeah, if he had just done a little bit more fuel saving on his way into the pits just then, or at any point during that stint, so they've just got their calculations ever so slightly wrong. They probably would have been telling him it's going to be close.
By a couple of grams they were out, weren't they? Not a couple of kilos.
You do wince when you're in the car. You're putting a lot of trust in your team at that point. Bruni does not look happy.
Do you know why? What happened when he came in for his drive-through? Why a drive-through? There was no... He's still having the track limits argument. He's not bitter either, though, Ant.
You know what? Sometimes you really don't know that you've gone off all 4 wheels over the white line. You don't know. You know, especially the GTEs. They're such a big, bulky car. We talk about the visibility issue, and if you're not told, then you don't know there's any problem. Sometimes you do these races and they're not as well. They're a bit more lenient with the track limits, and you get away with murder time and time again out there. But this race, Eduardo did warn the teams he was going to be hard on them, and the team should have told him every single time he had an excursion and it'd been flagged up to the stewards. They should have warned him. They clearly didn't, and now he's angry about it.
I mean, he did, and he got the warning in the car, but he believes that he was on track. And I've seen this physically, that drivers are absolutely convinced they've been on track. I think back to the Hungaroring in World Touring Cars, Ivan Muller and Alain Menu both got pinged for cutting the inside at turn 4, and they came to the TV truck to watch the video, and Muller was going, no, absolutely not, at no stage. Then he watched the video back from his onboard and went, oh my God.
I've been there exactly the same. I've asked the stewards.
That's not my car. It is your car. Look, and here's the outside shot. No, I was, and yet he's looking at it, and yet he still knows in his head that he was legal. And so it does happen. It's not a racing driver excuse. It genuinely happens. Here at Esteban Gutierrez closing up on Will Owen for 7th place in the LMP2 fight. And we see an awful lot, don't we, particularly in the early stints of the race, where cars that qualified strongly drop right back, and you're going, okay, what's wrong with the car, what's wrong with the drivers, It's different driver categories. That's part of the sort of interest level, if you like, in LMP2. The car's the same, the tyres are the same, the engines are the same, so the kit is the same. It's like they're all playing with the same football, but you've got different levels of talent in the car, and so their fortunes seem to ebb and flow much more than you might expect. You sort of think, well, if he qualified on pole, clearly they've got the best setup, they should stay up front the whole time, but that doesn't always work, because you've got different ranked drivers with different experience. You see Philippe Albuquerque, he's, the real hot shoe in the 22 United car, perhaps the way that Antonio Felix da Costa is in the 38 Jota car, and they're in the garage, they're just watching it all play out, and you've got to balance, the driver performances across the field. So sometimes you'll be ahead, sometimes you'll be behind.
Yeah, that's how it works. To be honest, I think that the car 34 with Gutierrez had a bit of a difficult start to this race. I expected a little bit more from them. Are we about to see a repass here
This is
at
the
the top
battle
of
for
the
the
GTE AM class?
That's not a slow motion replay
A
either.
little bit of wheel banging there on the exit as well for good measure. These two have been at it since the beginning of this
But
race.
this is the bronzes now.
Yeah.
This is Satoshi Yoshino and Paul Dell'Olano as they get mugged by some of the surrounding LMP2s.
Well, now both started their top-rated drivers because they were last on the grid, because neither car set, or middle rated. neither car set a legal time in qualifying, so they had to get forward, and they did get forward, and the Astons were 1, 2, 3 at the start of the race. The TF Sport car, Ben Keating remains in the TF Sport car, and I think he'll serve his entire driving time before he gets out of it.
Well, he's done that. He's done that already. It's 1 hour and 15 minutes.
There you go. All right, so he'll double stint. Paul Dallalana is probably in for a double as well. Sarah Bovey in 4th place for Iron Dames. She's in for a double. But here we go. The gentleman drivers have at it, boys.
And by the way, that's the point in the background here I've been wondering about. We did see a short stint from Francois Perraudot to hand over the 83 car to Nicholas Nielsen, who's now aboard and making progress. But Francois came in, I think, something like 10 minutes short of his minimum time. He pitted short, but too short.
Right.
It's a very odd time to choose to do that. He'd done a full stint, he then went out and did a further half a stint, came in around the hour, but he's got to do an hour and 15 minutes.
Right, it is, I mean, normally when we're racing Fuji, it's cold, wet and miserable. It's very hot today, the cars are extremely physical. I don't know whether that is an issue, and that might be something we need to catch up with a little bit. Well, there you can see Ben Keating's car, 3rd in GTEM, and that's the fly in the ointment here as Esteban Gutierrez for Inter Europol tries to close up again on Will Owen. He's doing a good job closing in on the brakes. Really came steaming up behind him there. And Esteban Gutierrez looking to try and make the move here on Will.
Yeah, I think they've been struggling, haven't they, all weekend. We saw a few spin and a track excursion from Alex Brundle yesterday in free practice. He's going to go for the move down the inside, though, into turn 6.
Good send.
A lock up there by Owen. He gives him room on the outside there, does Gutierrez. That's going to give Owen a chance to re-overtake down into turn 10. He's in the slipstream. It's not over yet. Watch this. Gutierrez goes to the inside to defend.
Yeah.
And I think he's got it covered here. Yeah, that was some pretty classy driving there from Gutierrez. I would have expected him to be making a bit more headway at the start of this race, and he's struggled along to try and get that car further up the field. He still sits behind Roberto Gonzalez, of course, in the car 38.
Also, don't forget the car he's just passed. That's 22 from United. They're the car that won everything on the planet in endurance racing 2 years ago. So, you know, it's not a slow car, and the United team are always pretty much on the money. But right now, the United cars are, well, down to 6th and 7th. So,
yeah, it's not going to plan, is it?
I beg your pardon. Will Owen is down to 7th. The other car is still in 5th, Josh Pearson. But how far ahead? 4.3 seconds. What was his last lap? I'm trying to follow that across. 36.3 compared to 36.0.
Well, Josh Pearson in the 23. Josh Pearson in the 23 United car is now 19.8 seconds behind car 38.
Yep.
Yeah, car 28, by the way, having got back to the lead in that tussle with Sean Gallel, is pulling away. 4.3 seconds to the good now, this car. And this has been spectacular progress after lap 1, and an incident with microscopically different circumstances could have put that car out of the race.
Yes, absolutely. We saw what damage it did to the Algarve Pro car of Stephen Thomas that hit the number 28 car of Jonathan Aberdeen. Oh, lunch of Jonathan Aberdeen. But yeah, I mean, Aberdeen came back like somebody had fired a rocket booster in the car. He's absolutely, he's gone from basically, I mean, not just last in class, but basically the last car on track to lead in LMP2.
And here he comes now for the second
scheduled pit stop.
Indeed. By the way,
they're going to need dynamite to get him out the car.
Should make clear, by the way, to anybody that was listening earlier to the chat that Louise had with Stewie Cox. Stewie did say he was very sorry to Jota and that they'd had to pit as a result. They didn't have to pit as a result. They stayed out after that incident.
Stewie Cox was probably too busy using some of the Queen's English to note that Jota had or hadn't stopped. He knew his car was in trouble anyway. There's your LMP2 leader, Sean Gallel.
I'm going to just correct you, it's the King's English now.
It is indeed the King's English now.
God bless your Majesty.
So, driver change for Jonathan Aberdeen, who is fitting in.
That's Ed Jones.
Yeah, so Aberdeen out, Ed Jones in. Now, That's when you see your teammate having done such a good job, you know you've got to run with it. You've got to keep that momentum going. So yeah, you're buoyed by the performance of what the car's capable of. As seeing Joe to get to work on the tyre change. Hello, Louise, in the background there. In the
He's
garage.
not picking that bar up off. She's down at Jota for a cup of tea. You know that, don't you?
I know. That's why I was picking her out.
Exactly. She'll also interview Jonathan Aberdeen while she's there having a cup of tea.
Yeah, it's just a mere coincidence.
Unfortunately, Louise is having trouble hearing us, so all this joshing at her expense is actually slightly wasted.
Should say, by the way, we need to keep an eye on Louis Delatraz. Was all over the rear last time we got a quick glimpse of the two cars. Sean Galale being closed down by the Premier Man, but they will be on pit lane soon.
Yeah, next lap. They didn't come in this lap. It'll be
there
here
you
we go. Yeah,
this is going to be the first time that Prema have led the race.
So Prema are now going a lap longer, or is Delatraz stopping a lap earlier? Galale stopping a lap earlier?
Well, we've already seen Aberdeen come in.
Yeah, so but the 28 came in a lap before the 38 last time.
So yeah, it did.
So it should be a lap before.
And the 38 does follow this car down pit lane as well. So so 28, 38.
So it means that Prema they've been fuel saving and they're able to do one extra lap.
Yes.
Because they've gone longest of all out of all of the LMP2s.
But hang on a minute. 31 stopped a lap behind 28. The last 28 was the short run, wasn't it? So he stopped a lap earlier. So he can't have gone a lap longer, can he? And still taken the lead of the race. That's going to be interesting. Another interesting thing to look out for, hearing again from Corvette Racing, is that their engineers noted how quickly Porsche's tyres, quote, fell off a cliff in the second stint.
I think that's what we were seeing. With Jimmy Bruni, absolutely, because not only did Nick Tandy get by Jimmy Bruni, but he pulled away quite easily.
So is that part of the rants that Jimmy Bruni was having? No tyre change, that doesn't work, we've got to stop that. So many years, you know, left sides only here have been a deal. Even with wets and intermediates and the mixed weather, when you're running in the dry, left sides only, because the left front tyre takes all of the abuse. Into the pits comes the Prema car. This is the race leader then, Louis Delatraz.
So we just saw the 28 car, by the way, going into turn one as the 41 car emerged, the 31 car, apologies, emerged with Robin Fines down the wheel.
It was the 38 car just coming out the pits, of course, wasn't it? Because the 28 had already done its stop.
No, the 28, then the 31, then the 38. Yeah. So 28 leads that pair. You'll see them just emerge in the background. There you go.
There's 31.
Not quite in shot there with 38.
And the indicator lights on the side have yet to update because Louis Delatraz has now pitted and was in P1. So those two blue lights will become one blue light as soon as Ed Jones gets to the second timing sector marker.
So they did go long, the Prema car. Delatraz did a great job of saving fuel in that second stint that he did.
If our strategy computer was working, Graham would be able to say, yes, they did go one lap longer than everybody else.
Yeah, 100% did. There's no doubt about that.
Because they pitted on the same lap as the 38.
Yes.
Last stop around.
Because with the battle in the pits, if you recall, that Roberto had that little wobble.
That's right.
Restarting. So absolutely they've got a lap longer.
So Will Stevens has changed for Roberto, and we're now looking at what will be race leader as car 9 comes out of the pits. We should expect...
Car 9's behind the ultimate car. It's got to be the Jota car back to the lead.
Yeah, that's not surprising at all because...
and there goes the WRT car 2 into second.
Yeah, that's not a surprise because they're now basically gone back to the same order they were, albeit different drivers behind the wheel. But that car 9 did go one lap longer than everybody else, and 2 laps longer than car 28 we're looking on the screen.
Very interesting. And Lorenzo Colombo at the wheel of the number 9 car. He's no letdown at all, is he, in that car? He's been sparkling.
Robin Fines in car 31 in second place now, so the battle is on. This is going to be a tall order for Ed Jones to try and keep him at bay.
Fines has got his sleeves rolled up.
Oh, yeah.
Don't worry, boss, I got this. Well, does sound rather as though Louise Beckett has finished her cup of tea, because we're going to go down to the Jota garage and catch up with the man who dominated the opening hour and a half, Jonathan Aberdeen.
Jonathan Aberdeen in the 28 Jota, that was some comeback.
Yeah, thank you. Obviously getting spun around at the start is not ideal. but we have a great car today, which allowed me to do some good maneuvers on the guys in front and drive to the front. The car's great. I'm sure my teammates will do a good job, and hopefully all will go to plan.
So did that contact give you a bit of extra fire in your belly?
No. I was surprisingly relaxed. Normally I'm a bit aggro, but yeah, no, it was fine. We came back, so that's what matters.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Well, maybe that's the secret then for the 28 team, is for Sam Hignett to organise for Jonathan to get fired off somewhere. Norman Nato on Esteban Gutierrez. This is for 5th place, which the Inter-Europol driver had taken from the 23 United car. Alex Lynn now at the wheel at 23. Norman Nato goes by for 5th. Gutierrez in 6th. This is a 2nd stint now for Esteban, and fresh into the car, Norman Nato. Philippe Albuquerque's in 22. Alex Lynn took over 23. Paul-Luc Chatin starting car number, or in his first stint in car number 1 for Richard Mille. And Sebastian Bourdais took over the number 10 Vector Sport car. So there were driver changes all around in that stop, with the exception of Inter-Europol and AF Corse, who are sort of out of kilter at the moment. Toyota Gazoo Racing still 1-2 here, and just 2 seconds between our race leaders in Fuji. D-Station leading in GT Yaman, and Graham Goodwin, it's a 1-2-3 for Aston Martin, which is not what we might have expected after qualifying.
No, certainly not with where the grid lined up, but it's an interesting mix of strategies as to who's putting their fastest and their slowest drivers in. Let's not forget D-Station Racing, Satoshi Yoshino, the bronze driver, and the man behind this this brand and this team knows this track better than any other. Has raced here in the WEC in a Porsche. This is their Aston Martin. They race Aston Martins in GTE, GT3 and GT4 form in a range of championships. So this is Satoshi in a bit of you know, some rich form here. Ben Keating, by the way, is, what is he, 14, 15 seconds back from this, with Paul Dall'Anna sitting on a final warning for track limit, sitting between the two. Behind that, 15 further seconds back, is Sarah Bovey, with Ben and Sarah on their second full stints at the moment. The change of cast, by the way, in LMP2 is now Ed Jones going quickly, with Robin Twines putting in record lap times here for this race. 1:33.1 last time through. I think 1:33.2 this time for Ed Jones. He's pushing on, knows the challenge is coming. So then Lorenzo Colombo, Will Stevens, Norman Nato, Esteban Gutierrez, Alex Lynn, Felipe Albuquerque, Paul-Luc Chatin, Nicholas Nielsen, Sebastian Bourdais and Mathieu Lahaye. That is one hell of a cast list.
It is. Satoshi Yoshino, only one car in the GTE Pro class is going faster. That's the 54 Ferrari of Francesco Castellacci in 5th place in the category. So Satoshi Yoshino, this will be the start of a double stint for him as their driver, if you like, and he will lead and build his lead, I think.
Yeah, Pierre Rag here, going by Nicky Leutwiler as Nicholas Nielsen tries to make his way past both.
Pierre Rag into the car at this stop because it was a double stint. It was a single stint at the start for Frank de Soto in the 71 car.
The 71 car, so that Frank will have finished his driving time.
Yep. So
they've short stinted that. Oh no, they've not. No, they've not. Because
they stopped with everybody else. He had a slightly he has a slightly different look to his race because he's got to drive through penalty.
That's why I was thinking about the second stop.
Yeah.
So they've not short stopped that car. He will have to get back in.
Yeah, all the AM class cars come up shy of driver stint time on fuel length. So you can't do one stint and do all your driving time in a 6-hour race. So they will all go in again, which is why Ben Keating always double stints from the beginning. Paul Dall'Anna starting from the back with the quickest driver in the car, but he will now be in for a double as well. D-Station leading from Northwest AMR and TF Sport. Aston Martin's 1-2-3. Iron Dames, the silver 54 AF Corse Ferrari in 4th and 5th. And then the lead Porsche is GR Racing. You're looking at Team Project One, Dempsey Proton, and Team Project One's 56 car. So the Porsches are struggling for performance a little bit, none in the top 5.
It's been the opposite of what we've seen in free practice so far.
Well, it's because it's the tyre deg, isn't it? I think the tyre deg's kicking in for the Porsches. They've got the speed, but they haven't got the longevity. The degradation's too high, as 34 looks like he's losing.
This is Alex Lynn going by Esteban Gutierrez.
So Lynn has been quick since getting into this car. You'd expect that, the Cadillac factory driver.
And I mean, we saw a couple of issues with the Inter-Europol car then. They haven't got a comfortable car, and unfortunately it does look like the United cars definitely have a little bit better pace at the moment. I, again, didn't see the pit stop, don't know what they've done on tyres, don't know whether Esteban is on a second stint on the same tyre.
He must be here. He's losing too much time.
He's too good. He was going forward before the fuel stops. He's going backwards now.
Looking at the time of the pit stop, absolutely he's on a second stint with these tyres. These cars, by the way, being caught at this point on track. You can see the lead Toyotas just in the background there, and they'll be with them in a few seconds' time.
And that's now down to just 1.5 seconds between Kobayashi and Buemi.
It's sort of traffic affected, I think.
Well, it was 7. Remember, they started this second stint 7 seconds adrift because of that left-hand tyre change on Buemi's car. I don't know if they did it on both cars.
I'm sure that
if they did, why did they
heard
lose?
From Alex Wurz, he said they were doing left sides on both cars.
So why did one of them lose 6 seconds in the pit stop? If that's what they did on both cars.
Not sure. That's a very good question that we might well ask. 1 minute 14 and 1 minute 16. It's only 2 seconds difference, which again is a lot of time to try and find on track over an identical car, equally well driven.
Another fastest lap of the race for in LMP2 for Robin Freins. He closes the gap to 1.1 seconds now for the leader. So Freins fully lit.
Alex Lynn, who's just gone by the yellow and green Inter-Europol car, also has just set his fastest lap and that car's fastest lap of the race.
And that's where you have to look at when you're looking at the Ed Jones in the Jota car leading the race with Robin Freins catching him now hand over fist. That first lap incident between car 45 taking out car 28, spinning around, putting it to the back of the field, that really does hurt. Because you could now be looking at another 30 seconds on top of where we are right now, instead of it just being one.
Absolutely.
Oh, yes, please, I'll take that. And this is the corner, running board with car 8. This is where it happened. So now Buemi is looking at the rear end of the sister car, out in front with Kobayashi in traffic. This could get pretty tasty down towards turn 1 if Kobayashi continues to get bulked here. Down the inside, this is quite a desperate move there for Kobayashi, gets through. Okay, and now it's Buemi's turn to have a go into the final corner. Yeah, he's going to go down the inside.
It's an easier run through for him as well. He's got a good line there too. LMP2 traffic ahead still here, Anne. Is there a tow here available?
He just had to back out of it. He almost ran into the back of Kobayashi, actually, mid-corner in the final one. And he's too far back now. That's put him too far back in towards this corner. So is he just going to sneak a bit of a tow there from car 22, is that?
That's Alex Lynn.
It's so annoying how we can't tell the difference between the cars. You can't see the wing mirror difference at that angle. I really wish I'd changed something. But yeah, Buemi just couldn't quite get... he just darts out there. Alex Lynn feels like he's on those fresh tyres.
And that's why Buemi blinked, because it looked like Alex Lynn was trying to shut the door. Get off my line.
Okay, can we swap positions, third 1? Swap position, third 1.
Wow,
swap position, turn 1. So
that didn't happen.
Well, this is the Toyota deal. If the driver behind says, I can go quicker, he's waved by and has 2 laps to prove it. Well, that's not turn 1.
Well, he couldn't do it into turn 1 because Buemi had lost so much time on the exit. But Buemi clearly the faster of those 2 Toyotas. And actually, although it dilutes the racing and the fans don't like it, I understand from a team's perspective, they just want to have their fastest race from A to B. They don't care which car wins. And maybe Peugeot can look at this and go, we can learn lessons from how they've played it. It's not nice for us to see. We want to see the 2 cars fight. But if Buemi can't pull away now, they will revert the positions back.
One other quick point, third place still in the hands of James Foster. He's having a good run, but he's dropping back, of course, from these two. Remember, they stayed on the original set of tyres. That decision to this point has probably cost them about 25 seconds on pace in the second stint.
I think it's a mistake. For those 5 seconds or so that it takes to swap tyres just on one side of your car, like Toyota did, 5 or 6 seconds worth, I don't know the exact numbers, it really pays dividends over the long run. You're out there a long time, and if you're going a second faster every lap because of that, then it pays off.
Again, Toyota had the knowledge to base their strategic decisions on, to work those calculations, and Peugeot don't. Not of this track. And again, you know, coming here with, even if Toyota had a brand new car, as we believe they are building, maybe for as soon as next year, they still have all the history of the last one and the one before that and the one before that, whereas Peugeot really don't. Ed Jones and Robin Frijns now for the lead.
Getting closer.
Yeah, I mean, we said that right from the start of the stint.
Frijns has just been chipping away. He's looking after those tyres. He knows he's in the faster car right now, or he's doing the faster lap times, and he doesn't want to go destroying those tyres unnecessarily so early on in the stint.
Now, there was one factor there from the laps that the tyres have done. The ones on the left have done fewer laps, but only a couple fewer than the ones on the right. That's because the right sides do less work than their tyres that were running qualifying. So when you get a 4 tyre change, sometimes it's not 4 brand new tyres going on, because the other pair of tyres that were used in qualifying will also get reused.
It's so tempting when you put a brand new set of tyres on to abuse them straight away. You can't afford to do that. You want to use the juice from them straight away, but you have to bed them in. We hear quite often in Formula 1 them saying, nurse your tyres in, bring them in slowly. Well, the reason for that is because it gives you much more grip later on. You don't want to go tearing them open from very early on when they're brand new, and that you can do that if you drive your first lap, your out lap, like a qualifying lap. And so Frijns, I feel, is just bedding them in and bringing them in nicely.
It's a nice period approaching here if things keep going in this direction for LMP2. This is a good stint from Ed Jones, by the way.
It is.
Fending off and on fire Robin Frijns, but they're being caught by both Lorenzo Colombo and Will Stevens at the moment, and not that far away.
2 Aston Martins changing place. The pale blue car, poleman Ben Keating now up to second in class ahead of Paul Dallalana, who was second. In fact, the car was leading when it came into the pit lane in the hands of David Pittard after stint 1. And here's the move. Ben sending it up the inside. And Paul Dallalana with nowhere to go on the back of that one. So Keating continues in his second stint, having started that car. And Dallalana reported to the stewards for abusing track limits. So
it's going to be a drive-through. That's going to cost him 30 seconds.
More pain added to the Aston Martin pile, unfortunately. TF Sports Aston then back up to second place. And they were the car that dominated in 2019 from pole position, becoming the 3rd car in the GTM class to win from pole.
Well, here's the good news for TF Sports. There's plenty of it. Just 10 seconds back from the leader. And whenever at this point Ben Keating gets out the car, that's the bronze time done. Whereas Satoshi Ashino is just into his first stint of bronze time. It's an hour and 15 minutes they must do. This race is swinging radically in the direction of TF Sport.
Yeah, the only cars to have won from pole here in GTM were all Aston Martins. TF Sport in 2019, and Aston's won in 2013 and 2016 as well. Christian Reed here with Takeshi Kimura, the car guy of car guys, just outside. You've got Keating car guy leading, or second place in the pale blue Aston. You've got car guy boss Takeshi Kimura right behind, and looking for 9th place from stalwart Christian Reed.
Yeah, Proton car guy, Christian Reed, unless they're ever present here in the FIWC. What do we mean by that? We mean that since 2012 and the start of the FI World Endurance Championship, every single race.
Information to the pit lane, drive-through penalty, car 9898 for abusing track limits even after the warning flag.
That's the confirmation
drive
of what's
penalty, car 98 for abusing track limits even after the warning flag.
Kimura sends it down the inside. Christian Reed leaves the door open because he knows Kimura's coming, and also because there's a P2 car coming through as well. That's 38, the fourth place Jota car of Will Stevens.
He is catching Lorenzo Colombo as Colombo tries to catch the 2 cars ahead. And for me at the moment, it's the lead 2 and that 4th place car of Will Stevens, the cars with the real pace in that group.
Robin Freins and Sebastian Bourdais both sitting the fastest first sector of the race for their cars. Robin Freins in second, closing down Ed Jones, the class leader. And Sebastian Bourdais coming up from 10th place in the Vector Sport car number 10.
So I wonder what happened with these 2 Toyotas out in front. Kobayashi looked like he comfortably had the speed compared to Buemi in the first stint, but in the second stint it's clearly been the other way around.
But Buemi only 1.3 seconds ahead. Now, I'm saying only because it is a very small amount of time, but it is just enough for him to justify getting or being allowed to go in front. A very slight mismatch on tyre pressures or something, whether the 2 driver teams have asked for a little bit different and one's not quite working.
Well, we know that Buemi went out there with very low tyre pressures, especially on the left rear, because he was complaining that he had a warning. And that can sometimes actually benefit you in the long run. As they come up to temperature, they don't then overheat because you're carrying a tyre with less pressure inside it. So maybe, was it a slight mistake? Was it intentional?
Something as simple as that.
Yeah.
A pound or so of pressure can make that sort of difference. So, again, Peugeot will be learning all those lessons, as all the new teams that come to World Endurance will have to. Ed Jones leads LMP2 from Robin Freins by not very much. Paul-Luc Chatin being closed down by Esteban Gutierrez. Paul-Luc, now then, AF Corsa into the pit lane. Niklas Nielsen, because Francois Perraudot stopped out of kilter with everybody else at the end of a short second stint, they will continue to do that because they can't magically make their fuel go any further. So they'll be out of kilter until the end of the race. They're not deliberately back-timing it from the flag, it's just that Perraudot, for reasons we're not aware of yet, needed to get out of the car. I think that can be the only answer. Maybe Louise can go down and just have a chat with Francois, because he's always pretty open about these things.
A maximum of only 4 mechanics allowed over that white line or yellow line in the pit lane at any time. That's very different from Formula One, where you can have anyone around the car at any point. And so it's a bit more choreography that's required in sports cars, so as they work their way around that car.
Battle now for 3rd place, so this is the number 36 Alpine, closing now rapidly on James Foster. Before I forget, by the way, another fastest lap of the race a couple of laps ago now in LMP2 that came from Robin Freins, a 1:33.017.
I think Nato in 5th, also going quicker than before.
I think it's becoming pretty evident in this race. Double stinting a set of tyres is not a good idea. Definitely not a good idea. As a minimum, you change for left-hand side only. Ideally, all 4 of them.
You just saw as they began that long double right-hander that ends the lap, the Peugeot's front washing out the Alpine, really much more stuck. It's the left front tyre that does all the work here, really takes the severe loads, and that's the one that's starting to give up. So Peugeot are learning all these things. When Porsche arrive, they're going to have to learn them as well. Of course, they've got more recent LMP1 experience with the 919 hybrid than Peugeot did, so they've got more recent relevant experience. But all the new teams, when Cadillac come, when BMW comes, when Ferrari comes, they're all going to have to learn these lessons. You can't know it.
And without coming here,
you can figure it out, but you need to know.
Without coming here as well for the last 2 seasons of racing, and I think even in 2019, it predominantly was wet. It's very hard, therefore, to look back at previous races and go, what did they do with the tyres? So much changes over time.
We haven't had a dry race since 2016.
And we've never had a dry race here, or a race with hypercars.
No, exactly. Let's hear from the Peugeot team then.
I don't have much of an answer for him at the moment, mate. It's all I got, flat out. Copy, James. All good, all good.
Well, Louise has been down to AF Corsa, by the way, and Francois Perraudot got out because he had completed his driving time and wanted to let the rest of the guys go a little bit quicker in the car. So the Alpine is definitely closing in, and for Andre Negrão, you know, an opportunity to move back up into a podium position is really important because these guys, the Alpine drivers, are leading the points, and Peugeot are nowhere in the points, but it doesn't mean they're invisible. It means that they will, if they finish ahead of Alpine, they'll take valuable championship points away as the Toyotas are sort of romping away at the front of the field.
The problem that we have here with Negrão trying to work his way through the Peugeot is that it's not fast enough, the Alpine, in a straight line. We saw that deficit in Monza against the Toyota. They're having the same problem here as well. It makes overtaking the car in front ever so difficult. He's going to have to do an almighty lunge down the inside of a corner like this one here at turn 6. Can he get a good run through traffic? He's going to have to make his move stick under the brakes, because in a straight line, you can see riding on board here now, the Peugeot just motors away and gives himself that breathing space before the braking zones.
Oh,
he hasn't been seen just at the last minute. That was heart in the mouth moment there for James Rossiter.
And for Hoshino, suddenly he's turning in. Oh my goodness, where's he come from?
And once again for Rossiter, that's the thing, that's the advantage he's got here. He knows all of the risky points and where to place his car around this Fuji International Speedway. A very long in the tooth racer around this track in the GT category.
I think actually the way that Peugeot's program has worked has really worked well for James Rossiter. Monza, everything was a bit of a carnage disaster. Nobody really came out of that with sort of any established feel of what was going on. To come here as their second race with a car hopefully that's more reliable and better paced and everything, he's really painted himself very firmly into the team with this opening stint. He's doing a great job on clearly not the right tyre choice. He's still opening up margins in traffic. He's using his knowledge, but that will give him the self-confidence to be able to ask the team to do things that perhaps he didn't feel he might have had beforehand.
His problem on this lap, though, is he's not going to have the protection of that traffic very much longer. They're going to get to more clear air. I think that's going to start to tip the balance back towards the Alpine. On that last lap, by the way, we saw those shenanigans in traffic for both of the hypercars involved in this battle. Actually, James Rossiter pulled out a couple of tenths on that. So whereas it looked like the inevitability was looming, you're absolutely right, Ant. He maximised every opportunity at every corner and pulled out a bigger gap.
Lock up there from Esteban Gutierrez, a guarantee that car did not take tyres. The Inter-Europol LMP2 car really struggling. 3 of our class leaders are on the front straight. In fact, they've just gone through turn 1, and the battle for 3rd place continues to climb this uphill mountain switchback section. This is real mountain goat territory, isn't it?
It is.
You just walk it, and you know the car's desperately trying to wheel spin its way out
and
of all these turns.
And it's all off camber as well. It's in a racing car. It's hard enough to run up it. In a racing car, you're really struggling to keep the rear intact. In check through all of the exits of those corners.
Look at the way Rossiter just went away through there. Yeah, but he still went away through there. In lap or not,
it's suffering in the straight line, that Alpine.
Really lost. But it was also suffering through that entire uphill section.
Here we go. The battle continues at the front of LMP2 with Ed Jones fending off, and actually, I must say, doing a brilliant job fending off the ever feisty Robin Freins. I feel like Freins is getting a bit impatient.
Colombo is still 8 seconds away from behind, so Ed Jones has still got no help in this.
Maybe
nobody's attacking Freins from behind, it's just he's holding him off.
Maybe what you need to do to maximise the performance of an Oreca 07, to hit it hard in the side right at the beginning of the race, because it's been ridiculously competitive, that 28 car this weekend.
Agreed.
And Ed Jones, you're quite right, has been doing a phenomenal job, as did Jonathan Aberdeen in the same car in the first stint. Jojo will be delighted with this.
And look, let's make no bones about this. They are very much the less fancied driver lineup because you know, you look at the 38
less well
car,
proven in LMP2, certainly.
Less experienced and you know, less less well-rounded maybe from all their other racing experience. So yeah, I think they're doing a great job.
I think this would be frustrating, Robin Frijns.
No end.
Because I think he thought when he jumped in the car, he would just go and get that car 28, get into the lead and start pulling away, making a nice gap for themselves. And it just isn't materialising that way. It hasn't worked out that way at all for him. He's going to have to really dig deep to get past. I think he just has the speed, but
he'll be on the radio going, "What's Da Costa doing?" "It's not Da Costa, mate." What? Who is it? Ed Jones. Who? Because he won't know him that well. So yeah, I'm absolutely sure that Robin got in going, right, I've got this. Yeah, 3 laps, I'll be gone. We're going to have a big lead at the end of this.
Is placing that car everywhere he needs to put it, and doing a grand job of keeping such an intimidating driver, I'd say, behind him. This is the closest it's been, I think, out of the exit of the final corner for quite some time for Frijns, but I'm not sure it's going to be enough to mount a challenge.
But the problem is, the Toyota's going to come steaming by, and if he doesn't clear Ed Jones, then Frijns can't get by either. He will clear Ed Jones, and Ed goes around the Iron Dames Ferrari, which is currently still in, it's up to 3rd place now.
Oh dear, what's happened here with car 91?
That's 88. And 91, so that's the AM class car of
Patrick Lindsay.
Who's in it? Yeah, Patrick Lindsay
and Richard Leeds.
Oh dear. Down the inside into turn 5. Lindsay had no idea he was going to spot turn 5.
I'd have to pass more blame there on Leeds. That was a pretty late move. It wasn't fully alongside. Tried to back out of it at the last minute, but a very costly error. And unfortunate. I think he might receive a penalty as well for that one, because you've spun out another car.
There'll be a second penalty for that car if he does, after track limits for Jimmy Bruni earlier in the race.
Jan Halen joining that crew and picking up a 5-minute hold in free practice for track limit violations.
Track limits at several points, I seem to recall.
Yes, there was a little, in fact, he didn't have a hold, did he? It was just a message that said, reported for track limit violations at turn 3, 5, 7, 11, 15. It just sort of went all the way across the screen.
We can hear from Leeds now.
Is the car okay?
First impression, yes. As long as nothing lets go in the tyre department, they should be able to keep going.
And it's almost carbon cop here with the second Toyota about to go by.
Yeah. And Robin was nowhere near clear enough anyway.
No, not going to happen this lap.
As that
Toyota cannot get by.
As that incident happened, Martin, you just commenting on Sarah Bovey, mentioned Ben Keating and the TF Sport car being in a good position here. Ben closing in on the lead of Satoshi Yoshino again as he get close to the end of his second full stint. The second car, and the only other car that's had the bronze driver in from the start, is indeed the number 85 car. So 33 and 85 looking very good indeed in getting through all of their bronze time. That's already done, but they're doing it with full double stints for both drivers.
Jean-Eric Verne out of the 93 Peugeot, the one with all the problems. Now I wonder whether they're going to make adjustments, whether that goes back into the garage or whether it is just going to have to get on with it. I thought Sarah Bovey was now up to 3rd after Paul Dall'Anna served his penalty, but hadn't seen that AF Corsa's Francesco Castellacci has got by both of them and is now up to 3rd. So the Iron Dames car is still in 4th.
That Toyota's in trouble.
That Toyota is no faster than the LMP2 car. Let's hear from the number 8 team.
Tell the next driver, we need to carry the brake very long into turn 1, turn 5, turn 14, 16. We need to carry the brakes long, otherwise no front end. Copy.
Okay, so you need to carry the brakes long into the big braking areas, or trail brake into turn 5. I mean, it's not a big stop.
Otherwise, no front end.
Yeah.
That was the key message there. Yeah. They're suffering Toyota with the front end of the car. We heard Kobayashi in the first stint complaining that the front left was dropping away from him. He's into the pits now.
Right, so they did left sides only last stint.
Driver change.
So it'll be 4 fresh tyres for the new driver, and then he'll have a half set for the second stint, you would think.
Should explain why I said the Porsche's in trouble, the Toyota's in trouble. that Toyota got between the two lead LMP2 cars into turn one. He was still there.
You're right.
Yeah.
I don't know if they had any other GT traffic later on in the lap.
Well, he has cleared them now, but only just. In comes the third place car, James Rossiter. I tell you what, heroes welcome. This is a big, big stint from James Rossiter.
And he kept that Alpine behind him as well.
Yes,
even on very old tyres and a fresh set going on, as you rightly predicted, Martin.
I mean, that's not a prediction, it's just what they always do.
Would be risky.
No, it's what they always do. New driver gets new boots because you don't want the second-hand old rubbish that's been abused by somebody else.
Well, and also because of the driver change time, it's the right place to do it.
8 stays out.
8's in. 8 is in.
They're a lap offset, aren't they? They were from the start. So here's Buemi now. That's why we heard the message from Buemi getting their next driver prepared for where and how to brake. Just elongate your braking zone, just to help the balance of the car, to really slow it down before you commit to the corner.
I thought the interesting bit out of that actually was tell the next driver. Did he not know what the routine was? The only thing he was interested in was that he was starting. He didn't know who was coming up next. He said, tell the next driver.
Yes,
not tell Brendan.
Yeah, well, I mean, sometimes the plan can change. But, yeah, so, I mean, you never fully, you can't assume that it's going to be that, you know, you stick into the...
Yes, Anda masih menyaksikan live streaming World Endurance Championship 2022 di YouTube-nya KUY Entertainment dalam seri 6 Hours of Fuji. Dan kembali saya ingin menyapa sobatku yang menyaksikan live streaming di YouTube KUY Entertainment. Mungkin mau nyapa-nyapa atau juga kalau ada yang mau nanya ke Mas Arief nanti kita jawab langsung. Dan ini ada dari Januari Ritman. Sekarang 31 WRT siapa yang bawa? Sekarang yang lagi bawa adalah Robin Franz ya. Tadi di awal sudah ada Sean Glyle dan sekarang Robin Franz yang sedang menjadi pembalapnya di WRT 31. Kemudian ada lagi yang mau nanya-nanya atau mau kasih dukungan untuk Sean Glyle ataupun tim WRT 31 untuk meraih podium pertama di akhir balapan nanti. Dan kalau kita tadi lihat Mas Arief cukup alot, tadi saya mendengar berapa kali komentatornya juga bahkan bilang ketika Robin Franz masuk mungkin banyak yang berekspektasi dia akan langsung ngebut dan juga melibas semua pesaing-pesaingnya, tapi ternyata dia cukup alot yang menghadapi dari Jones yang ada di depannya, Mas Arief. Ya, tadi statement pertama dia akan langsung ngebut ya, itu memang langsung ngebutnya kelihatan ya, dia bahkan sudah membuat fast lap di kelas LMP2 sekarang. Sementara ini ya, sementara ini 1.330 ya, dan dia memangkas jarak dari 4 detik sampai terakhir tuh 0, terhadap Edward Jones ya. Itu yang pertama. Yang kedua, Edward Jones juga bukan pembalap sembarangan. Dia juga pembalap istilahnya pembalap bagus juga di Jota 28 ya. Dan dia dia bisa memaintain walaupun di pressure terus oleh Robin Franz, tapi dia juga bisa memaintain kecepatan dia walaupun memang ada beberapa momen yang tidak menolong seperti yang sekarang kita lihat ini. Sebelumnya itu ada hypercar Toyota yang berada di antara mereka. Sebelumnya, sekarang tadi barusan Puzo, tapi sudah lewat. Sekarang ini tinggal Robin Franz, mudah-mudahan bisa menyusul Edward Jones. Mungkin banyak orang bertanya kenapa Robin Franz tadi sempat 0, lalu mundur lagi. Bisa jadi Robin Franz ini menahan penggunaan ban. Oh, oke. Karena banyak kan dia pakai ban. Sekaligus info soal ban ya. Tadi Sean yang pit stop kedua itu memang dia nggak ganti ban. Barusan dapat info dari Fuji ya, itu memang nggak ganti ban. Jadi murni Sean memang drive dengan ban yang sama dari stint 1 ke stint 2. Dan ini Robin pakai ban baru. Robin pakai ban baru, dia bisa ngejar, dan karena ban ini akan digunakan juga sama persis ya untuk stint keduanya Robin nanti atau stint keempat WRT 31. Jadi bisa dipahami kalau Robin itu kadang-kadang mendekat, kadang-kadang jauh, karena kalau dia bisa aja mungkin ini bahkan sekarang sudah 0,2 ya Mas ya?
0,2. Ngepush bisa aja melebihi kemampuan mobilnya sekarang, tapi dia harus dia pasti dapat info dari race engineer jangan lupa ban juga harus ditahan-tahan atau dihemat lah untuk pemakaian 2 stint. Tapi saya yakin dan kita berharap sehemat-hematnya Robin menggunakan ban dengan speed yang dia punya, dia akan menyusul Edward Jones. Apakah di stint ini atau setelah stint nanti, setelah pit stop yang ketiga untuk tim, atau yang pit stop pertama bagi Robin ya.
Kalau tadi mungkin kita fokus ke depan terus Mas, ada Jota 28 yang memang jaraknya sudah tipis. Tapi kalau melihat dari belakangnya ada Colombo, seberapa bisa menyulitkannya kan nanti di belakang ada si Prema Orlen tadi?
Ya, kalau Colombo mungkin tidak, ya bukan kita mengecilkan, tapi saat ini di atas track di atas track tidak terlalu mengkhawatirkan sebagai ancaman bagi Robin ya.
Oke.
Itu.
Nah itu dia, kalian kasih dukungan karena sekarang sudah makin tipis gap antara Jota 28 dan juga tim WRT 31. Tadi yang terakhir kita lihat ada 0,2 detik, sangat tipis sekali. Kita doakan saja supaya Robin Franz dengan bisa kembali ngebut dan bisa kembali merebut pole position atau peringkat pertama dari kelas LMP itu ya. Dan saya juga ingin kembali mengucapkan terima kasih kepada KFC, Pertamina, Paseo, BNI, MS Glow, J9090 Corp, Taco Bell, Naughty by Nature, dan Telkomsel yang telah mendukung live streaming World Endurance Championship 2022 di KUY Entertainment. Ngomongin soal balapan, pastinya nggak jauh-jauh dari mesin nih. Berarti hal yang harus diingat adalah rasio kompresi dan nilai oktan yang terdapat pada BBM Anda. Karena apa? Karena nilai oktan yang ada pada BBM itu harus tepat dan sesuai dengan rasio kompresi. Jadi kalau punya mesin yang rasio kompresinya tinggi, maka juga butuh BBM dengan oktan tinggi agar timing pembakaran di ruang mesin itu tepat waktu. Kalau terbakar dengan timing yang tepat, maka mesin bisa menghasilkan pembakaran sempurna. Nah, balik lagi ke pembahasan mesin. Jadi intinya adalah jangan salah pilih BBM untuk kendaraan kita. Apalagi yang punya kompresi tinggi, yang cc-nya besar, kayak moge atau mobil sport. Nggak boleh tuh diisi sama BBM beroktan rendah. Harus dikasih BBM yang punya oktan tinggi kayak Pertamax Turbo. Karena Pertamax Turbo itu punya RON atau Research Octane Number dengan nilai 98. Oktan tinggi ini cocok banget di mesin kendaraan yang punya kompresi tinggi biar si mesin bisa dapat pembakaran sempurna. Jika mesin bisa menghasilkan pembakaran sempurna, maka tenaga dan akselerasi mesin juga jadi meningkat. Pemakaian bahan bakar pun juga jadi lebih efisien. Dan gas buang yang dihasilkan dari mesin juga lebih ramah lingkungan karena nilai kadar karbon menjadi rendah. Makanya, sekali lagi gue ingetin, khususnya kalian lagi nonton, cek nilai oktan yang cocok untuk mesin kendaraan kita. Kita juga harus bijak untuk memilih BBM yang tepat agar mesin jadi lebih sehat dan performa serta akselerasinya juga semakin meningkat. Itu dia. Kalau kita sekarang tadi sudah lihat semakin tipis, berikan kembali dukungannya di kolom chat dan juga bantu doa pastinya untuk Robin Franz, tim WRT 31 untuk bisa kembali membalap di posisi pertama dan juga merebut tadi ya, di depannya ada Jones. Kita doakan dan kita lihat nanti semoga 1 jam ke depan ada perbaikan. Oke Sobat Kuy, kita lanjut tonton bersama Mas Arif juga dan juga Sobat Kuy, selamat menyaksikan.
Super.
It is 5 seconds added to the next pit stop for car 91, by the way, after that impact with the 88.
So we are 2 hours in now to the 6 hours at Fuji, round 5 of the FIA World Endurance Championship. LMP2 race leader Ed Jones is in the pits, and Graham Goodwin, 28 stopped a lap earlier than 38 at the beginning of the race. It's stopping a lap earlier than the rest of the field, still because this tank has only the same amount of fuel and they all stopped a lap later. So Ed Jones, at the end of a really strong stint now, releases Robin Franz for 1 single lap, and chasing him, Lorenzo Colombo in what was 3rd is now 2nd. There's the 38 Jota Sport car in 4th place.
Right, I'm going to move from mildly dismissive tone to do Ed Jones' stint to say that was a brilliant stint from Ed Jones.
Yep.
By the way, we just before that pit stop saw the first sub 133 lap from a P2 car, and it was Ed Jones and not Robin Franz. Robin Franz has done a couple of 33 zeros, but not broken the 130 mark. Ed Jones with a 129.
Jota's Ed Jones and Alex Lynn and Philip Albuquerque both in on this lap as well for United Autosport. So United not only not going as fast as we'd expected, but not going as far as we expected because they stopped on different laps early in the race. 23 was in first, 22 came in a lap later, but they are in the pit lane at the same time. So there is something not working quite as it ought to in United Autosports. WRT lead, Robin Frijns ahead of Prema's Lorenzo Colombo by 11.3 seconds. And again, Lorenzo Colombo was not closing on Ed Jones in the lead of the race at all. Will Stevens there, that's the second Jota car, the one with the green mirrors, hugely easily identifiable. He is in third place, closing on Lorenzo Colombo.
And he's catching him. He's catching him and catching him fast at the moment. So faster than we've seen at any point in this stint. He's closing in.
Here's Seb Prio behind Mikkel Pedersen in the Team Project 1 Porsche. That is a GT-AM battle for 8th place in the class.
Two very quick young men indeed in these Porsches, as they have been through this season. Pedersen and Prio learning their craft in these GTEs, and both impressed through the 2022 season.
WRT in the pit lane, car number 31, D-station in from the lead in GTE-AM. Satoshi Hoshino staying in, so he will double stint. When the TF Sport car comes in, of Ben Keating, the bright blue car,
Keating leads.
He will be, well, he'll come in from the lead, but he will be getting out of the car having done 2 hours and 15 minutes probably of 1 hour and 15-minute drive time minimum. So Ben Keating, he does like to get full mileage out of the car, he really does. So Sebastian Prio now knocking on the door. Mikkel Pedersen just ahead of him in 8th place. Can Prio send it down the inside? He's getting closer, closer, closer. Prio around the outside at turn 1. Couldn't quite squeeze through on Mikkel Pedersen. Battle for 8th place. He forced Pedersen to go deep and shallow on the brakes, or deeper into the braking area, but turning in shallow and still hanging on the outside. Good stuff from the man in the 77 Porsche. Sebastian Prio goes through.
Yeah, very nicely done there by Prio. Did the cut back, switch around in turn 1. And then hung it around the outside and stayed within track limits as well for good measure. Car 38, Will Stevens in the pits, and so Prema stay out there once again for that lap longer. So they built that offset in the previous stint, so we expect them in the next lap.
Yeah, Antonio Felix da Costa standing in the garage, just watching there. The ultimate car comes in from 2nd place in Pro-Am. LMP2 Pro-Am. But here is the Prema car, though.
So he's in a bit of traffic here, and actually I think what will happen is Will will also have, oh no, I think, are they going to change one side of the tyres? Are they going to do that again down there, Jota, or just stay out there for a double stint?
It didn't hurt Ed Jones, did it?
No, it didn't, but yeah, so Prema in a bit of traffic there.
Here he comes.
Yeah. That's the 38 car.
So you're going to have to wait until the Prema's come in.
Also on the pit lane, by the way, as we follow the ultimate car in, right behind him was Ben Keating. So door is open. I can see Ben Keating getting out, so he is done for the day, unless he fancies having to go later.
That
and in
really
comes
wasn't
the
useful, was it? Sit behind that United the whole way round. I mean, he was just ahead of Will Stevens the previous lap before Will pitted. I don't think that did him any good at all, sitting behind the United.
And the United car, fresh out of the pit lane, so still not really leaning on those tyres, being cautious.
We'll see how it plays out. They were slightly quicker in the pit stop last time around when both Jota and Prema pitted exactly the same time, nose to tail.
Again, Stevens cost him half a second on that in-lap. The Prema car on the in-lap, 138.5, 138.1 for Will Stevens.
Watching on our circuit map for where Will Stevens is. He's just come out of turn 12 into 13 now.
He's 8 seconds back from teammate Ed Jones, who stayed in the 28 car, of course.
Again, they're going to need dynamite to get Ed Jones out of that car, same as James Rosser having the time of his life, the same as Jonathan Aberdeen was in that 28 car. Those guys are having a fantastic day. So across the line goes the 31 car.
So here comes Prema coming out. We're going to look to the right-hand side, see where Will Stevens is.
I think
he had done it. Yeah, I just
saw side by side. Yeah,
France leads by distance. They were 3 seconds quicker in the pits than Jota.
I think, yeah, 28. It was 28, not 38, that was coming down the straight. The first green car that we just saw in the corner of the frame. So the 28 car of Ed Jones is ahead of Lorenzo Colombo, but you're right, Robin Fines was held up. Okay, driver change at Iron Dame. Sarah Bovey has done her drive time.
Oh, and some, 2 hours and 15 minutes, 14 minutes for
getting in.
Sarah Bovey, and she comes in from second place, having tussled it out there with silver ranked drivers in the cars around her.
And then as a GT driver,
Rahel changed her helmet.
And then as a GT driver, the thing that always fascinates me is that they've got no driver helpers. The driver, I mean, you're so tired when you come in anyway after a long stint like that one, and then you've got to think fast to go through all the motions of putting the next driver into the car.
Yeah.
It's a tall order. It's asking a lot for, you know, that mental capacity that you need. When you come in, you're so drained that all you want to do is just get out, flop on the floor when you get into the garage.
Yeah, but she's fitter than X-Ray sometimes. Yeah. No, you're absolutely right. And you've got racing gloves on and everything else.
I just wanted to get out of there, get into the garage, and just, you know, recover as quick as possible.
That's the difference between being a prima donna pro
and
a genuine racer.
And a true GT driver, yeah.
Francesco Castellacci, the silver rank driver in the 54 car, comes in. It is a change to Thomas Fleur.
From the lead, he's had a really good run in this car as well, Francesco. Brought it back from sort of 8th or so in class, right up to the top of the pile.
So did we cover why and how Robin Fines jumped ahead by quite some margin?
3 seconds quicker in the pits.
How did that happen? Why? Jota aren't there. I mean, they're no slouches when it comes to pit stops.
No. WRT clearly did the job there. Vector Sport, by the way, really quick in the pits, quicker than WRT.
Sarah Bovey and Michelle Gatting there giving the debrief. So it is Rahel Fry. I thought Rahel's had a much more sort of red and white Swiss colours. It's got an awful lot of pink on it and pink and blue, so she's obviously had a change there. But the F on the helmet.
Ricky Chavez making his entry to the race. Last time, of course, he was in a WEC race. He was upside down and airborne. Horrific shunt at Monza that took out the car after
the last time anyone was in a WEC race, he was upside down and airborne.
But this is a replacement car. They shipped one of the ELMS cars from Monza. Most of the cars having to make their way directly here. Containers were loaded on the evening of that race to make the shipping deadlines.
Yeah, shipping around the globe is one of many things that are very, very different over the last couple of years.
This is our new leader, the 33 car.
Back in front, car that started from pole position.
Yeah, they've had a bit of an up and down race, really, haven't they? Started from pole, dropped back behind the lady you're seeing on screen right now, early on in those stages.
Start, didn't she?
And then they've come back stronger later on, so I think it's just depending on which driver is in the car at the time, but yeah, Ben Keating, he had a bit of a slower start to the race, but then he got into the groove later on when he jumped back into the car.
Well, you know, you talked about being kind to the tyres. He and you know, all, again, Francois Perraudin and all those guys who get into the car at the start that are the lower ranked drivers, you've got to survive those opening laps where everybody is trying to win the race. And so he was just being cautious, and Sarah Bovey got her nose in front in the first corner. She jumped the other guys, got away, and that really helped as well.
So, speaking of getting away, sorry, Graham, car 8 with now Brendan Hartley at the wheel that we're watching now is pulling away hand over fist over Jose Maria Lopez. We can hear from Sarah Bovey now.
Yeah, I'm sure she'll have loved that opening stint, and Louise Beckett is down at the Iron Dames garage.
Sarah Bovey, there was some stint. I can see how hard you worked as well.
Yeah, it was tough out there. I mean, after the start was pretty good. Probably I overpushed a little bit on the tires, and the end of my first stint was really tough. After that, in the second stint, I think I managed a bit better, but it's really difficult on this track to be consistent and not making mistakes. Managing the traffic is also extremely challenging. So at the end, I'm quite happy that I managed to stay out of trouble. Now let's hope that we can fight for the podium at the end of the race. My teammates are extremely fast, and I'm quite sure that they will do a good job out there.
Is that what you fed back to the team? What were you feeding back to the team just now?
Yeah, my feedback was that it's about managing the tires properly. But yeah, they have more experience than me in that, and I'm not worried that they're going to do a good job.
All right, thank you.
Thanks.
I'm remarkably impressed with the way in which this Iron Links organisation is working on developing their driver talent pool. They have struggled to get a depth of talent into that programme. It's a conversation I've had a couple of times with them. Sarah Bovey, who came in as a kind of late replacement really in the kind of COVID era, I think has been a remarkable success story for them, but it's only part of the story. We've got Michelle Gatting to come later. I think we're going to see emerge as a real star in GT racing.
Yeah, I think Sarah Bovey, she's been one of the revelations of the World Endurance Championship, and you know, hats off to them as well at Iron Links for running that Iron Dames car, all-female lineup. It's you know, it's necessary and it's exciting. It's what motorsport in general needs. And yes, the talent pool is limited right now for female racing drivers out there, but it shines a light on what can be done.
Absolutely
and inspires younger generations of female wannabe racers to get into a go-kart, to give it a try, try something different in inverted commas from the norm, from that perception. And I think, you know, it is exciting, and I'm glad that they're out there, and also on top of it all, doing a great job. And like Sarah just said, every trust in her teammates. They did the job in Monza, and I'm sure they can do it here as well. Ben Keating and debrief there with his team. And that's his car we're seeing there, the bright blue Aston Martin, works its way around the third sector.
Absolutely
out in
right,
front.
Enrico Chavez. The other aspects, by the way, of that Dames programme, the development programme, principally surrounds the silver drivers, Michelle Gatting and young Dorian Pan, who has featured in a number of their successes this year. And they have a common factor between those two ladies, because they've been put through the Ferrari Challenge. Michelle Gatting, the champion last year, Dorian Pan looking to absolutely dominate it this year, with success, with extra track time, with just a bit of more race smarts involved in that. We've seen more talent emerge. It's a very different way of approaching it, but it is paying dividends. It's turning heads. And I think the phones are starting to ring in terms of other options and opportunities for female drivers, and not just young female drivers, by the way, as well, because one of the big shortages from talking to a number of teams who've looked at programs like this is encouraging perhaps the less young drivers back into motorsport that have had form. Effectively, the traditional bronze drivers, because just the way that society works means there's far fewer proportionately older women drivers in the sport, because society expects that their life choices are going to be different, and indeed in many cases are different. That's where I think we may see the big change in what is going to be a wholly pro-am era in the future.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure it will be, and you know, this is really just the beginning for more exciting things to come.
On board with the Toto Guzzi Racing number 8 car there. That 6-second gap, quite right, what you said a little earlier, and was pulled out quickly, but has now stabilised again.
It has stabilised, yeah. We were just riding on board with Brendan Hartley, who leads this race. I don't know if he's just opened that gap up and realised he's got the pace there and doesn't want to do any further damage to the tyres and just going to keep it around that distance. But since the second stint of this race, the car rate looks like it's had the advantage. It wasn't the case in the first stint. Kobayashi just bolted, didn't he? Got that 1 second lead on the first lap, opened it up to 1.5 to 2 seconds throughout that first stint. As soon as they came in, changed those left-hand side tyres and the fuel went in and they went back out there, it was Buemi had the speed. He got into the lead. Kobayashi was told, that must always be an awkward one, telling the team boss, team principal, to give up position to the car behind. Not sure how that works, but he did. And now here's Jose Maria Lopez in car 7. 6.1 seconds behind, and when they left the pits, it was around 3 seconds.
That's right.
And it's gone up. Brendan's eked that gap out.
It went up rapidly, didn't it?
It did. This is the biggest the gap's been between the two cars the whole race.
And on the last lap, 131.7 for Brendan Hartley, 132.2, so half a second on just that last lap ahead of Jose Maria Lopez.
But it's ebbing and flowing, but
With
over the last
traffic,
3 or 4 laps, it's stabilised around the 6.1, 6.2 seconds. So that gap came out, as we've got, that's the 52 car.
Miguel Molina walking away.
This is into the Corvette, by the way, has already been in and out.
Looking there on screen, you've got the Alpine. So they've worked their way back ahead of the Car 94 Peugeot, with now Loic Duval at the wheel.
And 15 seconds up the road as well, so that's quite a recovery from ahead of the Peugeot, quite a recovery from where they were behind the Peugeot when James Rossiter was in that car predominantly for the first couple of hours.
Well, the Alpine was definitely coming back at them, wasn't it? And
yes.
they were on the same tyre strategy. I just assumed the Alpine had just put on at least one side, but they didn't.
No.
After hearing that interview from Negral saying, no, we just kept the tyres on that car. So that followed the same strategy as Peugeot.
So it also means that the Alpine is better at the end of a longer stint than the Peugeot is yet on worn tyres. And so again, that's something that Peugeot will have to learn, is how to manage the tyre and how to get the most out of it for as long as possible.
Lapierre makes me smile, just see how ragged he was on the exit of turn one. Yeah, he loves it. He gets really stuck in. But we went in a hire car once with him around a racetrack. It was Nagara, and it was the scariest thing I've ever done. He really wanted to break that car.
He does have a bit of, he has that stare that you see sometimes from a race driver. 51 car is on pit lane right now as the GTE Pro routine pit stops continue. Driver change.
Leader. Collado is out of the Ferrari. It's easy in the GT Pro class because there's only 2 drivers, so we know that Alessandro Pierguidi has got in, and it is a 4-tyre change. Now, often when Alessandro starts, he basically drives for 4 hours and then gets out and gives James the fag end of it. But here, James has done 2 hours. Whether Alessandro drives the rest of the race or not remains to be seen.
Wait to see. On board the 94 Peugeot, but it's the 93 that's quicker at the moment. Mikkel Jensen put together a string of really very good laps. In fact, he, until Lopez just crossed the line, was the quickest man in hypercar of the last couple of laps.
I wonder, that car 93, when Jean-Luc Vergne was driving, I wonder if they started this race today with tyre pressures too high.
Yep.
And they would have been with them the whole way through. There's nothing you can do in that circumstance. And it's strange to see now Duval struggling way more than you'd say Rossiter was. And it's, rightly pointed out, Graham, it looks like Mikkel Jensen is the one with the speed.
92 on pit lane from the lead, because we've seen the 2 F Corsa cars stop. That means the Porsches are now going just a little longer. Remember, both of them, or no, actually one of them, the 91 cars are a drive-through.
Yeah, 92 is on the same lap.
Trouble? Is that smoke coming out the back of the pit?
It is.
Oh no, they wanted the reliable race, and that explains why 94. Duval was slowing down. Engine troubles, perhaps, there.
It's from the deck, isn't it? It's not
one of the banks, isn't it?
It's
right
not
back for the engine.
It's not tyre rub.
It's not tyre rub.
No.
Ah, dear, oh dear,
Kevin Esht handing over to Michael Christensen in the 92 Porsche. That car will rejoin in 3rd place. And that's really bad news. Looks like Gus may not get a chance to drive this car, Gustavo Menezes. And that's a big shame after some great work at the start.
And that will be spewing oil and all sorts onto the screen of the United car 22 that follows.
And you don't want to give any time away by dropping back, but you want to drop back when a car is blowing out oil that much. He must come in the pits this time. He does.
It's box now, Loic. Box now. You stay in the car.
Maybe it is tyre. Is that tyre rub? It seemed to be as he picks up the throttle, and it's pretty consistent.
It seems far closer to the centre of the car, but then again,
what is more from the right-hand
where
side?
the tunnel drafts out air under the car. Who knows?
Louise says they're ready to bring the car in.
Yeah, I'm sure
She's
they
standing
are.
down there in the pit lane. So yeah, for me it looked like it was more than tyre.
Yes. Wait and see.
Either way, big shame for that car. They wanted the real light. That was the one thing they really wanted from the race here this weekend.
For James Rossiter, the upside is that he got to star at the beginning of the race in it. So for him, it is a race of positives. But you're right. This is. We've got one more race in the championship, and then, oh boy, everything starts really for real next year for Peugeot. They've got to be looking to win Le Mans next year.
You seem to have a turbo issue.
Okay, now whether it's a turbo seal that's going and is blowing things through, but that is a supplier component issue rather than a fundamental. I suppose everything, even when you're building an engine, unless you're forging your own con rods and pistons and everything else, everything is a supplier issue. But the big problem then for the very bouncy, porpoisey number 93 car is that they have the same engine. It doesn't necessarily mean you're going to have the same,
exactly.
50 euro part going wrong.
Is it a quality control issue? I mean, we didn't see enough of them on track in Monza for other problems potentially to rise, but as the team of
I wonder how many
to the back end of the
1,000
car.
kilometres they've already done in testing. Porsche have done 5,000 kilometres or something, and more at the moment. So they will have run this car a lot.
A lot, yeah. I mean, I know they've had their problems, and you do expect that from a brand new project, brand new car. But I'm sure. I mean, I haven't heard of any turbo fragility at all from this car in all of the testing from speaking to the drivers and team members. It hasn't really come up.
83 being handed a penalty for multiple changes of direction. So basically some pretty severe weaving. 10-second penalty added to their next stop. So it doesn't mean you have to come and do a stop and hold. It means you serve it later.
Well, that's both of the untroubled LP2M cars with penalties just issued. 10 seconds added for 83. That's the of course car. So a bit late now, and 5 for the ultimate car. That was overtaking off the racing surface.
Niklas Nielsen is too good to be weaving. Here we go. Look, this is the battle with the ultimate car.
He was off the track. That one was off the track, so he went all 4 wheels over the white line.
Didn't have
in
any
his
option,
overtake.
did he? So he was alongside and he got squeezed up to the pit wall.
That's quite ironic, isn't it? They've both been penalised for effectively the same incident.
Same incident, yeah. One for squeezing and one for driving off the track in the overtake. But yeah, I do tend to agree there, Mars. You either make contact, like we saw in Monza.
It's either you're penalised either for exceeding track limits or causing an avoidable collision. Yeah, exactly. I could have avoided it by exceeding track limits. Which penalty is worse?
I've never been fond of the squeeze on a straight. I always thought it was completely pointless.
That's not big boys racing.
Yeah,
if he's coming by,
pointless.
he's coming by. You've got another 3.5 hours to sort it out.
I never felt I was going to back out of a move like you just saw. I was never going to back out of somebody trying to intimidate you when you're already alongside them in the straight. It's like, what do you think I'm going to do? Just get on the brakes and back out of it. You've been doing this since you're an 8-year-old kid. It's it's like we're not in Formula Ford racing anymore. This is professional racing in a world championship level. Don't turn in on me when I'm driving in a straight line.
And at least here there is a solid surface beyond the white line. You see people still doing it year after year at Spa, just easing somebody else over onto the grass.
Before they're alongside you,
that.
Before they're alongside you, you anticipate it, then you move over. That's fair enough, but not when someone is already. The move is done. You can't stop them coming through.
Alpine carving through traffic in the hands of Nico Lapierre.
53 seconds back from the second of the Totas. It's a quick lap underway at the moment by
from Brendan Hartley. Yes,
not the first time in this stint he's put in the fastest first sector of the race, but it is indeed a quick lap for him. It's not quite the fastest lap time of the race so far. It's the quickest lap time for number 8. It's a 1:30.859. Fastest lap was set in lap 2 by Kamui Kobayashi. a 130.735.
Whereas that car is currently doing a 131.2. So
yeah, so the 6.1 second gap that was there and thereabouts for 2 or 3 laps has been somewhat smashed. It's now 7.1 seconds.
Yeah.
So further second gain by the number 8 car on the sister number 7.
Now number 8 currently weaving its way through traffic.
Also means, by the way, the number 8 is now a full minute ahead of this car, the 36 car. So as we see the number 36 cross the line, the lead car is in turn 12.
Really important for the Alpine team to get back in front of either or both of the Peugeots, because it's not just about being ahead of Peugeot, it's these 3 drivers in the Alpine battling to maintain their points advantage. Ferdy Hausberg plugged in and getting ready to go.
He shares the car, the number 41 car, real team by WRT, with Norman Nato at the wheel at the moment.
Car down in 5th place in LMP2, car number 41 in 9th place overall. Would have been 10th place overall. Trouble for number 10 car. Is that Sebastian Bourdais?
Yeah, penultimate corner there.
So coming towards the end of his...
Don't know if that was just
towards the end of his double stint.
Was there another car involved with that?
Behind Dame's car has gone off.
That was Sebastian Bourdais rather wandered across there, I'm afraid.
That's elderly drivers for you, I'm afraid. As Sarah Bovey had to kind of, not Sarah Bovey, Rahal Frey had to take huge avoiding action. Now he'd just gone around the D station car, and maybe just overcommitted a little.
Yeah, just lost it. I'm not sure what happened in that last corner over the
Is
Ferrari.
he a rookie here? Has he raced here before?
Sebastian?
Yeah.
I'm not sure, you know. I think he might be one of your 46 drivers or whatever it was. That 47 drivers never been here before.
Vincent Vos there in the cap. Thierry Tassard, the Belgian racing... any Belgian racing legend who hangs up his helmet automatically seems to move into management at WRT. Thierry Tassard is there. Kurt Molliken, also another good Belgian racing driver.
So this fight carries on here from that last corner, the off.
And the 98 car Nicky Team up against Rahel Frey. 2 pro drivers in their lineups. Ollie Milroy being warned for abusing track limits in the 56 Project 1 Inception racing car.
The answer, by the way, on Sebastian Bourdais is yes, he has raced here before.
Yeah.
For Toro Rosso in Formula 1.
Of course, yeah. Of course.
Well, now, I might have assumed that he'd raced at Suzuka, but it's a very narrow window if you're a Formula 1 driver who's raced at Fuji. How many races were there?
I think there were 2, weren't there? 2007 and 8.
So it is a very narrow window.
But he was here.
Yeah, there you go. So that big moment for Rahel. Again, just very different way that this front-engined GT that is the Aston Martin makes its speed compared to the Ferrari. Ferrari picks up off the corner quicker. Team was closing through the final turns, but now as they approach VMAX, look, he starts to close in again. Plus you get the slipstream.
She defends on the inside there.
That's the way to do it.
Going to make him drive round the outside. We have seen moves around the outside. He's not quite far enough alongside. And that was nicely done there, just squeezing him out on the exit of the corner, putting her car in all the right places.
Yeah. And
get back over to the, take the racing line. Yeah, nicely done once again. You wouldn't want to compromise your line on the way in. Fisichella looks on.
Behind them is Tommy Milner in the Corvette. Now, a pro-class car compared to these AM-class cars, but the cars are the same sort of generation, if you like. Yeah. And the Corvette is almost no quicker than these 2 pros in the Ferrari and the Aston.
There's a slight difference. There's a difference in tyres. There's a difference in the balance performance applied.
Might have to go here down the inside. No, there's she's protected because there's an LMP2 coming down the inside as well.
As long as he gets out of the way and she can make the turn.
But he follows it through, but no, it's not going to make it round there.
No.
This is great racing.
It's easy to block there by just being in the middle of the track. It's too tight from that right to the left to actually be able to get by. And Tommy Milner is right there. And again, Nicky Team's going, go away, you wretched yellow Aston.
He's going to have to be
Corvette,
patient.
Get out of the way.
Nicky Team, remember, a champion in both GTE AM and GTE Pro in the FI World Endurance Championship.
Incredibly quick, especially when he's at the hands of an Aston Martin. Knows it very well. And he's going to be tempted now. He's not enough of a gap. He's further back this lap around, actually, than he was last lap. And that's going to allow the Corvette through. Yeah, there's a better shot of Bourdais' spin. And yeah, just it's so easy to lose the rear end there and on turning. It's very light.
He was offline and on the muck, wasn't he?
He wasn't to blame for that one.
No, there she was offline and on the muck.
Yeah, she just got onto the marbles.
Yeah.
I know she probably wouldn't have put the car there if he wasn't there, but it was not like he squeezed her onto the marbles. That was her own decision to try and go around the outside instead of
he did rather meander up the middle of the road rather than staying on the inside line.
Well, that's the racing line. Yeah. The middle of the track is the racing line, and not the inside. Someone's kicked up the dust on the inside of turn 5, however, and 64 works his way past.
Tommy Milner's gone through past
turn 6.
Nicky Dean. Runs out a little wide. Camera cuts away, but probably not enough to save him from a warning for track limits. So TF Sport still leading. There's John Gore in the centre of your picture, ahead of Aston Martin Racing. D-Station in second, Aston Martin 1-2. The AF Corsa Ferrari 54 in third place. That's the silver car. And the Iron Dames Northwest AMR battle is for fourth. You're looking at it now, the pink Iron Dames car, the multicoloured, for want of a better phrase, Northwest AMR car. And in between them is the GT Pro Class Corvette.
I've been catching this trio as well. Some more traffic fun and games to deal with here.
Yep.
That's the final corner. He should be passed by all of them by the end of into turn 1.
Yeah. If he's not, that's because the Alpine has suddenly hit a very major problem. The team could definitely do without.
They are the slowest of the hypercars in the straight line, of course, but yeah, he still gets that job done. He's out of the way.
He's closing in on Ricardo Pera ahead of him.
Through all this, by the way, under pressure she may be from Nicky T, but she's catching Thomas Fleur, and pretty quickly. That gap 7.2 seconds now to the third place AF Core 54.
And there is Ben Keating's car, the TF Sport Aston, that he started on pole. And that is now Enrique Chavez. Chavez just about to pick up 22nd place overall from the still stationary Peugeot of Loic Duval.
Yeah, Chavez with, what is that, a 23-second lead over Hoshino. Get back to the battle we've been looking at between the Iron Dames Northwest AMR. It's a further 10 seconds or so, but remember, it is this ebb and flow of which driver has been in the car and is in the car.
Now the yellow Ferrari behind is the Iron Lynx car, which is a lap down, but that's Matteo Cressoni. He is obviously here trying to get his lap back from the TF Sport Aston that leads.
He is, other than Rahel Fry, the fastest driver in GTE AM at the moment. You're absolutely right. He's looking to unlap himself from Chavez.
And again, for Enrique Chavez, this is not the battle you're looking for. If the Iron Lynx Ferrari comes calling, let him go. You saw the second AF Corsa Ferrari there, just running out really quite wide in corner 5 as we watch the leader, Alessandro Pierguidi.
Yeah, that was Fuoco, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Antonio Fuoco running wide on the exit of turn 6, and you've got to be
going
careful
around
with
somebody. I didn't quite.
Yeah. Got to be careful of those track limits on that case. That's one of the corners they are definitely looking at. Looking at all of them, but it's
54 Ferrari that he was going around. But
I didn't expect this today. The Ferraris to have the legs on all of the competition in race trim. I know it was always going to be close in qualifying, but I just expected the Porsche would be the one to remain the fastest throughout this weekend.
Yep.
They topped, I think it was all of the practice sessions. Certainly FP3, and then qualifying, they looked like they were the team to beat. Came to the race today, and that has absolutely faded. I think a lot of it's down to the tyre deck. They probably had that one lap performance, which makes it look shiny on the lap times in any session, but when they're at the top of the timesheets. But in the race, you need that balance. You need the car to be kinder on its tyre, and the Ferrari looks like it's done that better than most today. The Corvette, I think, is up there as well, but too many penalties have come their way.
Antonio Fuoco was going around the outside of the 83 AF Corsa LMP2 car. Louise Beckett down on pit road. Louise, what do you know?
Well, just an update for the 94 Peugeot track, and see they they haven't got an answer for me at the moment, but they're going to see how it runs, and then they're going to either talk to us or bring it back in. So that's the situation for 94 just now.
All right, good news, thank you very much. That car has now lost another lap and has dropped from 22nd to 33rd. So they have still got work to do. 92 Porsche, third in the GTE Pro class. Michael Christensen is up.
Okay, good job so far. Tyres from Kevin look a lot better than the first stint. We're keeping the option open in this stint to go strategy Delta on this one, and then 4 at the end.
Alexander Sailing, closest to us, head of Porsche's GT Racing program, and I'm not quite sure what strategy Delta is, but my guess would be that it will be fuel save and try and do as little as possible.
Delta, I would assume, just be following the program, like their predicted strategy.
Okay.
Which suggests that they've been out of that so far this race. Maybe they have been on fuel saving so far, and now they're happy to go for, you know, to stay on Delta, stay neutral basically.
Patrick Lindsay just stopping for Dempsey Proton as the Corvette continues to work its way through the field. Tommy Milner, 5th in GT Pro.
So a bit of a low nil time, isn't it, for Tommy Milner here after the car ran out of fuel coming into the pits for its first stop, also with a drive-through for Nick Tandy for track limits.
Well, Nick's only been here a couple of times, so doesn't quite know what a white line is.
Well, I said, I just correct myself from earlier on where I said too many penalties have come their way in the 64 Corvette, of course, yeah. They had their own penalty. It was an own goal, wasn't it? So one of them with running out of fuel.
And that would have cost them sort of 5 or 10 seconds, but yeah. But
it cost
I thought it was about 30,
30 seconds, all right. So that's equivalent of another drive-through. Yeah.
But they've since then, well, look, they've lost another minute.
They're a minute 29 behind class leader.
They are a long way back. So what has gone on there?
I shall ask.
Nice to ride on board with him though, Tommy Milner.
Cracking car,
really,
great looking thing.
I love it how you can hear the driver playing with the throttle through turn 4 and 5, just balancing it out. You see the damage there on the front left. Is that just the stickers actually just peeling up from the front left of the number 41 WRT? The mechanic's getting ready, looks poised, ready for action. There we go.
It looks actually as if it's had some kind of rubber strike on that headlamp, and the headlamp has suffered.
Yeah. I did see a lot of marbles out there.
Yeah,
and
we've seen that throughout this weekend.
Yeah, a shot of the Alpine before coming past down the main straight. And, you get a build up on the wheel arches, and then suddenly just this whole load of rubber just flicks off on them.
Not much going on there in the 94 Peugeot garage. It looks very clean and not busy.
So Loic, we will need to restart the engine in the box. Can go to neutral, so you can press both clutch pedals and go to neutral. Copy that.
Well, the reason nobody's around it is it looks like they have completed the turbo change.
We're just going through some checks with Loic in the car. That's positive. They'll be using all the available track now. We're not even halfway through, of course, this race. Competitively, it's done for them, of course, but it's not to say there's nothing more to learn.
No, every single moment they spend working on the car, whether on track or actually or in the garage, will be vital learning. Don't forget, next year they'll be trying to battle Peugeot for victory in the World Championship. Trying to battle Toyota for victory in the World Championship and at Le Mans. Porsche will arrive as well, Ferrari will arrive as well with their hypercar programs. So it's not going to be a given that they're going to have an easy run in any way, shape or form. This car needs to work next year.
There's a big prize to be earned next year. Just the FIA World Endurance Championship, World Championship, but also what I think one of the biggest races in history, that is the centenary race for the Le Mans 24 Hours.
Yep.
And they were, every single kilometre they've put under the wheels of this car will help them in that battle, and there will be others in that fight that will be further back in the development programme. Painful
Nice
this
to see
might
it.
be.
Yeah, nice to see 94 back out there. That was a remarkably fast turbo change, but in any race, and included an endurance race, you don't want to be stopping the car for unnecessary changes. You just want to be putting fuel in it and changing those tyres, not any turbo change. I think hopefully it was just an anomaly. We haven't heard of this kind of weakness in the package before down at Peugeot from any of the drivers or the team in the testing that they've done. We didn't see it in Monza. But yeah, one of those unfortunate things. But you can just see how they're still approaching the weekends as a test session, rather than being in the thick of the fight. But we saw glimpses of it in both Monza, but more so here. And you know, it's so important. They're proving why it's so important, not just to test, to actually be out there racing. That's why they've joined so late on in the championship. They've got to be out there racing.
Testing is one thing, racing is a whole different kettle of fish. This is WRT, car number 31, leading in LMP2. Just talked a little bit about the Corvette racing team. They're in 5th place in GT Pro. Tommy Milner is driving. Louise Beckett is with his teammate Nick Tandy.
We suck.
Nick Tandy is not a happy man. He's smiling right now, but it's not been your day at all, has it? You've had track limits, running out of fuel, you've had it all going on.
I didn't hear what you said, Louise, but our day is not going very well, no. I mean, it didn't look so bad at the beginning, but I think the guys at the front in Pro were just kind of controlling what was going on, and in the end, looking after the tyres and stuff. And the problem we had in practice, we weren't particularly fast, so we spent a lot of time looking for performance in practice. Never did any sort of long runs, and we ended up in the second stint on the right side tyres, and 10 laps in, and we hadn't got a lot of rubber left. Yeah, I mean, the whole track limits and drive-through stuff, I still don't understand, because, you know, I literally don't know where I'm off track, but I think I'm not probably the only one. I guess it's the way the rules are, but yeah, we can't win every race. We can't have good weekends every weekend, but yeah, for sure, this race hasn't gone so good so far. But we'll be back.
A lot to learn from this one.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, Fuji is a very different kind of type of circuit to ones that we've been to so far. Even in WEC this year, the track surface is different. There's a lot of kind of long, tightening corners, which we know doesn't suit our car very well. But yeah, it's learning how to, you know, what to bring to the track for a start. For sure, if we came back, we'd have the experience to know that, you know, we really need to look after the right side tyres, not just the lefts. But yeah, I'm looking forward to a good race between the Ferraris at the front, because I think it will just be the pair of them.
All right, thank you.
Yeah, you can hear it, can't you, in the
Little bit
voice there?
despondent. Yeah, despondent. He doesn't. I could tell he doesn't agree with the track limits. We don't like talking about track limits. I hated it as a driver as well. You know what? I blame the circuits. I really do, because there should be a definite edge to the track, and it's too hard just to rely on a white line. Sometimes the curbs are just painted on as well, on a bit of tarmac. And only from experience, I can say I always preferred when there was either grass or gravel. You knew where you were at, or a wall. There's a psychological difference when you're in the car and you don't see any of those when it's just a white line. It's too tempting to run over, you know, and it's the challenge also of having a definite edge to the racetrack means that the better drivers shine through.
Yeah.
When you're unaware, like he was just saying, that you've been off the track by a couple of centimetres, you don't even know which corner you've done it at, because the game is really to use as much of the racetrack as possible. That's the fastest way to get around it. And I don't like talking about it. And the tracks we go to where there is a definite edge, we don't talk about it. Like Spa now, they've brought back gravel, brilliant. And we didn't talk about it when we were there this year.
The only other counterpoint to that is that tracks don't earn their living out of professional racing. they earn their living out of being open all the other days of the year when they've got corporate drives, when they've got road car drivers, they've got track days, and that's when gravel traps are a big hindrance, because there are people like me who can't drive a car quickly but like to try, and where all these tarmac runoff areas are, you can save yourself and the day doesn't stop.
But they never speak to drivers. This is the problem. They never speak to drivers who know what to do with track limits. So exit of turn 6 here. I know all it needs is a metre of grass on the outside, not a painted bit of tarmac and then a whole load of runoff tarmac. Just put a metre of grass like you'll see on the run down towards turn 10 on the outside. That's your deterrent. It's not nice when you run over it, as the 31's losing a bit of time here, being pulled back. It's one of those unfortunate situations when you're behind a GT car in the pits, and that's going to gain the Joe to 28 some time back. But yeah, they think they know better, and that's part of the problem. Just speak to some experienced drivers. Like here, look, on the outside of the track, the right-hand side, brilliant. You've done it there on a slow-speed corner. Yeah. Do it on a fast corner like turn 3 as well. Silverstone, turn 1, Abbey. There's a bit of grass on the outside before tarmac and then gravel. It's safe, there's a deterrent, it's brilliant. Yep. And they don't look at what other tracks do, and they don't speak to drivers, and it just, it's so annoying for me. It's like, when I rule the world.
What it needs is a professional driver, maybe someone who's been a world champion, to actually have a voice or a microphone. Hang on a minute. We're coming through the LMP2 pit stop cycle at the moment, so things are about to go settle back in there. Just wanted to point out as well, we have seen progress for that little train of rapid GTM cars. Rahul Fry now back, she's up into 3rd position. Nikki Team a couple of seconds back, and she's now right with Satoshi Yoshino for 2nd place in the class. I'll reiterate that with the bronze driver time burned for both the lead car 33, as a 93 is on pit lane, they've survived the undelayed Peugeot, and the 85 Iron Dames car, they have burned their entire bronze driver time. The rest of the cars have not. 33 has. No, I'm saying 33 and, and 85, yeah. Of the competitive cars, those two. But at the end of this stint, which is not far away, Satoshi Yoshino will have double stinted as well, so he will be done.
There we go. This is it.
That's for 2nd place. There is Satoshi Yoshino in the black and green D Station Aston, and Rahul Frey bringing
go down the inside. There's contact.
She's got Nikki T with her here. That's another place gone for Yoshino.
Well, she arrived and dived, and Yoshino, was he late turning in out? I'm sure the crew will give us that again once this settles down a fraction more.
Start that lap. Rahul Fry was, she had Nikki T giving a little bit of a love tap there, but Nikki T was 2 seconds back as they crossed the line and start this lap, so he's pulled back 2 seconds as Rahul Fry tried to make a wide
he's flying by. He's absolutely flying, just harassing all the way through this final sector.
33
seconds. Go down the inside, thinks about it to the final corner. Needs a good run here now.
Well, he's got one. Look at the drive you get through halfway through the corner on the Aston. It's got such a strong front.
So the challenge is there. It's game on now towards turn 1. It looks like the Aston's not quite fast enough in a straight line, but he's within striking distance.
It comes back at the end of the straight. The longer the straight is, the better it is for the Aston.
Maybe it's just the camera as it foreshortens it, but he's definitely close enough to challenge. He thinks about going to the inside, darts to the outside. It's like a carbon copy from before. Going to try and do that slingshot to appear back on the inside, but he's not going to be able to.
Oh, yes, he is, because she runs wide, because she defended a little shallow.
Don't be fooled by the camera. She's still got that position. There she goes, cuts back towards the outside and gets that racing line for turn 3. Brilliant driving there, but he's not giving up.
No, 2 top pros hard at it.
And I think the problem is that, the Aston Martin, he hasn't quite got the speed in the straight line to properly mount a challenge into turn 1. He's going to have to be very brave on the brakes or capitalise on traffic.
Yep. This pair, by the way, 33 seconds back from the lead car in the hands of Enrique Chavez, the 33 TF Sport car. Looking at lap times at the moment. On the previous lap, and it was a good lap from Nikki Team. The only delay is that he's now looking for a way to deal with the challenge of Rahul Fry.
LMP2 leader in the pits.
Indeed. And that's a driver change. Lorenzo Colombo out of the car.
So the Prema car has been stopping
A lap longer
than car 38.
Yeah.
I can't remember seeing Will Stevens come in, or
Yeah,
any
he's
of
just put in.
He did just
Yeah,
okay,
we didn't
so
see it, and Antonio
that's why they're
Felix
out
da
of
Costa
sync.
has taken
Okay,
over.
yeah.
So he and Will Stevens are now going to sort of alternate.
Dries van Tour, by the way, aboard the 31 car. Good to see Dries here. And that's another change for a driver change because of other fixtures elsewhere. So
Yet another Belgian in at WRT. They don't necessarily always go Belgian, but they reach out close to home quite
never go
often.
full Belgian. Never go full Belgian.
Oh no, I'm all over full Belgian.
Frey looks like she's pretty much got the legs on that
Stopped the
car
rocks, hasn't
98
she, yeah?
Nicky team. Yeah. It looked like team just arrived in that moment when they're all together. I don't know if there was a bit of traffic that caused that bunch up, and he sized his way through and then didn't do anything with it. And now it's losing out again.
There comes the Prema car. Jota car, both Jota cars come out ahead of the...
That was the 38, wasn't it, going through
Well,
turn
let's just
one.
check that that's because, of course, there might be a difference over the start-finish line.
Yes, it was. It was 38. I can see on the circuit map, got ahead of car 9. So they've claimed track position there in the pit stop.
38, 28 and 38 got ahead of car 9.
That
Will stay
came-
ahead of car 9. So
That came courtesy of quicker pit stops
Yeah.
of Jota cars by 2 and 4 seconds, respectively.
stunned by the fact that they were outstopped previously. Go, come on, boys, we're not having this nonsense.
Yeah.
This is for Queen and Country.
Seven Tota on pit lane.
Or particularly today for Queen and Country and King and Country.
Indeed. WRT, by the way, lead in the 31 car, Dries van Tour. He has 10 seconds on Jonathan Aberdeen back at the board, the number 28 car.
He had
Why
too
not?
much. He had too much fun in the first session.
Exactly, yeah.
They've just got to make sure that all drivers complete at least their minimum.
Just basically fed him some raw steak and sent him back out again.
Yeah, whatever you had for breakfast, Jonathan, have it again now and get back in.
So who took over from Thomas Floor? I wasn't.
It's just
Ya, masih di live streaming World Endurance Championship 2022 bersama saya Panji Suryana dan juga Mas Arief Kurniawan, di mana kita tahu sekarang tim WRT 31 sedang leading di kelas LMP2 dengan Robin Franz yang sekarang sudah berganti kepada Dries van Toor. Kalau Mas Arief tadi melihat bagaimana prediksi di awal, tadi kan komentator bilang harusnya ekspektasinya Robin Franz akan bisa langsung ngebut, tadi sempat agak bisa ditahan oleh tadi Jones ya di awal-awal, tapi setelah masuk pit, kenapa semuanya bisa langsung berubah sejauh itu? Bahkan sekarang gapnya sekitar 20-an detik ya Mas ya?
Iya, tadi info memang dapat, selain Robin tadi kita udah bahas tentang bagaimana memanage ban ya, dan memang itu benar, dapat dari Fuji report. Ini kan ada dua bagian melengkung ke kanan ya, yang panjang ya, tikungan 45 dan tikungan 16 terakhir ya. Di situ ban kiri, ban sebelah kiri itu yang harus ketahan banget, ya, terutama kiri depan ya. Itu benar-benar ditahan sama Robin performanya, jadi nggak terlalu nge-push ya. Dan itu usaha dia bisa nempel Jones kan tadi ya, sampai 0, lalu mereka masuk pit stop dua-duanya, dan bagusnya lagi saat pit stop itu pit stopnya WRT 31 3 detik lebih cepat. Itu kunci pertama. Jadi Robin begitu keluar di depan Edward Jones kan. Nah, keluar tuh waktu awal cuma 5 detik nih. Ya. Tapi dapat info juga dari Fuji kenapa bisa gapnya habis dari 5 detik 7, 10, 12 sampai terakhir sebelum pit stop lagi itu 23 detik tadi dalam hitungan saya. Itu karena Robin memang so good, begitu bagus dalam fuel pemakaian, fuel use ya, penggunaan bahan bakar ya, dia bagus banget sehingga dia bisa push habis di second stint dia atau stint keempat WRT 31 sebelum dia digantikan oleh Dries van Toor ya, yang sekarang sedang membalap untuk WRT 31. Jadi itulah kunci kenapa selain Robin juga cepat, tapi ada usaha lain tadi yang dilakukan dia, menghemat ban di stint awal dan menghemat ban karena fuel usage-nya bagus, dia bisa gaspol lah istilahnya gitu di stint kedua sampai gapnya begitu besar ya.
Artinya tadi kan Mas Arief bilang ada pergantian di pit itu lebih cepat 3 detik, itu berarti secara itu sama persis Mas, hanya mengisi fuel dan juga mengganti ban, atau bannya diganti nggak tadi?
Ya, yang Robin kan yang kedua nggak. Karena yang stint pertama dia emang dihemat dulu. Karena ban yang sama akan digunakan di stint kedua dia kan. Nah, ketika udah nggak ada beban lagi dan dia benar-benar diawet di stint pertama, di stint kedua dia gaspol sambil pemakaian fuel dia sangat baik ya. Sambil info juga tadi Sean, kenapa dia juga di stint kedua dia sebelum diganti Robin, ban belakang dia yang 2 ban belakang itu terdegradasi dengan besar ya, sehingga dia emang udah nggak. Tapi ketika pit stop pun dia nggak terlalu jauh ya gapnya dengan Jonathan Aberdeen tadi. Tapi oke lah, hari ini 2 pembalap Sean dan Robin fantastis lah.
Membangun kerangka yang sangat solid ini Mas.
Sangat bagus.
Dan nggak cuma pembalap-pembalapnya tapi juga kerjasama dari tim di pit tadi juga ternyata sangat baik sekali, lebih cepat 3 detik sebelum akhirnya keluar pit, dan sekarang Robin French bisa memimpin hingga 20 detik dan sekarang akhirnya digantikan oleh Dries van Toor. Kalau sekarang melihat potensi peluang podium harusnya dengan tidak ada kendala atau teknis ataupun insiden-insiden yang aneh-aneh, harusnya ini secara ini peluangnya besar ya Mas ya, podium ya.
Aminkan dulu.
Tetap tidak boleh jumawa, tetap harus fokus ya.
Fokus, aminkan dulu. Betul. Dan kalau melihat bagaimana tadi Sean membuat fondasi dengan sangat baik, lalu Robin menambah fondasi itu, memperbaiki menjadi lebih gap yang lebih besar menjadi 20 detik. Mestinya aman, tapi tinggal ya tetap jangan jumawa, balapan masih panjang, apapun bisa terjadi. Nah,
kalau ini kan sudah mendapat semua giliran ya, termasuk sekarang ada Dries van Toor, nanti masih ada 2 stint tersisa nih, siapa masih yang dapat giliran terakhir?
Ini kan dengan ini info terbaru yang juga saya dapat dari Fuji langsung, itu Robin terakhir.
Robin yang akan terakhir menutup balapan ya, kita lihat nanti seperti apa. Dan saya juga sekali mengucapkan terima kasih kepada KFC, Pertamina, Paseo, BNI, MS Glow, J9090 Corp, Taco Bell, Naughty by Nature, dan Telkomsel yang telah mendukung live streaming World Endurance Championship 2022 di KUY Entertainment. Dan di umur yang sudah nggak muda lagi, gue sangat picky nih soal makanan yang berminyak. Itu dulu. Kalau sekarang, gue nggak perlu khawatir karena ada tisu Paseo Calorie Absorb. Karena ada oil interlocking teknologinya yang berfungsi menyerap minyak hingga 234 kilokalori. Luar biasa. Jadi nggak perlu takut kena kolesterol lagi deh. Apalagi sakit-sakit leher tuh udah nggak mungkin ya. Pokoknya makan yang berminyak, gunakan tisu Paseo Calorie Absorb. Serap minyak, serap kekhawatiran. Oke, saya juga kembali membuka mau bikin dukungan, mau nanya-nanya di kolom komen di YouTube-nya KUY Entertainment. Boleh tuh, ada dari banyak tuh. Halo Dragoners, Johannes Teddy Pratama Wijuta, terus kemudian ada Dragoners, mantap Mas Arief, tetap tawakal. Wah, Mas Arief bagus. Jangan jumawa, tetap tawakal. Kemudian ada SG itu yang namanya susah, kenapa nggak Sean terakhir? Itu ada keputusan strategi dari tim pastinya, ada pertimbangan masing-masing. Kemudian ada ayam goreng enak, ya itu tadi pesannya langsung di kfcq.com ya. Oke, dan pastinya kita juga tahu kalau tadi udah sangat seru sekali Mas, ini udah setengah jalan, peluangnya sangat besar sekali. Kita doakan ya Mas supaya kedepannya meraih hasil terbaik dari tim WR231. Dan pembalap-pembalap tadi pada kelihatan maco dan keren semua ya Sobat KUY. Kalian juga bisa nih ikutan keren dengan pakai natural deodorant MS Glow for Men yang tidak membuat ketiak hitam. Tuh, jadi setelah saya riset, di dalam formulanya bisa mencerahkan. Kandungannya tanpa alkohol, berbahan alami, jadinya bisa mencerahkan dan apalagi kalau dipakai rutin. Nah, udah gitu natural deodorant MS Glow for Men punya 3 varian. Ada natural deodorant Terra yang cocok buat casual. Terus kemudian ada natural deodorant Noctis yang pas banget kalau lagi tampil elegan dan suka wangi tahan lama. Nah, yang terakhir ada natural deodorant Silvani buat yang aktif olahraga dan aktivitas tinggi lainnya. Cocok nih buat gua nih ya. Makanya langsung aja cek di msglowformenid.com atau reseller-reseller terdekat. MS Glow for Men, real men take care of their skin. Nah, oke, ini balapan makin seru, makin menegangkan, sudah setengah jalan dan kita sekarang sudah memimpin dalam gap yang cukup jauh. Kita doakan semoga tetap konsisten dan juga meraih hasil terbaik, dan kita nanti akan update sejam ke depan. Balapan makin menegangkan, mari kita saksikan Sobat KUY. Selamat menyaksikan.
5 laps back on the class leaders.
This, by the way, should be our first visual opportunity. I'm not going to see it, but in the second pit lane, or the second pit set of pit garages.
Oh, yes.
In 6, that together with Vector Sports, cited for the very first time in the WEC's visits here. we extend beyond the normal pit garages, and that's because it's a record entry here for the FI World Endurance Championship.
So if we extend them this year, then what happens next year when we've got 3 new
well,
teams?
There are more garages further down. We're only using the first 3 of what I think are about another 8 garages beyond the main pits. There you are.
Oh,
there
yeah,
are single-story garages. Yeah, the others have got circuit equipment in and race school cars and all sorts of various different things. But here is GR back in the pit lane again. And yes, in the garage next door is where all the audio equipment is kept. And again, another tribute to Her Majesty the Queen on the rear wing of the GR team, another of our British crews. So this looks as though it's an ongoing issue for GR. They are back in the garage. Ongoing issues for the number 7 car is they are not quick enough. And
nowhere near.
Yeah, and that's a real question mark, because I can't remember a time where 2 Toyota crews have been so far apart without one having had a visible issue.
I wondered if it was just Kobayashi, you know, that second stint. Had he not looked after the right-hand tyres, we know they changed the left-hand side. Had he not just looked after the right-hand tyres, but now Jose Maria Lopez behind the wheel, 2 completely different drivers, because Brendan's in the car 8. That gap's gone up to 18 seconds.
Yeah.
When he jumped in, it was up to 4 or 5 after Buemi and Kobayashi had come in. He's now up to 18, so there must be an issue there with car number 7.
Not a massive issue, because it's not, but it is consistently 0.3 to 0.5 of a second a lap behind. And that's not good news. Now then, Antonio Fuoco, right behind Alessandro Pierguidi. Do you think there is a similar "let me by, I'm fast"?
Well, different teams will play it differently, and Toyota have always been pretty strict and with a definite format.
Yeah.
A protocol, I should say, in how they play it with their drivers when they're fighting on track. They've had, in a way, that luxury of not having much competition over the last couple of years to really perfect that and experience that an awful lot of time. But in GTE Pro, as we're seeing here,
well, we're going to see now, aren't we?
Yeah,
we're going to see
find
now.
out.
Should say, by the way, we said that the first sub-133 lap had gone to Jonathan Aberdeen in LMP2. He's just done it again. 133.678 there now. That is a phenomenal lap from the South African.
He's absolutely flying today.
I told you that's why he was back in, because he had so much fun. They can't keep him out of the car. I mean, they're looking at that number 28 car now, Jota, going, right, these guys have got what it takes to win this race. Well, so let's load it for bear and let's go hunting.
Well, to give you a yardstick for that, behind him, 11 seconds behind him, the 38 car is Antonio Felix da Costa, a man with no little form in LMP2, and the previous lap he did a 133.0. So at the moment, on a clear lap, that 28 car has managed something more than 3/10 quicker.
Well, Felix da Costa himself polled it, didn't he, by over 3/10 of a second over the rest of the field. So yeah, he's no slouch around this circuit. But yeah, this fight continues here. This is great. So I can't remember, was it one of the Porsche drivers? I know it was Nick Tandy saying he's looking forward to seeing the fight between the 2 Ferraris. And this is it.
Let's hear from Louise Beckett in the pit lane. Louise?
Just heading down to the 86 GR Racing, and it's a gearbox issue for Mike Wainwright. It's stuck in gear, so it's a mechanical issue. They don't know all of the...
All right, so gearbox issue and mechanical. So it sounds like they've got selector issues, which is a real, yeah, that's probably going to go on rather longer than be fixed shorter. Paul Dall'Anna has stopped in the Northwest AMR Aston Martin. That has at various stages been in the lead of the race and or not. So he has come and gone, stays in the car.
Looking increasingly like this is not a battle for position, but Fuoco reasonably aggressive in the mirrors here of the 51 car. Pointing out, by the way, that it's a very handy visual difference here between these 2 cars. The yellow splitter,
isn't it brilliant?
The 52, very easy.
My favourite team on the grid, instantly.
That in no way
we can't pick them up enough.
likely to be waved by Alessandro Pierguidi because Fuoco and Miguel Molina are 20 points behind
correct.
Alessandro Pierguidi and James Collado in the championship. Jimmy Bruni on his own, because Richard Leeds didn't do all the races, he missed Spa. Because of a COVID thingy. So Jimmy Bruni 1 point behind. Jimmy Bruni's 1 point behind. Kevin Esch and Michael Christensen are a further point behind, so in fact they're now 1 point behind, so they're tied with Jimmy Bruni because they got the point for pole. So all three of the contending Porsche drivers are 1 point behind Alessandro Pierguidi and James Collado. Coming into the start of this race. Quick pit stop for the 83 Pro-Am leader, Alessio Rivera, in the AF Corsa chrome liveried car.
I still think they've made a mistake on drive time. I'm still checking.
With Perodo.
With Perodo.
Francois says not.
He's done 61 minutes.
Okay. In that case.
And he needs
an hour and 15, unless there's been a change that's not been communicated to us.
Or for it to be rained off so that minimum drive times no longer apply, as happened in 2017. Let's hear from Louise Beckett in the pit lanes. What do you know?
Well, when I spoke to Francois, he was completely calm about it. He didn't even think it was an issue in any way whatsoever. He's like, no, I've done my time. So the pit stop was in sequence.
We might just have to get you to go and check with a friendly team manager what the minimum drive time is, if it's not 75 minutes, which we sort of thought it was.
Well, the regulations say it is. That can change, and has changed previously in session. I think it's 60 minutes in the LMS. Which he also does.
That would be Orcs, definitely. Because if he has to get in for a quarter of an hour,
series.
He's going to have to do a whole stint. Or yes, because he did do a short. And you know, and the other thing of it is, he did a short stint. So although his driver time might be over, it's adding a pit stop as well.
That's the problem. The problem is that that's why I'm not getting it. He stopped basically clearly with the intention of stopping at an hour.
Yep.
And I've been trying since that point to find any reference to a change to the regulations which say 75 minutes.
Yeah, all right, well, that will play itself out. We have already passed the halfway mark. 3¼ hours of the 6 hours of Fuji has already elapsed.
Well, back on track. Toyota Gazoo Racing, 18.3 seconds is the gap between a storming run from Brendan Hartley and Jose Maria Lopez. Nico Lapierre, by the way, a further minute and change back from the pair of Toyotas. And then we go a further 48 seconds back to the undelayed 93 car. 94 course with that turbo problem way down the field. 34th position now, the car in the hands of Loic Duval, but they'll be picking up all the clues they can about what else they can unlock at Davidson from these Peugeots. Good to see, though, that 94 car was able to get out there and race. And tussles out there with the Alpine for a while. Great stuff from James Roster at the start of the race. Still, though, think a strategic error from Peugeot not letting him go at the start.
Yeah, they're learning as they go, aren't they? It's quite clear to see the difference between the way Toyota operate, not just in terms of how the car is and how the drivers communicate within the team, but the way that the team go about their racing. You know, there's such a well-oiled machine at Toyota these days. They've been at it a long time, 10 years since the birth or the rebirth of the World Endurance Championship, and they've been there from the inception. So, you know, it's clear to see that they're the team to beat. But I think Peugeot will be learning lessons hand over fist. And I think they've learned a valuable one here today in Fuji, that you can't double stint the tyres. especially at the start of the race, because the front left will take too much damage. We saw the Toyotas change the left-hand side in the very first pit stop, and it paid dividends. And also, if your driver behind the car in front says, you know what, I think I'm a little bit faster actually, just give them a chance to see what they can do in free air.
They didn't get the subtext of his messages about the poor performance of the car in front at all.
And that's the relationship. Yeah. Like, you know, we know what to expect when SEMPROD comes on the radio. And also the team now know every single driver within that operation. And when they say something, they pick up on little clues in their messages. They read between the lines. And I feel like Peugeot didn't read what Rossiter was actually trying to say.
I think you're probably right. I'm Dames, by the way, lead for the moment. They owe us a pit stop because we've got both TF Sports and D-Station Racing on pit lane.
Well, this will be the in-lap, won't it, for Rahel Frey at the end of her first stint. Driver change, Satoshi Hoshino has completed his minimum time in the car, so he is getting out.
And good stuff from him, by the way. Excellent stint from Satoshi Hoshino. Didn't see an error there at all in that double stint.
Seems to think back in 2019, the last time we raced, he had a really strong run here as well. You saw the TF Sport car go out with Enrique Chavez still at the wheel, and
I was just going to say I've been massively impressed here by Rahel Frey. We see on our screen now, keeping behind Nicky Thiem, who is one of the stalwarts of GTE in the pro category.
He's a world champion.
World champion. I mean, he is. He's the benchmark. And
but Rahel Frey,
she's driven the car brilliantly.
Top racer in junior single-seaters, Audi DTM driver. You know, those things don't happen by accident. She's got an awful lot of really solid racing history under her belt.
And it's going longer on fuel here than the Aston Martins. As what we're looking for here is once she does pit and comes back out again in the 85 car, what's the gap going to be? It was 27 seconds to Chavez before the last pit stop. Pace is good, pace is great in fact. We've also got great pace coming, by the way, in the LMP2 arena with great laps recently from Jonathan Aberdeen and Antonio Felix da Costa. They seem to be trading fastest lap times for the Jota cars. How is their progress going against Dries van Toor? The gap down to 4 seconds now, Jonathan Aberdeen. Da Costa and a further 13 seconds back.
Well, Da Costa, sorry to butt in there, Graham, I looked a few laps ago, was 11 seconds behind Aberdeen. Aberdeen is pulling away from Antonio Felix da Costa. He is, I don't know what he's done for this circuit. He is flying today.
He's had Saki in his cornflakes, hasn't he? That's what it is.
You know what
great
he's done?
stuff.
What's he done?
He got some cereal from Family Mart.
Don't go to Mart.
Family Mart.
Really?
You know,
okay.
that's the secret.
That's the right thing to do when you're in Japan.
None of your 7-Eleven nonsense for him.
Don't want rice for breakfast.
Dames leading. This, though, must be the in-lap. Surely. Does she peel towards the pit? She does. Rahel Frey comes in. So this is her first stint that's ending in this car, yes?
So the fight should continue. Stay in. Yeah, the fight should therefore continue if Nicky Thiem has already been in. It's now Paul Dell'Alana behind the wheel of the 98. So they've had a driver change.
He hadn't done, he did a single stint.
It's been single stints for the Northwest AMR. Remember, they started with David Pittard. Paul then got in, then Nicky, and now Paul will complete his driver time.
And then it'll be Nicky and David for the remaining.
It is a driver change.
Oh, it's a driver change. All right. So Michelle Gatting gets in.
Well, maybe this is the way they're going to do it. Keep these two girls fresh. Single stint the drivers to the end now. That was a fighting drive from Rahel Frey. One of the best I've seen of late. From her,
and again, what a performance that car is having yet again. That trio have been within a hair's breadth of victory in the European Le Mans Series a number of times, only to have Lady Luck just go, I don't think so.
Everything short of a meteorite basically thrown at them. Astonishing.
In the last 15 minutes of the race, a couple of times in a 4-hour race. So 6 hours for them is barely more than they do normally. So again, they are really in a position to be able to win the race here.
This is the 54 in the hands of Davide Rigon, tussling away here with Charlie Fagg in the 777 D-Station Racing car.
And again, in a Ferrari, factory Ferrari driver, could easily be part of their hypercar program next year, Davide Rigon. No question about that. He's quick enough. And Charlie Fagg will do very well here to hang on in the D station Aston. We know that the car has got good balance, it's got good performance, but Rigon brings an extra sparkle of Uffel dust to that AF Corsa car. Through goes the 31 car that leads, that's WRT's Dries van Toor.
Well, we're going to see in the background here then the Jota car, because it's closing on the 31, as Davide Rigon does the same. There is the Jota car.
Jonathan Aberdeen.
Goes to the inside, goes to the outside, tries to again do the cutback here with the 777 car. Who's going to be the stronger off the turn? 777's got it made there.
The Ferrari, in all the right places there, didn't
the Ferrari comes off the corner better, but can't because the Aston's in the way.
Yeah.
So having the Aston in front actually really hurts Rigon off the corners, where it's a stronger car.
I think where Rigon might attack in a different way next lap around, if he has the chance, is to go down the inside into turn one. He's got the speed in the straight line. Yeah, Aberline's going to be through.
Yep.
And that's where it's one of those moments where you see as the LMP2 coming up, you see the orange number plate. His one tiring stint there.
Hoshino, yeah. You know, this is the hottest race here since 2016. So
he's got good reason to be proud of that.
Yeah, right,
that was, I think,
it was a good stint for him.
It was. Yeah. The best stint I've seen. Of course, you'd expect it here, but we've seen a couple of very strong stints this year from Satoshi Hoshino.
I was just going to say that when you come up behind as the faster driver, or the faster car behind the orange number plates of the GT AM cars, you don't know who's at the wheel. You don't know whether the driver is likely to turn in on you or not, as there's the move down the inside, and for the final corner it's going to be neck and neck, a drag race down the main straight. And the Aston Martin just hangs on but drives completely off the track. I'm not sure how the stewards are going to look at that one. I think he's going to have to give up the place here. He's going to do it anyway because the Ferrari's got the straight line speed, but giving himself the inside line to turn one. Rigon's got the inside. He's on the line that he wants to be on. Couldn't make it stick last time, but does this time around. And yeah, when you put the car down the inside of a GT AM, and you know that it's a pro, I would often ask who's at the wheel. And they would tell you it's a pro driver. You'd put more trust in them to send one down the inside, like we saw John Aberdeen do into turn 6.
And you've got to have all the knowledge you can possibly have at your disposal when you're racing a car.
Absolutely.
So that's another factor, isn't it? You know, if you're closing on somebody, who is it? Who is it? Or if somebody's closing on you, you know, who is it? Who is it? Am I going to expect some wild lunge from the middle of nowhere?
If they tell me, or if they tell any driver that it's their lowest grade driver at the wheel at the moment, it's like when you see an L plate on the road.
Yep.
You have to give them more margin.
Yeah. You pick and choose you'll wait half a lap for the straight rather than have a lunch. Look at Aberdeen squirreling off the corner there in that tight right-left chicane. I mean, that really is. It's completely different in nature, this final sector, to the whole of the rest of the track. We always say that about Sector 2 in Spa, it's more technical, but it's not that much different to the rest of Spa. It's just got piff-paff in, which is sort of the tighter bit. Here, Sector 3, it's just like the circuit designer had a massive sneezing fit. The paint's gone all over the place, and then he's finally joined it up to the beginning of the straight again.
Some drivers find this track incredibly frustrating. They really don't like the place, but you know, I always enjoyed it. It's that challenge.
But you know, you get a great long straight, and then this section here, this sweeps and it flows. Yeah, absolutely, and it's quick and it's downhill. And then you've got a couple of big, you know, key stopping areas.
But you knew this bit wasn't the hard bit of the track. Yeah. You knew it was waiting for you, all of that last sector. You've had your fun, right, now you're going to have to work. Because the car doesn't feel good around all those off-camber corners as you work the way up the hill. But
it's kind of like any idiot can go fast downhill. Now let's see what you've got.
Anyone can roll their sleeves up and get stuck in a brave corner at high speed, but when it comes to the technical skill of having the discipline to slow the car, like we heard from Sebastian Buemi earlier on, hold the car on the brakes. That's what you need to do to get the front end in this Toyota, especially. Hold the car on the brakes, be patient with it, and don't try and hustle it too much. And that is really a game of two halves, this track.
So is he saying you need to get on earlier and bleed it off more as you try and roll into the apex, or is he saying you need to carry more trail braking in?
No, get on the brakes early, don't upset the pitch of the car too much, and just feed the car in, but hold it on the brakes by elongating your braking and therefore trail braking. So like a corner like this one at turn 10, don't be a hero on the brakes, don't outbrake yourself and run out wide. You're going to put too much force through the front left tyre. Just let the tyre do what it wants to do, feed the car in on the brakes, and use the braking as a tool to help steer the car, rather than just relying on the tyre to steer the car. It's not going to like that. It's going to start crying before not too long.
First time I ever heard that, many years ago, being driven around Silverstone in a car by John Watson, and he was just saying, okay, what we're going to do here is going to put a little bit of steering in here, and then just let the car do what it needs to do, because especially in a front-wheel drive car, which that was, the front tyre's trying to do everything, and so you can't force it to do things that physically are too hard for it, otherwise it just can't cope. So you just get the car set up the way you need it to go, and then let it go. Gustavo Menezes looking pretty relaxed about life.
Rossiter on our right-hand side of the screen. He's at the time of his life today.
Feeling very much more settled into the team now, I think. I really hope he does.
He's gone from reserve driver, somebody very much on the sidelines this year at Peugeot, done all the hard work in the simulator and the testing, and he's just been rewarded with this opportunity.
Now he's walked the walk. Yeah,
Absolutely.
he really has. He's really shown, great. And a great opportunity for him. If this was 5 races in and the pecking order was established, then it would be much harder to say, oh yeah, he had a really good time here, but of course he would, because it's Fuji. Right now, he's painted himself right in on a level pegging with the other 2 drivers in the field. Yes, Lloyd's got more experience at World Championships and Le Mans wins. Yes, Gus has been around the championship a little bit longer. Right now, I'd see all 3 of them on a pretty level footing.
Just to add, by the way, as we saw the Corvette coming in, as it has been the last couple of stints earlier than the competition, we'd said there was a 27-second gap between the leading TF Sport car and the Iron Dames before that last pit stop. That's 24 seconds now, and that was all gained in the pits. So it's 3 seconds quicker in the pits by the Iron Dames.
Well, Richard Leeds has been warned about abusing track limits in the 91 Porsche, but let's get down to the Peugeot Sport Garage with Louise Beckett and hear from their head of powertrain.
Francois Coudrin, tell us what the situation is with the 94. Obviously he's back out now and he seems to be running well, but what's the situation with the car?
Yeah, the car had a problem with oil leakage on the low pressure circuit. We identified it on the datas. When the car comes in, we checked more and more the datas. Then we identified the leakage. We fix it. We clean the car to avoid any fire in the car. And now everything's working well. Unfortunately, we are very worried because it's the first time we had this issue. But now it's fixed, and we hope it's working well for the end of the race.
And is it a case of feedback or data that you're getting back to be able to, how are you monitoring it now it's back out on track?
At the same pace as we decided at the beginning of the race. Then we just lost 13 laps, 20 minutes, but we managed the end of the race with the same strategy as we decided at the beginning.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Long may that level of openness continue.
Yeah, absolutely. It's...
So it wasn't the turbo that failed, it was basically it was a leak that led to the turbo failing.
So a low pressure system will basically be a sort of return, but something was bleeding into the inlet tracks then, because it wasn't the turbo blowing, but it was blowing oil through the engine.
So, a problem, as we suspected, a problem they've never had before. Yeah. That's what you're looking at here, and the LMP2 completely off the track there for car 22.
Yeah. That car remains in 6th place in LMP2 with the #1 car right behind. Shamil Lacey in the #1 Richemille Racing Team entry in 7th place in LMP2, all over the back of Philip Hansen, who is looking less and less, I thought, actually, during the track walk, like young Phil Hansen, the teenager, and much more like a grown man now. So they make their way past the 77 Dempsey Proton car of Sebastian Priaulx.
And that was good from Priaulx there. He saw, it's always difficult when you follow another car through on the inside of a GT. Gave him space, but now Melalui darts around left to right. Hansen's got it covered though into turn 10. Melalui hooks the car off a bit tighter on the exit of 10 to give himself a nice run through 11 and 12. Is he going to duck down the inside? Early. But I don't think Hansen's seen him and he's had to back out of it. That was a bit desperate.
Big send.
But it's not over yet. He's trying again into 15. He's going to have to be a bit more patient here and think about the run down towards the final corner, and that's going to set him up very nicely indeed. Cut back across, give yourself a good run onto the main straight. Now the action's going to surely come in towards turn 1. He's in the slipstream, dives into the pits.
In the pits.
That's why he was so desperate to get through in sector 3.
Yeah, it was his in-lap. He didn't want to get held up. Sebastian Priaulx aided there. There's Gary Robertshaw, the head of engineering at United Autosports. Sebastian Priaulx, by the way, aided in giving these guys plenty of room by being 21 seconds behind the D-Station Aston. That's his closest opposition, so it's not like he had a massive battle on his hands. This will be a wash and brush up. Tyres on the apron. At the moment, fuel and window cleaning is allowed to go on. No tyre changes, no other work other than safety-based work or driver change during the fuel stops. The Aston Martin battle, which was originally for the lead, now for 4th place. TF Sport Aston lead from Iron Dames and Spirit of Race Ferraris, Michel Gatting and Pierre Rag. And then the AF Corsa 54 Ferrari, again having a really strong run. Davide Rigon ahead of these two Astons as Paul Dall'Anna is caught by Charlie Fagg in the D-Station car. Dall'Anna completing his driving time in this stint in the Northwest AMR car. It'll then be handed back for David Pittard and Nicky Thiem to have a play towards the end. Driver door open in the 28 car.
Is he staying in?
Aberdeen staying in.
Wow,
Doubles.
Yeah, it'll be his 4th stint coming up.
Now, what's the minimum that anybody else has to do? An hour. So he could actually end up doing 4 hours of this race. It won't be 2 double stints quite for it. Did he do a triple at the beginning, or is it double?
No, he did a double at the beginning, yeah.
So he's getting another double stint in, and why not? But only 2 men have driven a 28 car yet. Yes, through goes Charlie Fagg, follows the Toyota. And so often, and you know this from LMP2 as well, so often it's a quicker car that actually beavers your rival offline and helps you get through.
Yeah, exactly. I thought we were going to see a closer fight, to be honest.
LMP2 pit stops underway. 28 Jota car is out of the pit lane. 23 and 22 are in for United, and the Richard Mille Racing team, no driver change for Charles Malaysia. He stayed in as well. Jonathan Aberdeen, again, they're going to need a stick of dynamite to get him out of the car. He's having far too much fun. In comes the race leader, Dries van Toor, end of his first stint for WRT, the number 31 car leading here. They were 3rd fastest in qualifying, but the 3rd fastest lap they didn't count.
And they're going to have, I think, a clean run this time, and as the GT pops its nose in front, I think they're out of sync this time with the GTs. Remember last time around we had Robin Fryns in the pits and they had to do the pullback. That lost them quite a bit of time there, at least 3 to 4 seconds worth, I'd have to say. And, the Goodyear tyre man having a look at the tyres. They seem to be in pretty decent shape. Yep, the thumbs up. Lets the team know on the pit wall that all looks good.
Now, there were tyre men standing by. We're going to see left sides only.
Or is this just going to keep them on?
Only.
Well, the thing is, as the track continues to rubber in, we're just hearing from Louise in our ears that it was just the fuel as expected. And as the circuit continues to rubber in, quite often you can afford to leave your cars out and you don't have to rely on putting or siding the tyres, putting a fresh set on just the left-hand side or the right-hand side. The track gives more grip and the car responds well to that.
Antonio Felix da Costa, who has recently been announced as a Porsche driver in Formula E, his other day job. Of course, will stay with Jota, you assume, to become a Porsche driver next year in WEC. Interesting view for him then of the Peugeot. Look at the way the Peugeot does not get away in the medium speed stuff, even over the LMP2 car. It's only when it can stretch its legs down the straight that it rockets away.
So that's the 94 Peugeot in front of him. And they're slowly starting to work their way through the field in the GT Am category. You can see on my screen now down in 30th position, midway up the GT class.
And Antonio Felix Costa, the pole man, now about to put a lap on Ferdinand Habsburg in the 41 real team by WRT car that qualified third on the grid, as in comes Miguel Molina. No, it's not Molina now, is it? It's Antonio Fuoco from second in GTE Pro. So he's the first to break for the border, isn't he, in terms of this round?
And this is an interesting pit stop cycle. Why? Because if there's any gain here by the 52, they'll take the lead.
Yes. And actually, for the 51 car, that doesn't matter right now, because if the 52 is in front and is opening the doors in traffic, not that the GT cars have to pass a lot of cars compared to a hypercar and LMP2 car, but they do have to pass cars, and it can be easier if you've got your teammate in front running interference and giving you a slipstream and helping you save some fuel down the straight and possibly giving you a lap. So all of these things, I mean, the Corvette team for a while have been going, look at 51, they're trying to get a lap on the field. And that's exactly what having 52 in front and helping them save a bit of fuel down the straight, lap after lap after lap, will help them do.
What often happens, well, I think, for the GT cars, when they're running in tandem, the cars overtaking give them a bit more of a wide berth, because you know they're fighting. Definitely, you can see the body language of the cars in front of you. You know that they're fighting, so you tread a bit more carefully. When you see just a single car in front, you might be a bit more, you know, a bit braver in how decisive you are in getting by.
And if they're that close, you actually have to treat them as a truck rather than a car. You know, it's two cars that are solid.
Well, they're
more
more unpredictable. They would be zigging and zagging all over the place sometimes and trying to outdo each other on the brakes, and therefore you know they're not going to be looking in the mirrors at you coming up. So, you know, you have to give them more scope for moving around. So now 51 is in.
Leader is in.
That was a very quick stop as well for 52, by the way. Minute 15.
Did they take tyres? Don't think so.
No, we did see the tyres go on.
We did or we didn't?
I think we did see the tyres go on, yeah.
Well, there are left side tyres waiting there as well. I think the story of this track is going to be for all these cars, left side only.
I can actually see the 51 in the pit lane.
Look at that amount of huge lumps of rubber that have smeared up the ring screen there. You know, those will sound like a bomb going off when they hit the windshield.
That was a very big moth.
There we go. So it's
actually,
the
there were a couple
of
those flying around the hotel last night.
Yeah, so it was. So it's both Ferraris have had just left-hand side, brand new tyres going on. Great stops, both cars there.
They're in a very sweet spot, aren't they, Ferrari? They've had a very strong season so far.
Well,
but again, you know,
they did start the year incredibly off the pace.
Yeah.
Do you remember? You know, Spa. Where were they? So
until it rained, and then suddenly they were winners.
1:14 for the 51, and that's the result. Well, a second
comes
gap.
Back out in front.
It comes to 38. This car in from the lead at the moment.
Yeah. Costa stays in.
So Da Costa, last time I looked, he was 12 seconds behind Aberdeen. So let's see how that unfolds after his pit stop.
And this will be, again, same as Aberdeen didn't have tyres, did he?
No,
There's Will Stevens in the garage watching on.
It seems in LMP2 they can afford to. They've got the best tyre deck of all, I think. They had the shortest stints, though, to be fair.
That's true enough. Yeah, they'll do, in a GT stint, they'll do 2.5 stints in an LMP2 car. Here is our race leader in LMP2, the Premier car of Robert Kubica back at the front. Now, Robert into the car this time at the last driver change. And that will bring the Jota car, Jonathan Aberdeen, out in second. There he is. No, that's the Peugeot. So is Da Costa in third? Yes, he is. Aberdeen's already down through turn 3 and heading into turn 4.
Yeah, he, like I said before, he was 12 seconds behind Aberdeen, so I'm interested to see what the gap is now after those pit stops. Da Costa doing one extra lap again, as they've done the whole race. They're out of sync, car 28.38.
Now then, we are currently looking at a 100% cars running record, despite the issues, but GR Racing's Mike Wainwright is... No, he is out on track again, but he is... they have lost a lot of laps.
I just glanced my eyes up to the very top of the field to see what the gap was between the two Toyotas. 27 seconds now. It's another 10 seconds he's open.
But that's the sort of margin that a Toyota opens up over the Alpine, not over another Toyota. There is definitely something going on with the number 7 car. It's not just driver. The track temperature isn't really excessive. I mean, it was 46 or something in qualifying. It's 47 today.
Yeah, it's just rising steadily throughout the race, but the more rubber that goes down, like I said before, gives you more grip. And as we get closer to the end of this race, surely their track temperature will just start to drop ever so slightly. And what that allows the other teams and drivers to carry on with sets of tyres that they just wouldn't have been able to do earlier in the race when the track's just had a little bit more green. But yeah, the temperature is definitely a killer for the tyres in that final sector. If you can keep them alive there and just, well, throughout your stint, it really works for you. And I think we've seen some drivers get that wrong today.
Dries van Teur still leads LMP2 with the Jonathan Aberdeen car 4.5 seconds back. Antonio Felix da Costa 10 seconds further back than that, 92 from the lead at the moment, of course, with the earlier stops from the Ferraris. Michael Christensen bringing the car in.
And those top 3, unlike... Ooh, Bollard has gone down on pit entry. Oh, no, it's not pit entry. Where's that? Oh,
that's turn 6, yeah.
Turn 6, yeah. Those top 3 unlikely to be challenged by the other 2 cars in the class because they have both had drive-throughs. Richard Lee's got another final warning for track limits. Has not yet picked up a drive-through, though, in the 91 car. That comes down the pit lane now.
Didn't Richard get a pit stop penalty for contact with the...
Didn't see it.
I think he did. One other quick thing to say, have we heard about what the problem is for the 77 car, by the way? Sebastian Priaulx has been on pit lane for quite some time.
Oh no, we haven't actually. We haven't mentioned that either. Richard Leeds hands back to Jimmy Bruni. Run, Louise, run like the wind. Louise has got other fish to fry. That sounds like there's another cup of tea in the offing at Jota.
I'm going to add 2, and excuse the slight edge to this point that I'm going to make. I'm going to apologise to Francois Perotto and AF Corsa. They are right, it is 60 minutes.
Yes.
That was communicated to the teams in a bulletin, I gather, back in March. There's not found its way into the supplementary regulations or the formal regulations. So my apologies to them. Not very happy about that, having asked multiple times.
Listen, we're only the championship TV crew. Why would they tell us?
Anyway, there you go. That's my slight sense of humour failure stowed to one side.
Was that? Was that an apology, Graham, or not to the team?
I'll apologise to the team for giving me wrong information.
He's not going to apologise.
I may be going to ask for an apology elsewhere later, but that's for another day. It is a complicated sport. Boy, we do like to make it complicated. 51 leads GTE Pro once again. Alessandro Pierre Guidi 2 seconds to the good now after the latest pit stops.
Being told by Toyota that the number 7 car does not have a problem. It does have a problem. It's got a pace problem. They can't just be half a second a lap slower than their teammates because they're slow. There is something that they're not doing the same as the number 8 car. And
well, we'll see when Mike Conway gets behind the wheel. When Mike Conway takes over from Jose Maria Lopez and Brendan Hartley changes to sorry, I'm just listening to Louise there.
Yeah, team is saying it's a setup issue. Well, yeah, but
like I said, when Conway gets behind the wheel, if all 3 drivers are slower than all of the other 3 drivers in car 8, you know it must be a setup issue.
In which case, hang on a minute, Toyota are lucky at the moment that they are racing themselves. But if 8 has got a setup that works better than 7, why isn't 7 using that setup? Is it a secret? And if that's the way they're playing it now, do they change a habit of a lifetime next year when they're racing Porsche and Ferrari and Peugeot? You can't be doing that with sister cars. If you've got an issue, then you need the information from the other side of the garage.
It often happens in single-seaters as well. I know the 2 teammates are fighting each other there. But the 2 car crews, Toyota will be fighting each other. The 2 sides of the garage want to outdo the other one. And you end up you naturally migrate your balance, your package to how you want it. We can hear from Kevin Estre now down at Porsche.
They're not having a happy day, are they?
No.
Let's see what he's got to say.
Kevin Estre, it's a really difficult one for Porsches here, and it seems to be all on tyres.
Yeah, I mean, the tyre decision is very important on which tyre you drive, but I can say we tried both, and so far one is better than the others, but it's still not enough to fight with Ferrari. They seems a bit quicker than us, independent on which tyre we drive. So we'll see if we can get an advantage on strategy, or we need a bit of luck for sure. On our own pace, we can't pass them.
Just explain to me what you were saying about how much advantage they're getting on you on tyre.
Yeah, they are a bit quicker everywhere, really. I think we saw, I followed the 51 most of the first stint, and when I exit the last corner with a good exit, I still lose 2-3 car lengths throughout the straight. We come back a bit on braking, but then they gain on every straight, and they have a good car, and their tires are working well. So in the corners, we don't come back, and we lose in the straight. And this, all in all, makes a few tenths per lap, and and that's it. So not much we can do, really.
Not so much for your car, but your sister car. Track limits has been a thing this weekend. They've been really hot on it. So why do you think on this track particularly that is an issue now?
Well, all the exits of the corners, or the inside of the corner, is asphalt here. You don't have gravel like you have in Monza, like you have in Spa now. So we can use it with the GT. It's not going to hurt the car. So the limit is the white line, and not the curb, not the gravel. So, and it's very easy to just go a little bit over the limit and go over track limit, especially turn 3, which is a quick corner, blind on the exit, so you don't know exactly where you are until you touch the exit line. And the last corner is a very, with some flow, but with some slide, and second, third gear corner where it's easy to have a long slide and just go a bit too wide. So that's why, and I think they got so much track limit that it's very late for us. In the car, we get the info generally very late, and that's what happened in the first stint. So we just got the last warning all at once, you know. Normally we get track limit turn 15, okay, you know, oh, take care. But we got 2 or 3 track limit at the same time, and then it's very hard to react, and if you do a small mistake, you get a drive-through.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Louise.
That's well explained, actually.
Yeah,
Kevin
yeah,
Estre.
absolutely.
That, you know, I think we mentioned it earlier on, how you're made aware by your team usually which corner straight away when you exceeded track limits. You're made aware. Okay, like you said, turn 15, you've gone wide. That's your first warning. Okay, got that. And as it goes on, you monitor your speed, and you tune that as you go, and you're aware of each warning that's adding up. But in this case, it sounds like they just all came at once, and then you've got one chance left. You make a mistake, and oh, that's it, I'm done. I've got to drive through. So, yeah, not completely fair if it's really been working like that today.
Let's take a look at our overall leaderboard. Toyota Gazoo Racing 1-2 with Peugeot in 3rd place. The Alpine has just stopped, which is why Mikkel Jensen's Peugeot has moved up to 3rd place. The 36 car now with Mathieu Vaxivière aboard. And that trio in the 36 Alpine, André Negrão, Mathieu Vaxivière and Nicolas Lapierre are our leaders in hypercar drivers' points. TGR, car number 8, Brendan Hartley, Ria Hirakawa, who's yet to drive, and Sebastian Buemi, they are 20 points behind, or were, and still are, because they didn't get a point for pole. The number third place is number 7, Jose Maria Lopez, who's driving now, KUY Kobayashi and Mike Conway, and they are a further 20 points back, or make that 19, because they got a point for pole. So that helps them, but not much. Unless the number 8 car retires here and the number 7 car gets a massive haul of points back with victory, going to Bahrain, number 7 know that number 8 will be the world champions, or will be Toyota's effort to be world champions, and that will, all the eggs will be in that one basket, Graham.
As things stand now, we're getting showing on the screens that maybe some loss of liquid for the 64 Corvette. If there's a red flag now, let's hope not, because we're enjoying this. Another 2 hours and 7 minutes to go. It would mean that the Toyota would take the lead in the World Championship from the Alpine.
It seems car 64 may be dropping liquids. It seems car 64 may be dropping liquids.
Might explain why they ran out of fuel.
Do you know what?
I'm only half kidding.
No, I know.
So
that might be something. Yeah.
The Drivers' Championship would be 122 points to the number 8 Toyota, 121 points to the 36 Alpine, and 94 points to the 7 Toyota. As things stand, if the race finished now, there would be a 1-point gap going to Bahrain, where, remember, Bahrain has a bigger points haul.
Yep.
That was with the 93 ahead of the Alpine, or the Alpine drivers ahead of the 93?
With the Alpine in third, where they are now.
Okay, yeah. I was
literally
going to say, if you had taken it from, as before the Peugeot pits, they were effectively not really in that position because they were yet to do the pit stop. So, but there's no more that Alpine can do this race.
There wouldn't be a difference because it's 6 hours. There's 10 points difference between first and third, and the teams are 10 points apart. They would be exactly tied, unless Alpine finish second or fourth. They will be tied, which will be all bets are off, because then it will be number 8 versus the Alpine as they go into the final race, as Michel Gatting tries to hold off Pierre Rag for second in GTE AM. Pierre Rag has been in the car before. Michel Gatting in her second stint in this Iron Dames Ferrari, and again they have risen right back to the top of the pile very nearly. TF Sports still hold a half-minute advantage over this battle. So the number 33 TF Sport Aston that started on pole, Graham, has sort of got back in front and is maintaining that big advantage, and the battles behind it are certainly helping.
It most certainly is. Pierre Rag all over the back here of the number 85 car as they put a lap on the 56 Team Project 1 car.
Yep.
Thinks about going down the inside in turn 3, but it's a difficult corner to do that. It's a bit too fast. Thinks better of it.
Saw the yellow and blue Dempsey Proton car in the background. What a shocker Dempsey Proton are having. That car's been really nowhere or nowhere at all, and the 77 car has struggled for pace as well.
Well, the 77 car is still in the garage.
And is still in the garage, it's exactly right. GR Racing are back out. Mike Wainwright is driving, but has been given a final warning for track limits. There's your GTE AM leader, the TF Sport Aston of Enrique Chavez, and
that's the other one.
Yeah,
that is 93.
It is 93.
It's got to be the same problem, isn't it? It's even from the same side at the rear of the car there.
Well, you can imagine not necessarily all of their systems are symmetrical, even though the engine is symmetrical.
So they've never seen this problem before.
For half an hour then. No.
Well, maybe slightly less because they know what to do. They've already had a run through that that failure.
Well, you heard about them checking data. The first thing they'll check is whether it's that. So they should be able to save significant amount of time here without the diagnostic checks, if you like.
Yeah, going straight to the answer and see if the answer remains the same. Exactly right. And again, look, you see the yellow claws there on their lights. The other car comes in with white claws, or that sort of yellowy greeny colour. So that's their identification in the pit lane only, rather than out on track. But yeah, that helps Alpine because it means they have less to worry about from behind. It doesn't help them be any more reliable. It doesn't speed them up. It just means that there is less of a threat of them not going to Bahrain with a joint lead of the race, or of the points lead. Michel Gatting still hanging on here from Pierre Rag.
Remember, this is, of course, a battle on track, but I'm pretty certain that the bronze driver of the 71 car still needs to do another stint. And we...
which would be Christoph Ulrich.
71 is Desert 2, is it not?
Oh, Desert. Did he not do a double?
I don't think he did.
Oh, I'm not sure. So PDR back in the garage. And the Peugeot, the second car is how many? 14 laps behind. So if this car loses sort of 4 or 5, then Peugeot clearly are showing that they will learn very quickly from their mistakes. looks like. Change of pace as Pierre Rag goes by Michelle Gatting, and Michelle Gatting gets a better run on him down the straight, and Davidson, she's got her nose back in front, and she can control the line into the corner as well, ease Rag over on the straight.
We have seen overtakes made possible around the outside into turn one, but this is going to be quite a challenge for him, as Rag's got to be very late on the brakes here to make it work.
This is the Mansell Senna moment, isn't it? And she controlled the inside line. Now can Pierre Rag cut back?
No, she's done it.
Beautiful.
Yeah. Nicely done.
And the more she can control this and keep the car behind her, the better for their overall race strategy.
Allows the Prema car to whistle through without holding her up. Here comes Pierre Rag having a little look. She was just a little offline.
Well, she had to be because of the Prema overtaking,
Exactly.
So nothing
and
she could really do there.
The quicker car almost gave him the opportunity he needed. This is for second in GTEM. The TF Sport Aston is still nearly half a minute ahead. Interesting that the tyre life on all 4 tyres on both cars is the same, with the exception of the right rear, the unladen rear tyre on the 85 car, which has done 10 laps fewer than the others. So I wonder whether they had a slight issue on that tyre, and instead of double stinting all 4, had to make a single tyre change at the last stop.
This is the Phil Hansen and Charles Melesi fight that we saw a few laps before their pit stops, continuing on. Oh, and he's done it. Rag has done it. He's made his way through around turn 15. We just missed that. We went to the LMP2 battle.
That's sort of awesome.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, go off screen. It's shorter to the action's sure to unfold. But yeah, I think she had done well enough to stop his progress, knowing that the bronze has got to take over in that car later on.
Watch the real team car. Here's her slot. If she gets in the tow from the real team car, she can't. There's too many other things coming.
But she's going to have a crack at this.
She's on the inside. No. Didn't quite have room to make the run. Now, did you notice also the Alpine's just been lapped?
Yes, look.
Now, it doesn't matter in terms of points. What it does matter is that if the number 8 car has a problem, and that's their championship rivals, then they get a free lap to have a problem in.
Anda masih menyaksikan live streaming World Endurance Championship 2022 di YouTube-nya KUY Entertainment dalam seri 6 Hours of Fuji. Dan Mas Arief, tadi kan kita sempat melihat bagaimana ada pergantian dari Robin Fans pada Dries Van Toor, dan tadi sempat gapnya cukup jauh 20-an detik, tapi ketika Dries Van Toor agak sedikit lebih mendekat dibandingkan tadi di awal Robin Fans. Ini apa yang terjadi performanya dari Dries Van Toor?
Awalnya ketika baru keluar, Dries Van Toor bahkan sebenarnya dia cepat membuat lap fastest lap buat WRC 31 ya, 1.325. Itu paling nggak untuk mempertebal kepercayaan diri dia bahwa dia bisa sama cepatnya dengan Robin. Tapi setelah itu memang dia manage tire, dan di saat bersamaan Jonathan Aberdeen dari data yang dilaporkan Fuji juga dia menggunakan ban secara berlebihan, sehingga di stint kedua mereka ini Dries Van Toor ban masih oke gitu ya. Jonathan Aberdeen udah kemakan nih, misalnya dash-nya udah tinggi nih. Sehingga gap yang tadinya sekitar 1, dari 8 lalu 5 lalu 4 sampai 1, sekian detik sebelum pit stop itu menjadi sekarang sekitar 5 sampai 6 detik lagi gap antara Van Toor dan Jonathan Aberdeen. Gitu.
Tapi so far dengan sekarang terakhir berapa Mas gapnya? 5 detik?
5 detik. Tapi gap ini kalau dipertahankan sesungguhnya tidak terlalu mengkhawatirkan. Ini mengingat sisa pembalap yang ada.
Nah, ini nih menarik nih ya.
Nah, ya gitu.
Memang apa yang terjadi dengan sisa pembalapnya, Mas?
Nah, gini, di plan WRT 31 kan ini 2 stint terakhir akan Robin. Sementara
di WRT ya maksudnya.
WRT 31.
Ya, okay.
Sementara di Jota 28 itu mereka mau nggak mau harus menggunakan Oliver Rasmussen
yang belum pernah mendapatkan
giliran, dan dia harus paling nggak 2 stint kan, harus 1 jam
minimal 2 stint ya aturannya ya.
2 stint ya. Sementara di atas kertas Oliver Rasmussen adalah pembalap istilahnya pembalap paling pelan lah boleh kita bilang di Jota 28. Dan itu kalau WRT 31 terhadap Jota 28. Jadi kalau melihat itu di atas kertas, mestinya kita tenang, walaupun apapun bisa terjadi di atas track ya. Lalu terhadap Jota 38 yang di atas kertas juga akan menggunakan Antonio Felix da Costa hingga finish. Karena Felix da Costa ini memang sudah kelihatan dari programnya itu baru 2 stint awal ini kan, dan dia akan sampai finish. Gapnya lumayan jauh, 15 detikan terhadap WRT 31 atau terhadap Disvantor sekarang. Dan ketika nanti sudah diganti lagi oleh Fans, mestinya itu gap itu cukup aman lah untuk mempertahankan posisi.
Artinya so far performa dari tim WRT 31 di Fuji ini emang cukup bagus ya?
Sangat bagus bahkan.
Sangat bagus ya?
Sangat bagus dari Sean tadi, lalu Robin sampai Disvantor sekarang. Jadi mereka itu benar-benar tampil bukan hanya bisa cepat di atas track, tapi manage tire, manage fuel itu benar-benar kalkulasi yang sudah dilakukan dengan sangat matang oleh tim WRT 31 dan dieksekusi dengan baik oleh 3 pembalap mereka.
Ya, baiklah, kita doakan semoga tim WRT 31 masih akan terus memimpin sampai 1 jam ke depan dan bahkan sampai akhir race mendatang. Sekali lagi saya juga ingin mengucapkan terima kasih kepada KFC, Pertamina, Paseo, BNI, MS Glow, J9090 Corp, Taco Bell, Naughty by Nature, dan Telkomsel yang telah mendukung live streaming World Endurance Championship 2022 di KUY Entertainment. Nah, saya bangga banget nih karena ada putra bangsa Indonesia yang bisa berkancah di internasional seperti Sean Grael yang sekarang lagi berjuang dapetin podium 1 di WEC 2022. Untuk kalian juga bisa loh go internasional dengan pakai Xpora powered by BNI buat mengembangkan bisnis agar go internasional. Jadi Xpora powered by BNI merupakan one-stop shopping solution BNI untuk pelaku usaha UMKM yang ingin mengembangkan bisnisnya menuju UMKM go produktif, go digital, dan go global. Nih buat kalian yang sedang di rumah dan suka bisnis, ini cocok banget karena bisa jadi solusi pengelolaan keuangan, ekspansi bisnis untuk memperluas pasar, kemudian solusi pendanaan, serta sistem digital yang memiliki banyak tools untuk menunjang pengelolaan bisnis. Yuk langsung aja kepoin www.xpora.bni.co.id. Itu dia. Dan selain itu, gue mau kenalin juga mobile banking BNI yang sangat membantu kehidupan banget buat gue juga, terutama karena BNI Mobile Banking adalah fasilitas layanan perbankan yang hadir dengan berbagai fitur untuk memudahkan transaksi dimanapun dan kapanpun melalui smartphone secara aman, mudah, dan cepat. Bahkan saya juga pakai nih, saya sambil buka juga ya. Nih, gue pun juga udah pakai Mobile Banking BNI, tapi belum di login, tinggal pakai Face ID juga langsung login. Gue udah pakai Mobile Banking BNI, mulai dari top up pulsa dan e-wallet, bayar tagihan rutin, bayar segalanya apapun cukup dengan scan dengan QRIS, tarik tunai tanpa kartu di tarik tunai tanpa kartu di ATM, bahkan buka tabungan hanya dengan selfie dan kirim uang bertransaksi ke luar negeri. Ini salah satu kelihatan tuh agak sedikit ya, tapi agak berbayang. Ya, agak mantul. Oke, makanya langsung aja pakai BNI Mobile Banking sekarang juga. Kita aja udah pakai, masa kalian belum? Informasi lebih lanjutnya bisa hubungi 1500046 atau 15046. Dan balapan sedikit lagi akan selesai. Makin penasaran siapa aja nih yang bakal naik podium, dan kita doakan lagi sekali lagi tim WRT 31, Sean Grael, Robin Friends juga Dres Fortune bisa meraih podium 1. Oke, Sobat Kuy, selamat menyaksikan.
Every hybrid Toyota road car then benefits from this research, and that's the that's the physical reality of it. You can't go and advertise, we were third but used less petrol than some of our rivals because we've got a hybrid. What they really want is a car that will win against everybody.
It's about how to market this technology, which is a very relevant technology in the modern world, in a way that's meaningful to the customer. We did have that opportunity with the LMP1 hybrid battles, and I can recall a moment when we broke through that dam and got a soundbite everybody could use, which was Audi telling us we've just done the same mileage in the Le Mans 24 Hours using 40% less fuel.
Yeah,
40% less fuel.
Now,
That's what you're looking for.
Imagine your road car could do that. Drive to London and back from wherever you live using barely more than half the fuel you did in the previous job.
Funnily enough, I've got a Toyota hire car this weekend. I drove from Haneda in Tokyo to the circuit, and I'm still on a full tank. How does that work? It's just it uses less fuel. So
I wondered why the fun bus was using so much fuel. Clearly, Anthony's been going out siphoning it off at night.
I'm just doing a lot of lift and coast.
4 hours in, 2 hours to go. It's still Toyota 1-2, Alpine in third, WRT lead in LMP2, AF Corsa 1-2, there they are. in GTE Pro, and Aston Martin still half a minute ahead of the rest of the world, the TF Sport Aston in the GTE AM class. 4 major problems, 2 for the Peugeot team. But let's catch up with the car that is leading. Brendan Hartley's just handed over to new boy Ryo Hirakawa, so he is with Louise Beckett.
Brendan Hartley, you've just stepped out of the number 8, which is steaming ahead. The team can't seem to see the differences, but what is the difference with the number 8?
Yeah, honestly, I think we've done a great job all weekend setting it up for the race. We saw the track temp was getting a lot hotter, and yeah, we went a little bit of a different setup compared to the other car. They seem to be struggling a bit more today with the hotter track, so I think it was the right move. And yeah, Seb's done a great start to give me a little bit of a gap, and yeah, it's just one of those days. I had the rhythm, I had the flow, the car felt good, and we extended the gap a lot. I was kind of surprised in a way. It's one of those days. So Rio's in the car now. Hopefully we can bring it home, but there's still a mile to go.
How is it feeling out there?
Yeah, it's good. It's hot. I was physically okay with the temperature, but the tyres are screaming. I think it's the same for everyone. But no, it was pretty smooth sailing. I mean, we haven't had any full course yellow, no safety cars. I should touch wood, but it's been very clean.
All right, thank you.
Thanks.
And they have driven a really clean race, both cars as well. In fact, actually, almost everybody.
Kazuki's happy. He's back at it with his megaphone. Look.
Yeah. Achtung Fahrerlager. That's not what they say here, is it? I don't know what the Japanese for attention paddock is, because I don't know any Japanese. So yeah, just guiding some guests around at TGR's garages.
He's basically telling them, if I was still in the car, we would have been 45 seconds in front instead of 41. You know, but it is what it is.
Yeah.
He's had some glory days here. He most certainly has, and
the only driver to win the 6 hours of Fuji single-handedly.
Oh yes.
Oh yes, he did.
2013.
Yeah, 2013.
Yeah, absolutely.
The race that never was.
Started at the front, did 2 laps behind the safety car, red flagged the race, stood on the podium, sprayed the champagne.
Only one race result I can think of than that was even easier, and that would be the Belgian Grand Prix last year.
It was a very similar day, actually.
Very similar day,
very similar.
same number of laps, shorter lap. Oh no, hang on, longer lap. So actually his was easier.
Maybe we did more laps, but
no,
yeah.
2.
There were I think we did more laps.
I think 2 laps was the FIA minimum,
it was red flagged multiple times.
Yeah, we had, I want to say, was it 6 or 5? There was multiple laps behind the safety car in multiple periods. And I sat here in this very booth with my then colleague, and we filmed for 5 hours of live television.
Where's your medal? I haven't seen it from that day. I won a trophy that day. Where's your Thanks, Jazz.
But are you proud of it?
Absolutely. Still filed for the bonus as well, I believe.
Exactly right,
I should say, by the way, that race significant technically for one other reason, which it is technically the one time an LMP1 hybrid ran unrestricted. Because the Audi behind the safety car got debris, a tear-off went into the air intake. They had to take the air intake assembly apart, and to make sure that they didn't lose the safety car train, they sent it out effectively unrestricted, but that lost them the race. Because they were
because they were on pole position.
They were on pole position.
Yes.
So somebody else's tear-off cost them the race. That's life, folks. Toyota 1-2, but running 40 seconds apart now. Ferrari 1-2 running, well,
4 tenths
a tenth of that, 8 tenths
2
apart,
tenths, So
a car length in it. And again, Antonio Fuoco, again, you know, for the championship position, the only benefit for waving Fuoco by would be to allow Alessandro Pierguidi to try and gain that lap on their closest Porsche rival, the unpenalised rather than underlaid car of Michael Christensen and Kevin Est.
Something unnoticed by me, and apologies if you've mentioned it while I've been tapping into other data sources.
Firing off angry emails.
There has been a switch between the 2 Jota cars for second and third. Johnny Yates now third, Antonio Felix da Costa leads
I don't think
the race.
we saw the pass.
It's a second, rather.
No, I don't think we saw the pass.
There was a
You're right.
comfortable gap between the two of them for quite some time.
There
So
was.
I don't know what has happened there at
Well,
Jota.
Jonathan Abdine's last lap was quite a slow one.
Maybe maybe he had a little glitch in traffic and Antonio got by him. But you're right, Antonio Felix Costa up second, Aberdeen third. Stopping Real Team by WRT. There's Ferdy Habsburg's car. He's no longer in it. So change of driver. He took over from Robert Kubica, so they're single stinting in this car, aren't they? Norman Nato was in before Rob. That's Robert getting in again, isn't it? So he's doing the second half of his driving time. And there's Mike Wainwright, that car back out with after
Ben Barker now.
Ben Barker, rather, after its big gear selector issues. So Mike Wainwright did his time in two hugely delayed stints. That is the last running car, but nobody has yet retired from the race.
If the 86 car can continue and completes this lap, it will go by. In fact, just has gone by the 77.
Yep.
That's still in the pit garage with that drive shaft problem we heard about from Louise a little earlier.
Yeah.
Which leaves us with, I mean, looking where the major changes could take place in competitive terms. LMP2, absolutely. GTE AM, I think, is still well alight. Where are we in terms of things there? Well, it's about 27 seconds, again, between TF Sports, who've just got Enrique Chavez and Marcus Sorensen still to come with that car, of course.
Yeah, well, that's going to let down their pace, putting in a former world champion Aston factory driver.
The 71 car, currently in the hands of Pierre Rags, that does have to see Cedric Desato back at the wheel again. He has to do another 45 minutes or so in that car. That's going to help the challenge of the Iron Dames. They are just 4 seconds back and single stinting between Michel Gatting and Rahel Fry as the 94 making its way, by the way, back up the field. It's risen almost to the top of the GTM field, from the very back of the field here.
He must have been suffering with some excessive flat spots from that huge lockup that we saw a few laps ago down towards turn 10. So I don't know if they're going to change all four here because of that. Don't see the mechanics ready.
Yeah.
He definitely would be suffering with flat spots from that moment.
And
I think
to see? Oh, we don't.
Yeah, I think
they will.
would have been driver error then. I don't think any other mechanical problems appear to be on that car.
Didn't look like it. It looked like he just sort of bounced over the bumps
down the inside. Yeah. As we know, they've been running the car quite low, suffering a lot of porpoising, bouncing down the main straight. And I think it is a bit more bumpy offline, and of course a bit more green and dusty on the inside of that part of the track. So Fuoco still, as we come towards turn 1, still incredibly close to his teammate Pierre Guidi, but just can't seem to find a way through. But it doesn't look like he's harassing him that much.
No.
Almost like he's quite happy just to sit in that position. I don't know if there are some team orders there down at Ferrari.
I would think, because the way the championship positions are, it is the 51 car that could win the championship. Both the Porsches have got drivers in that could win the championship. The 92 team, Christensen Estra, are 1 point behind the 51 crew, and Jimmy Bruni in the 91 car is also 1 point behind. So you've got 5 drivers in 3 cars covered by a single point as the race started. And the car that's not involved is the 52 Ferrari. If none of the others show up for Bahrain, they can win the World Championship. But it's realistically, the only reason for putting Fuoco in front would be as a running back to clear other cars out of the way.
There's a tool, gets into the car.
Not Michael Schumacher, he has a Michael Schumacher tribute helmet. Clearly Schumacher, a huge hero of his.
Absolutely, this will be the stint to complete his driver time. That will, of course, see them drop back in the order. Worth saying, by the way, the car that inherits third as that change takes place is another one to watch. It's the 777, and that's at the moment of Charlie Fagg. About 15 seconds back from the Iron Dames in third now, but we know Satoshi Yoshino did a double stint and has completed his drive time.
Now, what vintage Schumacher helmet is DeSoto's Schumacher helmet? Because it's got a little tic-tac livery in the top of the visor strip. So that must be a specific era helmet that he has chosen. I'm assuming somewhere in the Ferrari years rather than previous.
Yeah, well, they were sponsored by them.
Or was Tic Tac and Michael Schumacher personal sponsor? I'm not sure, like Decra is or was. That might be one for the Twitter hive. What vintage of Schumacher helmet is DeSoto copying?
So on pit lane now, the number 1 Richard Mille racing car. Charles Milesi bails out of that battle with the United Autosport crew. Gustavo Menezes, by the way, rejoins in 25th position. Is going to be able to be making up a couple of positions at least before there get to be lap differences between cars. The number 93, by the way, the more recently delayed of the 2 Peugeots, dropped to 12th position and is about to make his way a little further up the order with the latest round of LMP2 pit stops. On pit lane now, 28, Jonathan Aberdeen finally gets out. It's Oliver Rasmussen getting aboard the car.
It's been a long old wait for Rasmussen, hasn't it, today? It's been on holiday until now.
Absolutely. Yellow, it's at 6 and 7.
Just looking out the commentary box window, we can actually see
removed.
that corner, but yeah.
So someone's had a moment and recovered.
As a couple of times we've seen looping spins there on the exit as the road drops away and the corner tightens on you. Seeing 71.
I think it might be.
From DeSoto fresh out of the pits. Well, here are the new tyres, which may not be quite so new any longer.
We're about to see somebody else.
Long stop.
Oh, no.
Long stop. Wouldn't go on. So putting an old tyre back on.
Is that the same old tyre going back on?
Right.
Oh, well, you don't have any others on the apron, do you? So that's not good news.
The Ferrari wheel has an integrated wheel nut. And if it's a wheel nut problem, so through he goes. So if it was a problem for the 71, it's not what we're seeing. I think we were rather more being told there was an issue. Car 71 and 54, it was incident under investigation. So it's 2 of the AF Corsa run Ferraris that have an incident at turn 6. Just a few moments ago.
I'd like to see a replay of that one, but I should imagine it's a car just popping down the inside of the other towards the apex. This is an important pit stop here, isn't it? Car 22. Who have we got at the wheel there? It was Phil Hansen. I think that was a driver change just then. And Charles Milesi now changed to Chatan.
Is this going to be Felipe Albuquerque?
It was, yes, the helmet design, yeah, with the luminous yellow flash on it. That's Albuquerque. And both Ferraris off the track there on the exit of turn 1. They've got to be careful with that.
2 things to say, both of which involve GTM. It is a retirement for the 77 car, confirmed on our timing screens with that drive shaft issue. The other thing is that 71 and 54 clash, that was for position. Those 2 cars were together for 4th place.
Right.
An outlap for DeSoto. And it was, who in the 54? It's Francesco Castellacci, the man with the most Italian name in the world.
I think Giancarlo Fisichella might argue the toss of that one.
That is a close one again. Say in your finest Italian accent, Graham, will be the deciding factor.
My finest Italian accent would be an insult to the Italian nation.
Louise is pleading with us down in the pit lane not to do our finest Italian accent.
Right. Alex Stanger on Twitter reckons it's 1999 as the Shoei helmet that Franck Desauto in the 71 Ferrari is wearing has Tic Tac logos and a blue top with a white background. Thank you very much.
That's it, 98, yeah.
The hive knows.
Just not good enough.
Just not good enough. We needed Karun Chandok here, the walking encyclopedia of F1 from the 90s.
Never go full Chandok.
No.
If you're listening,
he's
been busy, but he'll be listening to this. He knows this is more entertaining. Of course he does.
Did someone say my name?
Yeah, dear
Just
me.
yeah.
Ex-LMP1 and LMP2 driver, of course, Karen. LMP1 driver.
Honestly, he knows anything and everything about F1 from the 90s.
Does he really?
It is quite remarkable.
Yeah.
Remarkable's an interesting choice of words.
I'm being polite. I'm only jealous.
A delightful man, Karen Shandok.
I've got a friend who knows everything about who did not pre-qualify in the 80s as well. Stuart Dent, afternoon Stuart, who's just got that memory. And I can't even remember what we had for breakfast, never mind who won the previous race, never mind who DNPQ'd. You know, it's astonishing to have the retention, and Karun is just amazing at that, and you don't need Wikipedia when he's in the booth.
He is, you know what, one of my favourite people in motorsports.
Yeah. Well, there are the top speeds of our 4 different categories. That young man on his downhill mountain bike. This looks like a bit of an issue. Yeah, oh, down he goes. Toyota Gazoo Racing 1-2, now 44 seconds between them. In GT Pro, again, nothing at all between these 2 Ferraris, Alessandro Pueguidi and Antonio Fuoco. Fuoco is not going to make a move, is he? If he had,
he's just sitting there.
He would have shaped up at some stage in the last 90 minutes.
And I'd go as far to say as well that it looks like Pueguidi's not pushing the car as hard as he could either. They're in formation, basically. Just racking up the points in today's race with an hour and a half to go.
Yeah, no threat from behind. It's 37 seconds is the gap to Michael Christensen.
They've got to stop running off wide because it's on camera every time. That's all 4 wheels again for Pueguidi on the exit of turn 1.
Here is the point. They are just about over the gap that they would lose should one or other of them get a drive-through, but it would be very close.
What would be better is to maintain that gap of 37 or 8 seconds and stay within track limits and not get a drive-through. To get a drive-through now as the leader in GTE when basically the race is over, barring an act of God, would just be the height of foolishness. Marco Sorensen,
37 seconds ahead.
Marco Sorensen takes over the TF Sport Aston Martin. This is our GT AM leader. So the GT AM leader is in the pits.
Yes, we'll briefly hand the lead to the Iron Dames.
Yeah. Now then, Miguel Molina in the 52 Ferrari crew is down in the garage watching all this play out as well. Let's see if Louise Beckett can learn a little bit more about the strategy.
Miguel Molina, you don't want to take your eyes off the screen. This is fun to watch, isn't it?
Yeah, so far is everything under control. We are trying to be there, bringing the positions as forward as we can, and we'll see. Still a couple of laps to go, but so far everything looks okay.
In situations like this, where you're both behind each other, what are the team telling you?
I don't know. We need to do our job. I mean, we are checking that the gap is okay. So we are doing what we have to do, and let's see. But as we know, I think today the performance is quite good, and both cars they are together.
There was also some lovely overtaking moves by you in your stint.
Yeah. I mean, as always, it's a really tight competition here. You need to have everything perfect to overtake. And today, like I said, the car is feeling really good for us for the 52, and let's see how it goes. But I really like to race like this in this championship.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Driver change at Jota. Antonio, is that Jonathan Aberdeen getting out, or is that 38?
It's the other one. Felix da Costa out.
Yeah, I thought it
Stevens
was.
back in.
Okay, so they will go turn and turn about to the end of the race. 93 minutes remaining here in the 6 hours of Fuji. Penultimate race in the FIA World Endurance Championship, and the last for which the winner gets 25 points, because it's points and a half in the 8 hours of Bahrain, the season finale. 38 points for victory. Now, that's not going to make an enormous difference in Hypercar or in GTE Pro, because the gaps are so tiny. If you win, you win. If you don't, you don't, basically, is the way it's shaping up. However, it will make a huge difference, potentially, in LMP2, which is much harder to call, and in GTE AM, which is also much harder to call. But nothing is a given, is it, until the final lap of the race is completed, as we saw in Bahrain 8 hours last year, where the GTE Championship was decided in the most dramatic of circumstances. Saw the number 9 car in from the lead in LMP2. Robert Kubica was finishing his drive time, and that hands it back to 31, WRT's Robin Frijns.
Yeah, so Frijns is back behind the wheel now after Vantor has been in. And yeah, like you say, Will Stevens back in now after Antonio Felix da Costa, and we're expecting Rasmussen in as well for a driver change, perhaps. I know they've already done it, so that's why they dropped behind.
Antonio Felix da Costa briefly having a little chat with his teammate. Now he's got the headset on before he gets back on Twitter for undoubtedly some more gags. He always looks like he's having such a miserable time, doesn't he, Antonio? But he did smile once in a while.
A bit more. But no, I mean, he usually, well, recently he's been getting in the car and just flying. And he had pole position here yesterday by over 0.3 of a second. But today, I have to say that Jonathan Aberdeen was his match, at least his match, if not slightly quicker.
It's astonishing day.
And if they didn't get spun around at the start, they would still be leading this race.
I think that's absolutely right. They are, where are we now? They are 20 seconds off the class lead.
They definitely lost
30 plus seconds.
They're 10 seconds in the lead right now of this race, and Frijns would be ever so slightly catching them. It's warning flag for car 1. Chatin for reviews out for track limits.
Final warning. Somebody else just had a final warning there, so there may be a couple of driver infringements coming up. Again, going back to the Ferraris, nothing is going to happen here. We can safely look at other cars, because that, unless there's a mechanical failure for 51 or 52, that will be how they finish.
I was trying to read between the lines of that interview with Molina, and he still sounded excited, and he was nervous about what could possibly be the outcome of this fight. But I don't know, every once in a while he would just drop a word or two in, which would make me doubt how excited he really was. Because we just, you know, he said something like, we're in a good position, and looking at the cars behind, something like that. I thought, oh, so you're not really fighting, but you're excited that anything can happen and you still might win the race.
Well, the reality of it is they are 20 points off the lead, held by their teammates in the car that's right in front of them now, and 3 of the 4 Porsche drivers are 1 point off the lead. So the reality is, it is most likely that Ferrari will take Drivers' Championships if the 51 car is allowed to win here and extend its advantage over the Porsche team. What happens, though, is that when you go to the 8 hours of Bahrain, between 1st and 4th is a 20-point spread. So if the 52 car got more points here, and it won in Bahrain, and their teammates were off the podium, the 52 car could beat them, but they would likely lose out, both of them, then to Porsche, because Porsche would be the 2 cars in the middle, logically. So it seems highly unlikely. If there was another 8-hour race to go, or a 6-hour race to go, then I would say, OK, gloves off, have at it here. I don't think they're going to take that chance. Michelle Gatting in the pit lane.
And stays in.
Stays in, so she will do another stint. So this will be a double for her. This was only her first stint.
It was. So it looks like there's a lot. She's not going to stay in the car for 90.
No, and then probably Rahel Frey will get in to go to the end, unless Sarah. Well, yes, it'll be 30-ish minutes, unless Sarah Bovey gets in for a final hurrah. Depends sort of where they are in the race. TF Sport, the 33 Aston Martin leading at the moment. 777 D station should go up to 3rd. 54 Francesco Castellacci for Air40 should go up to 4th.
No, already is 3rd, Charlie Fag, but it's where is the 85 going to come out against the 777?
Yeah,
it was a reasonably good pit stop for the 777 last time around. So Charlie Fag at the moment pairing around whilst Michelle Gatting was at a standstill. So what is the gap going to be? 12 seconds is the gap.
Yep, she's already in turn 5. He's coming down to turn 3. We ride on board with Will Stevens down the front straight.
Now, Will is only 5.2 seconds behind the leader, Robin Frijns.
Yeah.
So that gap has definitely come down since, at least half an hour ago, the gap was more than double, I'm sure.
This is the battle of two could-have, should-have, perhaps Grand Prix drivers, isn't it? Robin Frijns, Le Mans winner last year. Will Stevens, ex-Formula 1 driver, driven in LMP1, now in P2 with Jota. And again, you know, the two teams that have sort of bestraddled this series this year in LMP2, Jota and WRT.
Yeah, delighted, by the way, that Will Stevens has attracted the attention of the big teams in North America as well. Completely correct that he should do.
Yeah, looked like he was run a little bit wide there, but it seems okay.
He's been doing great things in the European Le Mans Series with Palace Racing. Helped in no small part with their rich vein of form.
And he's driven these LMP2 cars for years, since this new, well I say new, since this 07 Oreca came about. He's been at the forefront, hasn't he? Not developing the car, but in the car every other weekend. ELMS and the WEC and America. He knows these cars inside and out.
And Anthony, you know that when you are racing every weekend, even if you're racing different cars and different rivals in different championships, it just keeps you so sharp.
So sharp,
Anytime you get back into a car, then there's no rust at all. You just bang, bang, bang.
We could really see that with Will, actually. When he'd come fresh from an ELMS weekend, and then we'd be at a WEC weekend the weekend after, he was just, you hit the ground running. And it's hard to beat someone that's just always driving. Particularly in this day and age where track testing is quite limited and there's not the budget there in LMP2 to go testing all the time. It actually is unlimited in P2, but you just don't track test because of it's that extra budget.
He's another good example, isn't he, Will? As indeed, frankly, are you, where someone who's not had the opportunity in a top-class Formula 1 car, that formula makes you look less good than you are. Given the opportunity to get into a quality machine, you can see where the talent is. He's an extremely talented driver, and he's taken the fight here to Robin Frijns. That gap with traffic up and down between 4.5, 5.5 seconds.
He's had a bad run through traffic this time around. You had the GT overtaking another one into turn 6, and he wanted to really follow the other one through, but it's always difficult to manage that situation. So he's definitely lost out this time to Robin Frijns.
Took 6 tenths out of Robin on the previous lap. There is Robin Frijns, and again the GR Porsche just a little robbing him of speed on the exit of the corner, and of course it's uphill, so that's double the penalty there in terms of lost momentum.
So I've just been actually in text conversation with the team as we've been talking to ask how did Antonio Felix Costa get ahead of Jonathan Aberdeen, and it turns out Aberdeen just was a little bit extra hard on his tyres, took a bit too much life out of them early on in the stint, overloaded the front tyres, and that's how Antonio did it. He just kinder on the tyre and made it work for the longer run. So that was over 10 seconds that Felix da Costa gained on. It was Aberdeen at the time, wasn't it?
Yeah, completely correct. The tyres rooted at the end of the session for Jonathan Aberdeen, and the experience paid off there for da Costa. Still quick lap times coming out. Alex Lynn, although down in 6th, putting in faster lap times than have been managed in United Autosport's 23 cars. He tries to close down his next target, which is Louis Delatraz, back now as he was at the start of the race in the number 9 Kramer Orlan car. 5th and 6th, those two separated by, what, 8 seconds.
I guess for the championship, Will Stevens, although it's always nice, you got that carrot in front of you, you got Robin Frijns, and the gap was at 5, is now 7 seconds because of that traffic, but they're in such a commanding position in the championship that you've got to think about that at this stage, surely, with 1 hour 20 minutes remaining. I mean, you'd never forgive yourself if you threw it off now, just trying to get that race win, and instead of that moment where you should now be thinking of the championship. Different for Philippe Albuquerque. You can see on the graphics at the bottom of your screen there, and the fight with Chatin slowly catching is Albuquerque, as you'd expect, but yeah, here is that fight. So the #1 car, Richard Mille. We said this fight's been going on for a long time, but the different drivers. It was Charles Malesi, is now Chatan there at the wheel of the #1, now in front of the United car, but it's the United car with, it looks like, the extra pace at this point. See that, how Albuquerque saying, no you don't, to the car #8 of Rio Hirakawa coming up, no you don't, I'm busy here, you wait your turn, you overtake me on the straight. It's quite funny to see, because he knows, look, as it's being proven here, in the middle in the final sector there, in the mid corner, the
52's ahead. 52's ahead.
Oh yeah.
So have they
How's
been
that
waved
happened?
through just to help tow him down the straight a little bit? Again, in terms of championship points, it makes little sense.
And the point I should make here immediately, and I know you're listening, is that the reason I noticed that is because it had a yellow splitter immediately.
We'll mention it once again.
Just in case.
Yeah,
and now the fans are informed. You know.
Yeah, but the mirrors though.
Oh, mirrors, yeah.
Yeah, mirrors,
they're so big
though.
on these cars these days. Massive mirrors.
So the total is very
there
slowly by he goes.
Albuquerque down the inside, but it's not quite enough, is it? Yeah. Gets a good run on the exit.
I think he's got him.
I think he's got him too. But #1 staying on the inside. Chatan, he's got. He's going to be into this one. He's held his ground. The two of them are going to make contact. They did. Oh, Albuquerque really. I'd like to see a different angle of that one. He was brave to go around the outside, and Chatan, I think, had a legitimate chance to go on the inside, but you're always risking it. Always risking that curb on the inside of that corner as well. If you just touch that, can we see a different angle? Oh, it's the same one. We just don't have enough of a view here. The camera's too low down.
Yeah, I think he hit him around the rear wheel.
Yeah.
Well, Chatan was trying to come from slightly behind.
Honestly, I need a different angle. If we don't have a different angle, an onboard or something, it's too hard to see there.
Gary Robert Shaw there at United Autosports.
From that angle, I have to say, Racing Incident.
Yeah.
They both had the right to be where they were on track. But,
and Chatan took a lot of curb on the inside to try and make sure that he was as tight as he could be, because he knew there was going to be a squeeze.
Did he just understeer into him?
Yeah.
You know,
or bounce off the curb a little.
I don't think Albuquerque turned in too much, but like I said, really hard to see from that angle.
Meanwhile, fresh out of the pits into Europol's Esteban Gutierrez. This is an outlap for him. He's got the ultimate car, Mathieu Lahaye, behind him. Again, Mathieu Lahaye, young man who had a strong single-seater career and then just basically hit the financial brick wall. The older of the two brothers.
Another ex-LMP1 driver, Mathieu Lahaye, for racing back in the day.
Oh, yes.
Just going back to that incident in turn 3, it's always difficult when you're the one on the inside. If you get any bit of understeer, you know you're in trouble. You know you're just going to career off into the car alongside you. And I do think, from what I could see, I do think there was a car's width. So yeah, I put it down to a racing incident between the two of them at this point.
I think stewards will look at it, but may well end up being that decision from them as well. TF Sport leading in GTE AM as we watch the AM battle come through.
That instant between Paul Chatan and Felipe Albuquerque, unsurprisingly, under investigation.
Well, stewards are duty-bound to investigate any collision, no matter how straightforward and cut and dried it looks, because if you don't investigate one, then a team will protest that you shouldn't have investigated theirs either.
I remember the stewards are privy to a few more camera angles than we have. They can use circuit CCTV. I think they might have a few extra onboards as well.
And they also get real-time data from all the cars, so they can tell who was on the throttle, who was on the brakes, what the steering angles were.
Exactly.
Yeah, the FIA monitoring bus is a hive of electronics, isn't it? We've been in there and you sort of feel like you don't want to touch anything or lean on anything just in case.
And you can get close as possible to the stewards' view of the FIA World Championship with the app.
Right, is that an Eduardo Freitas glasses cam?
That wouldn't be a bad view, would it, really?
Yeah.
He's got more, however many screens you've got in your home setup, he's got more.
Yeah, when you see race control, that's what everybody thinks the commentary booth is like. Commentary booth, we're actually blessed here. We've got a big screen which has got the pictures on it and a timing screen as well.
Hello, what are we watching here?
We play with...
This might see, this is Paul di Resta.
Oh, car steps out on him.
Oh, you know what? When we started to ride on board with him, I thought he was going really slowly, and I thought, oh, he's in a slow speed, he must be in sector 3.
Yeah.
But then I saw him approaching turn 6, and I thought, It looked a bit slow. That's why he's tucked the inside into the curb on the right-hand side and spun the car around.
That barrier on the inside there was coming closer and closer.
Lucky to get away with that one.
Yeah.
And maybe at a high-speed spin like that, you could have flat-spotted the tyres.
15 seconds that cost him, that particular lap. Up to 9th place overall, though.
Well, there may have been some radio traffic. Let's see what we hear.
Okay. Yeah, I just caught the inside grass. Okay.
Yeah, he just, like I said, just tucked it on the inside, just got the dirt on the inside, actually. There's a bit of a cavity there, and it dipped the wheel and changed the body language of the car. The attitude changed, and around it went, and it makes a lot more sense now. I almost said, oh, I was just thinking he's in Sector 3, because he was fighting the car, but going really slowly, and that's a usual situation in the final part of the track. But then I saw, oh no, he's approaching turn 6. That's odd.
And again, all part of driving these car fast is trying to find exactly where the limit is and stay right on that knife edge. Toyota Gazoo Racing leading towards the final hour here in the 6 hours of Fuji. Fuji Speedway, venue for round 5 of the FIA World Endurance Championship. Toyota own this track in the same way that Honda owns Suzuka. They are 1-2, and red cars also 1-2, as we're about to see positions change here. 51 Ferrari retaking the... Oh, that's the 2 other Ferraris. Ferrari 52 and 51.
52 cars gone, 4.5 seconds up the road now.
Yep.
This is the 52 going by the 21 car. There is the 51 car.
Now
he's hemorrhaging that time, isn't it? Just hand over fist,
now,
just losing time.
I wonder whether they have got more fresh tyres left, and the 52 car has used more, or is using fresher tyres.
Well, we did see in the last pit stop that they changed both cars, the left-hand side, to brand new tyres. So at least the left-hand side tyres were of equal status, equal wear.
Yeah. From Desotto, Francesco Castellacci incident, no further action. Here's a Corvette pit stop. Tommy Milner handing over to Nick Tandy.
We'll say, of course, that if the championship's up for grabs here, the one that is of least interest to a manufacturer is the Drivers' Championship.
Unless they don't win the manufacturer's title, in which case having World Championship drivers is still a big deal.
Yeah, they definitely do care about it, but it's funny. I've asked a lot of teams this in the past. You know, if you had to choose one, what would it be? And they can never answer the question. They always say both.
I wonder if it would be a different answer if it was somebody who wasn't a driver asking the question.
No,
honestly, they wouldn't care. They would quite happily tell me that we don't care at all about drivers. It's all about the team. But
that, by the way, was a quick change of position as we see the Alpine on pit lane. That's Matteo Caroli now aboard the 46 Team Project 1 Porsche, and going by the 71 Spinner race car from Desotto. That incident, by the way, we didn't see the incident on camera at turn 6 between Desotto and the 54 Spinner race car. No further action on that one.
And it's like a qualifying set of tyres going on to the Alpine there. And a stall as well for good measure for Max Sevier.
Well, the good news is they're not in as tight a battle with Peugeot for 3rd place as they thought they might have been before both Peugeots had those issues with the oil system.
That would have been a good fight. I mean, it's such a shame about the Peugeot's issues that they had, because it was bubbling up nicely between the Alpine and themselves.
The upside of which is, though, Alpine are still in the championship hunt as we go to Bahrain, which doesn't mean that we know that a Toyota crew will win the title. So it keeps the championship alive for the drivers' overall title.
It sort of doesn't matter in terms of the overall race positions here, but that car is going to require a splash of fuel.
Now, what we will have here, though, is a manufacturer's title. The hypercar champions, as of now, will again be Toyota.
Yeah, they were 15 points ahead.
Yep, and they're going to score
this race.
For 1st and 2nd as of now, and Alpine only score with 1 car. So it's those, those retirements, or that retirement in Spa, that has sort of kept it alive pretty much to here.
There it was 1 car versus 1 car.
Yeah.
After that retirement.
difference between first and third, even if only one Toyota scored, would be first and second would still be an 11-point spread. If there was a Toyota that scored and the Alpine was second, that would be, or rather the other way around, if the Alpine won but only one Toyota scored, then Alpine couldn't take the title. Or is it mathematically still open? 38 points for a win. They will get here. Currently now Toyota go at 25, 35, 43, and they're already 17 points ahead. I don't think they're catchable. I think it is mathematically impossible, isn't it?
Yeah, because if you sorry, what's that? How many points ahead before here?
17. So they can't be caught because they'll score more
60,
than 38 points here.
60 minus 15, 45, and there's not 45 points up for grabs.
Yeah, 38.
Nice shot line award with the Alpine here, turn 4 and 5. This is where Di Resta lost it by cutting the inside of the corner, then slow it down for turn 6. Bit of understeer creeps in mid-corner, let the car run out very wide. He's got a Porsche in front of him here. You duck to the inside, give yourself the best line under the braking for turn 10. Bit bumpy here, you'll see, as the car approaches the corner. That can trigger locking. Yeah, it's always nice to see the driver at work.
Yeah, we are just under 9 hours and 12 minutes away of racing for the very final car designed as an LMP1 in contemporary competition. Just Bahrain to go after the next hour and 11 minutes here.
A big lift and coast there from aboard the car 8. It seems what they've been doing the whole way through this weekend.
48 seconds to the good though.
And Hirakawa still continues to pull away. The gap's now 48 seconds between the two cars, him and Mike Conway. So for Hirakawa to be, I know he really knows his way around this track, but he's pulled another 8 seconds on Mike Conway. Well, I would go as far as to say I think there's a problem with car 7.
Well, the team absolutely and categorically deny there is a problem with the car. They say teammate just have a better setup. Now, I don't understand why Team 7 can't adjust their setup and why the gap continues to grow, unless it's something as fundamental as dampers.
Yeah, I think something's changed with that car. I saw a different car and a different speed from car 7 after the first stint. It held Buemi at bay for 1.5 seconds, at a 1.5 to 2 second gap for the whole first stint, and a little bit in towards the second stint as well. Then it all changed. What happened? The team will investigate, I'm sure. The drivers will definitely want to investigate. It's nothing that they did. They were fast enough to be on pole position. And were definitely there in the first stint, so something has changed. It wasn't temperature. Track temps stayed very similar. The circuit grip would have gone up slightly.
But it's the same for both cars. It's not like they're doing it, on separate days. They had much better weather yesterday than we're having today.
Did they suddenly forget how to save their tyres? After doing it successfully in one stint? I don't know, but it definitely. I reckon after this race they'll discover something with the car that's gone wrong.
They're going to feel aggrieved.
That's happened a lot of times in the past.
They're going to feel aggrieved about that, but actually, number 8, Sebastian Buemi grinding to a halt in Spa and not finishing. That's what brought number 7 back into it after the number 8 car won Le Mans. So it has ebbed and flowed this year, but number 7 has spent so many times trying to chase the number 8 car, who have been Le Mans winners, that they find themselves back in the same situation.
No further action for the incident between the Richard Mille racing car and the United Autosports car of Felipe Albuquerque. So that was seen. They saw it the same as you did.
Yeah, you had two drivers. Those cars have been fighting for a long time with 2 other drivers at the wheel, and it's hard racing. And if you want to take that risk, the driver on the inside and the high-speed corner, we've seen it unfold in a bad way a few times in the past in lots of different categories. Driver on the inside, if you pick up a little bit understeer, well, it's a risk that clearly he was willing to take. But if you do understeer, you've got no room for error. And if you do understeer, you hit the car alongside you, you're the one that's likely to spin.
We've got a number of further warnings for abusing track limits, not out of possibilities that we might see some more penalties before the end of the race. Nothing in terms of the major battles that's that significant yet in terms of the warnings we're seeing on screens here. Posted on that, Ollie Milroy, by the way, the latest driver to get a warning in the 56 Team Project 1 car.
This is a good fight that we're looking on screen now with the Prema car versus Alex Lynn in the car 23. So Louis Delatraz in front of us. We head round turn 9, down the hill towards turn 10. Lynn will be thinking about getting a good sector here, deep on the brakes into 10. Maybe a little bit too deep, lost a bit of time there, but the car looks good in turn 11, 12. He's going to be thinking about turn 1. Already at this part of the track, you're thinking about turn 1. How can I play this right with the traffic in front? Where's that going to slow down? Possibly the Prema car in the final corner, perhaps, and then I'll think about my exit. That was well off the track as well for Delatraz. Lynn goes middle of the track for the final corner, pinch it, straight line the exit. Focus on that traction, though, unfortunately for him this time around, the traffic didn't work out in his favour. He's going to pick up a nice toe from that massive car in front of him. It really does help. It punches a huge hole through the air, and on their way down towards turn 1.
Yeah, Alex Lynn, another example, isn't he, of one of those drivers that has really found an excellent basis for his career in sports car racing. Fantastic career in single-seater racing, but now on the back of a Le Mans win in GTE Pro, DPI, and I'm sure LMPH to come, and LMP2.
And our GTE Pro leader is in the pits. This car now, the question is, does 51 follow it down the pit lane? And the answer is
no.
No. So 51 now gets, either these guys are stopping early, or has 51 finally got its lap up on the field, or if it completes this lap. If the Porsches come in, and how far back is 92?
Down the main straight
now. No, it's gone down the straight. So 52 is coming in a lap earlier then than the rest of the GTE Pro field. That's interesting. Now, what tyres have they got? Hannah, where are you going?
To the left, to the right. Where are we putting these tyres,
there
guys?
is a routine for this.
That was a moment.
It really looked like they didn't know which side they were
No,
going to
they
be
really did, didn't it? Yeah, no, left side, right. No, left side.
It wasn't just me. I thought,
Yeah,
know which side.
Yeah, no, that was carnage and confusion. So 92 Porsche is up to second place, but 51, 92 and 91 should probably all pit on this lap. There goes the A-Jota, hard to tell from behind because you can't see the front of the mirrors. Third place, that's a clue. So that is the 28th car of Oliver Rasmussen. Still chasing Will Stevens. Will Stevens, 11.2 behind Robin Fryns. It's slowly catchy monkey, isn't it, in LMP2? If you find, you know, a quarter of a second, then you're doing all right. Okay, so they had done that rear and then ran round.
He's got his thick airlines wrapped.
That's what it was. And the tyre man is following the gun. Okay, that's what it was.
How many people were over that white line at the moment? That was okay, wasn't it?
Yeah.
There's just the 4.
So that was a 4 tyre change. We only caught the end of it. Right, driver change here as well. Alessandro Pierguidi is doing a third of the race here, and he puts James Collado in for the, in fact it'll be half, James Collado in for the final hour and 4 minutes.
Yeah, James did the first couple of hours, did he not?
So this should be the final stop, because they've been running about 65 minutes, haven't they? It's been over an hour, so this should be them through to the end. It might be a bit squeaky bum at the end, in the last lap or two. If
Alex Lynn much closer here this time around, and there is the traffic that he was looking for. So he follows him through as well on the inside. So that didn't quite work out as well, but he's a bit closer.
Nice long straight for them to sort themselves out. And there's Kevin Esch waiting to get in.
Nato on pit lane in the 41 car from 4th in LMP2, 8th overall, and he's the latest car to drop behind the recovering 93 Peugeot.
There are the reigning world champions. Car number 51, those multicoloured bands.
So no way through there for Alex Lynn, but it's target engaged, isn't it?
Yeah, as I thought, he was hunting for, or hoping that he was going to get helped out by the traffic in the final corner, but Delatraz found his way through on the inside, and he had to follow him, really. He couldn't place his car any differently, but I think he's clearly got the speed here. does Lin, and it's only a matter of time before he finds his way through.
It's been a tough race, though, hasn't it, for United?
It really
Prema
has.
have been at the front, they've led the race. United have been 5th or 6th, basically, since the start.
Yeah, they've been grinding away at this.
Other cars have come back towards them and then gone away again, depending on who's been in them. But United, 22 and 23, have both been hovering right in the middle of the top 10. And I can't remember a time where I noted that they were in the top 3.
And it's funny, when we raced back here in 2019 as well, their car wasn't particularly fast, which really stood out because they were mega quick everywhere else.
Yeah.
This stood out as a circuit that they weren't dominant by any stretch of the imagination, and yeah, I think they're running. They've had decent pace this weekend, but not up there, I'd say, with the Jota and WRT for speed.
Catching the ultimate car, which is running 2nd in LMP2 Pro-Am, 16th overall, 12th in the overall MP2 standings. Is this going to be a potential pick for Alex Lin?
Well, it's
not there.
The ultimate car is the penultimate LMP2 car, because the Algarve Pro car is still running. Now, 31 laps back, leaders have completed 190, so he's going to do 75% race distance, definitely. GR is 36 back on 190, so they probably will as well. 91 pits, so yeah, the 52 Ferrari stopped a lap early. 54 coming in behind, so 92 goes on.
So Jimmy Bruni working his way down the pit lane.
So the 92 car goes on in the lead. So does that mean that the 52 Ferrari stopped 2 laps early?
Yes, I think it does.
Yeah, it must do, mustn't it?
Because so do you remember a while ago they were saying to the Porsche drivers, we're going to stick to Delta?
Yeah.
So maybe that's the difference. Maybe Ferrari, you know, they've got the speed, but they're using a bit more fuel in the process.
I just hope the Ferrari, from the Ferrari's point of view, they didn't play it brilliantly at Monza. Corvette came through to win that. Let's hope they've got the sums right here, because
Corvette's calculations, after speaking with Nick Tandy after the race, he said, from our calculations, we figured that Ferrari could have actually gone longer than us on the fuel.
They were
stunned.
They were stunned.
Absolutely stunned.
Yes, it was bizarre, wasn't it? So both Ferraris have made what should be their final stop. If it goes green all the way through, as it has so far, and
this could be interesting. Hang on a second.
And it could
I think Delachaz will be all right.
Fun, yeah.
He's got enough of
quicker
a run.
cars in front as well, but the ultimate car and that 71 Ferrari having a little bobble as the Toyota goes through. Delachaz trying to go the long way around the outside, and he does. Philip Albuquerque has been warned about exceeding track limits, but Alex Lin not yet in that position in the 23 United car. Okay, well, this battle could literally go all the way down to the pit stop, into the pit lane and out the other side again. We are heading fast into the final hour of the race, and Prema's number 9 car trying to hang on to 4th place rather, ahead of United.
Yes, Anda masih menyaksikan live streaming World Endurance Championship 2022 dalam 6 Hours of Fuji, dan sekarang sesuai harapan kita dan semoga masih terus akan memimpin sampai 1 jam ke depan, karena tim WRT31 yang sekarang dikendarai oleh Robin Franz kembali mantap di posisi 1 dengan gap yang sangat jauh. Ini Mas Arief, performa tim WRT31 sejak tadi pergantian dari Dres Vantor sekarang ke Robin Franz seperti apa nih Mas?
Ya, pergantiannya memang sudah kita prediksi dari
ya.
Vantor dan Robin Franz sebagai pembalap terakhir.
Betul.
Cuma dan kalau ngelihat speednya memang seperti Robin Franz di awal, dia memang punya speed untuk mempertahankan posisi pertama ini, dan kalau di atas kertas ini kalau tidak ada insiden apapun seperti di Monza atau di Le Mans itu ya insya Allah ini bisa bertahan walaupun masih ada sekitar 1 jam dari sekarang ya. Dan yang menarik adalah di posisi kedua nih Ji. Tadinya kan Jonathan Aberdeen, terus dia bahkan sebelum pit stop tadi dia udah disusul sama Antonio Felix da Costa. Dan bahkan da Costa sekarang sudah diganti lagi oleh Will Stevens ya. Mungkin saya memprediksi ini Jota 38 sudah aman sehingga dia nggak terlalu mempush untuk nyari menang misalnya terhadap WRT 31.
Yang penting ngincar poin aja Mas ya.
Karena poin mereka sudah aman di atas ya, dan kelihatannya seperti itu. Dan kalau ini kejadian, dan kalau kita bicara juga dengan Jota 28 ya, ya tadi udah kita singgung tentang pembalap terakhir mereka, Oliver Rasmussen, dan sekarang udah lebih dari 22 detik ya, atau 25 detik ya, 25 detik. Di belakang Robin Frijns ya. Dan memang kalau melihat posisi ini 1, 2, 3 kelihatannya memang aman bagi WRT 31 untuk tetap ada di posisi teratas ya. Dan sekarang Robin Frijns ini siap-siap masuk pit lagi kayaknya ya.
Berarti untuk 1 jam ke depan ini sepertinya akan benar-benar dihabiskan oleh Robin, atau mungkin ada pergantian pembalap lagi Mas?
Kalau Robin Frijns masuk pit di sekarang sekitar 1 jam sebelum balapan atau 50 menit lagi, kan pit stopnya LMP2 ini kan sekitar 40-an menit
40 menit ya.
Musinya nggak cukup ya, musinya kalau Robin Frijns masuk pit di di sisa waktu ini ya. Jadi masih ada masuk sekali dan sekali lagi. Tapi kita lihat lagi apakah Robin Frijns ini akan masuk pit 2 kali lagi dari sekarang atau enggak. Mudah-mudahan dari kalkulasi tadi dia sudah bisa menghemat bahan bakar, ini bisa menjadikan pit stop dia yang terakhir ya. Tapi kita akan lihat perkembangannya nanti saat balapan begitu Ji. Dan ini ya, kita lihat sekarang Robin Frijns sudah sedang di pit ya. Kalau kita lihat di kiri atas itu 57 menit dari sekarang ya. 57 menit berarti nggak cukup sesungguhnya untuk satu pit stop terakhir ya. Nah ini Robin Frijns ya. Jadi mestinya akan, kalau ngeliat waktu ini akan ada tambahan 1 pit stop lagi. Tapi kita akan lihat karena di LMP2 ini kan sama, pit stopnya sama untuk semua ya. Tidak ada strategi yang mengharuskan dia harus pit stop pendek, pit stop panjang gitu. Bahan bakar sedikit atau bahan bakar banyak, karena relatif dari sisi strategi sama lah.
Kita masih melihat juga.
Nah, ini lagi pit stopnya.
Ini Robin Frijns ya di sana.
Robin Frijns ya.
Tim WRT 31.
Ya, sedang disiapkan bahan baru juga untuk Robin ya. Tadi nggak kelihatan sayangnya ban baru itu belum ya, sudah diganti ya. Ban baru itu untuk semua ban atau hanya, kan biasanya bisa ganti semua, bisa juga ganti 2 ban ya.
Pastinya tersisa 56 menit lagi, dan ini menit-menit yang makin krusial, makin kunci, makin semangat kalau orang juga pada nungguin sejam terakhir karena menuju podium. Sekarang lah waktunya ajak teman-teman kalian, ajak saudara kalian yang pecinta otomotif untuk mendukung juga tim WRT 31 dan juga Sean Glyle meraih podium pertama dengan join di live streamingnya KUY Entertainment. Saya juga mau nyapa-nyapa untuk para penonton atau sobat KUY yang sudah ikut bergabung, sudah absen-absen. Ada Maulana Adi Pratama, kemudian ada Rayhan Dwi, WRT 31 ngepit, terus juga Muhammad Rajif, yuk WRT jangan buat mistake. Wih, pakai bahasa Inggris campur-campur ke anak Jaksel ya. Terus ada lagi Fantasitma, let's go. Terus juga Sheet Fiber 4488, gapnya WRT dengan belakangnya berapa nih? Tadi cukup jauh ya Mas Haris, sudah bilang tadi ada sekitar 12 detik, sama yang di bawahnya lagi ada yang sekitar bahkan 40-an detik ya Mas. Dan ini membuat kita semakin optimis, podium pertama ada di tangan 1 jam lagi atau kurang dari sejam mendatang. Dan saya juga kembali mengucapkan terima kasih kepada KFC, Pertamax Turbo, Paseo, BNI, MS Glow, Taco Bell, Naughty by Nature, dan Telkomsel yang telah mendukung live streaming World Endurance Championship 2022 di KUY Entertainment. Dan kembali lagi, ini sekarang sore-sore nih udah mulai lapar nih Mas. Nah nanti habis siaran ini saya malam-malam mau quality time sama anak-anak aja, mumpung hari libur, nonton di rumah sambil nyemil-nyemil cemilan enak. Biasanya nih istri saya beli Taco Bell untuk cemilan anak-anak di rumah. Taco Bell itu adalah taco khas Amerika yang sekarang udah ada di Jakarta. Itu loh makanan anak Jakarta yang Jakarta banget ya pokoknya. Udah jadi hype-nya anak-anak Jakarta sekarang, yaitu Taco Bell. Bagi sobatku yang lagi ngumpul di rumah bersama keluarga dan teman, saya rekomendasiin Taco Supreme Party Pack ya untuk kalian dan juga keluarga. Dijamin endol. Dan tersisa 1 jam ke depan, semakin panas. Mari kita langsung saksikan WEC 2022 6 Hours of Fuji 1 jam mendatang menuju podium pertama. Beri dukungannya. Selamat menyaksikan.
So many fans, so many supporters in such a nice condition. So yeah, it's great opportunity to come back first time since 3 years, and we are enjoying it.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yeah, Kat's a 4-time winner of this race here in Fuji in the FI World Endurance Championship, and knows this place so well. Success as well in Super Formula Nippon, and as well in Super GT. Trouble, what was that there?
So yeah, 94 in to serve their penalty.
So 1 minute penalty, yeah.
So I'm sure we'll be told exactly what the technical infringement was.
Yeah, by email on Wednesday. Well, no, that, you know, when all the things are finally official, but there is, yeah, some technical. It could be something like the data card. It doesn't have to be. Meanwhile, our GTE AM leader, haven't seen an awful lot of this car except in sort of the background of shots or coming through another battle or another battle coming past it. Marco Sorensen at the wheel of the four horsemen TF Sport Aston Martin. Car started from pole by Ben Keating. And again, Ben doing a great opening leg, double stinting the car and really holding it firmly in the top three all the way through.
By the way, I'm going to correct you. You're going to be corrected by someone I wish was here but isn't. Martin.
What, my mum?
Alistair Moffat.
Oh, Alistair Moffat.
Al, yeah, it's a delight to hear from you. Al, long time PR for the Toyota Gazoo Racing Squad. Corrects you about the Manufacturers' Championship. Points are only scored by the top scoring car for that manufacturer, not both cars. So they can't win it here.
So they can't win it here,
no.
Unless Alpine finish fourth or something.
Al's estimate,
yeah,
and I never argue with the Al. What's this?
Never argue with that. It's interesting here. So Robin Freins has been into the pits. They've done 7 pit stops total so far in this race. Will Stevens still out there, hasn't pitted yet, still on 6 pit stops total. I think they've been fuel saving for a long time, the car 38.
This could get interesting.
Could get interesting towards the end of the race. So their final pit stop will require a lot less time than 31.
So right now, 57 seconds is the gap between Will Stevens and Robin Freins.
So that will be inverted when Will eventually comes in. Is he coming in this lap? Basically, the longer he stays out there,
the less fuel they'll need.
The less fuel they'll need by their last pit stop.
Yeah, well, let's keep an eye on here.
Yeah, they've had incredible speed. We've seen that with car 28 and 38 the whole race, but they haven't really been showing their hand of late. And I did feel like, oh, maybe their car's just lost a bit of balance, or 31 has just come into its own. But they did. There's at least been 3 laps now that would have stayed out there compared to 31.
Yes. Leads the race at the moment. 46 seconds the good from Louis Delatraz, Robin Freins and Oliver Rasmussen in the number 28 car, which has been one of the star cars today. Though, as you're telling us, Ant, looks like tyres were rather more used up.
So I do, you know, earlier on when I was saying, oh, that's weird, Da Costa isn't really catching.
That's what it was. It was the more experience. Yeah.
I think he was fuel saving and tyre saving. Well, the two usually go hand in hand, actually, because you're entering the corner slower.
So from the point of view of a TV audience or fans watching trackside, frankly, the two most boring things, but the things that win a race.
Well, it's the thing that will. So what I'm trying to say is, don't leave yet, because in say there's 50 minutes to go. In 40 minutes time, no, sorry, in 20 minutes to go at the end of the race, when they come around to do their final pit stop perhaps, you're going to see quite different strategies come out to play.
I think this one has
going to all unfold.
I think you're right. 52 is behind the 51 now.
And Will Stevens still hasn't come in. So, yeah, very different strategies there suddenly between... unless 31 have done their kind of effective splash now, instead of at the end of the race.
No, they've done a 108. Yeah. It's 108, so they've done a
full service.
It's either full service or a full fuel stop. So there is a...
so finally, is that which one is that? We can't tell because on this long shot we can't see the mirrors difference of colour between the two cars. I presume it's the 38.
It is the 38.
Yeah. So come on, Jota, help us out. Do something at the front of your car.
49 minutes. That must have to be one hell of a fuel save to get home from here.
No, like I say, there'll be a splash at the end.
Yeah,
but
it's going to be a splash for a lap or two.
Yeah.
Wow.
So this should be full fuel in now.
Team go to work.
To maybe go through to the end of the race with 48 minutes to go.
I think it's really tight. It's just possible.
They can usually do around 45, 48 minutes on one tank of fuel.
I think it's possible. If they've done it this far...
So does the WRT need a splash and Jota don't?
WRT 100% need a splash. Well, WRT,
yeah, WRT
recently,
it was over 50 minutes.
Yes.
And knowing these cars as I do, it's rare to see a car go over 50 minutes worth of fuel aboard. I have seen them do just under 50 minutes.
If they're prepared to fuel save and they can make the time, well, this could be an extraordinary turnaround, couldn't it? So.
And do you remember earlier on, actually, the car 9 was stopping at least a lap or two later than the car 38.
Which, by
They're
the
now
way,
on the same lap.
Which, by the way, if the Jota car does need a splash of fuel, Prema might not. And they're even closer here. 47 minutes to go.
Well, but they've stopped on the same lap. I know they're a little bit behind them, but what I'm saying is the 38's definitely been fuel saving because now they're on the same lap stopping as the car 9. Whereas that car, watch on the screen now,
that definitely stopped.
That stopped 4 laps earlier than 38 just now.
So let's
so
have
it's
a
all
look.
going to unfold in the next 47 minutes.
So we've gone from a race that it was defined, completely defined by pace.
I've just asked as well on the text, can you win this? And I've had the message back, we can.
Oh, they think they don't have to stop.
Here we go.
Well. Game on in LMP2.
From Jota.
Jota believe. The theory here, but Martin just...
You just went for a pit stop.
Yes. Yeah. Can WRT, sorry, excuse me, Jota's 38
He's
car.
too excited.
It's great.
Thierry Tassan jiggling. He hasn't got the latest. That's the Tassan clap now.
We're unravelling the mystery. So I saw Freins come in, and I saw that he's done 7 stops.
Yeah.
But Will Stevens, who's still out there, had only done 6 stops. So, and lap after lap, car 38 stayed out there with Will at the wheel, and I thought, this is a bit strange. Have you already done his stop or what? No, it turns out they'd been fuel saving, steadily but surely. I think it was Da Costa's stint, actually, where he wasn't catching Aberdeen.
Yeah.
Correct.
That's what was going on.
All right, going to be very entertaining final 45 minutes of this race. WRT currently leading by 14 seconds with Jota in 2nd and 3rd. Five hours into a 6-hour race in Fuji, the first time back in Japan for the World Endurance Championship in 3 years, and warmly received by the teams and by the crowd. And beautiful weather, equally warmly received. First time since 2016 that there has been a dry race in prospect. Olympic cycling champion waving the field away as the Toyotas that dominated qualifying 1-2 went 1-2 into turn 1. Kazuki Nakajima from pole. Abe Kobayashi from pole, looking like he was pulling away from his teammate early on in LMP2. The battle lines were drawn. It was everybody's race. And lots of positions being changed on the opening lap. Not least for the 28 Jota car, who was hit from behind by a wild Algarve Pro machine and dropped to the tail of the field. Aston Martins that started on the last row moved up into the top 3 in GTE AM as Porsche and Ferrari battled in GTE Pro. Ferrari taking the lead from the pole sitters at the start, Porsche coming back, but Ferrari with the performance just to squeeze back in front into turn 1. 51 car of the reigning world champions against their closest rivals in 92, who started the weekend, or started the race just 1 point apart. And a drive-through penalty for the 91 car, also within a point of the lead of the Ferrari, dropped them back as the second Ferrari moved ahead of the 92 Porsche. The Toyota, the number 8 car in its second stint, was waved by the number 7, the race leaders, because Sebastian Buemi thought he was quicker, and so it proved. The Aston Martin still battling for supremacy behind Sarah Bovy in the Iron Dames. Ferrari that led by this stage in GTE AM. Paul Dall'Anna and Ben Keating getting to it. Problems for Peugeot. After a great start from James Rossiter that had the car up in the top 3 and looking very quick, they had an oil problem. 86 Porsche had a gearbox problem. The 93 Peugeot also picked up a similar problem to its partners, but lost 10 laps fewer because they knew what the problem was. Lots of battles in the fifth hour in traffic, in LMP2 and in GTE. And a moment for Paul di Resta looping the 93 Peugeot around, fortunately without hitting anything. But they have an investigation into their most recent pit stop coming up. WRT lead in LMP2, Toyota lead outright. Car number 8 still pulling away from their system. So here is the final 45 minutes then of the 6 hours of Fuji. And a near 1 minute advantage now to Toyota number 8 over number 7. That's quite some setup difference. Alpine in third, where they need to be to have a joint lead of the championship for the drivers going away from here. WRT, Jota, those are the teams that are battling. They're the top 4 cars in LMP2. It's unlikely from here that United will be able to take victory. Looks like a Ferrari 1-2 is on the cards ahead of Porsche, unless they have made a mess of their fuel calculations. And in GTE AM, TF Sport with a handy advantage still over the Iron Dames Ferrari, with D-Station in third and the 54 AF Corsa car battling with Northwest AMR just outside of those positions. Well, with the Algarve Pro car, GR racing a Dempsey Proton, the Dempsey Proton 77 car, the only official retirement. Everybody else is still going, and here is our GTE AM leader. Ben Keating started the car, Enrique Chavez and Marco Sorensen taking over once Ben had done the double stint that completed his driving time in the car. And they will continue to bring it through, hopefully, to victory at the checkered flag. It's been a strong season again for the GTE AM Aston Martin. Pit stops probably don't feel quite as slow as that in real life, do they? Here is our GTE Pro leader, James Calado, with Alessandro Pierguidi once more back at the front of the field with the 52 car. Antonio Fuoco and Miguel Molina behind them. Fuoco remaining at the wheel. And the question is...
With those two Ferraris, because the 52 had found its way ahead.
Got the lead, raced away, but then stopped 2 laps earlier.
Okay, so burning a bit more fuel.
And it looks, well, it looked like the 51 car was trying to get a lap on the field. Has managed to. But we'll have to wait and see exactly whether or not they've got their fuel sums right and get to the end. Let's hear from WRT's Sean Galel. You saw the Indonesian driver in the garage, and right now they are leading in LMP2.
Sean Galel, the number 31 WRT, has a 13-second lead at the moment going in this final hour, but everyone still has one more pit stop, and it looks like everyone's looking to play a game in that.
Yeah, exactly. You know, we just can control what we can control. I think in the first stint, we had a good start, took the lead, and then was fighting for the lead. Now we have 13 seconds, so we just want a trouble-free end of the race. You know, we had a difficult last 2 races in Le Mans and Monza, but hopefully we just take it home now, have a clean one.
So it's just fuel for this last stop for you guys. Are you running short, or how are you running?
Not sure yet. Maybe sides, maybe some fuel. I'm not sure. Yeah,
all right, thanks.
What the other guys are doing, yeah, so, yeah.
All right, thank you.
Could be a real scramble, couldn't it, to try and win this one?
Well, it's pretty easy to work out. The Jota's been fuel saving. They were stopping 1 or 2 laps earlier than the Prema car. They're now on the same lap as them.
Yeah.
And car 31 stopped 4 laps earlier this time around than Jota. So even if Jota have to have a splash as well at the end of the race, it's going to have less fuel going into the car than it will be on the 31.
Let's put it this way on. It's either going to be, if Jota have to stop, mighty close, or it's going to be easy for Jota if they can get home on fuel.
Well, now the
It's
other
one or the
thing
other.
Louise is saying in our ears is that 31 didn't take tyres at the last stop, so they're already on double stinted tyres. So if they need to stop close to the end, then they're going to have very old tyres. I mean, and so will Jota, but they might have to stop closer to the end.
Yeah, I think tyre life is the same on both cars.
We're looking at a battle here between the two teams that won Le Mans in the last 2 years, aren't we? Our current winners, the 38 car, and WRT, who won the year before in that nail-biting climax. Jan Halen warned again for abusing track limits. He was given a severe ticking off for track limits during free practice. But that will be less of an issue for the Dempsey Proton car. The 88 car is somewhere in Nowheresville.
Ryo Hirakawa, car number 8, now 1 minute 2 seconds ahead of Mike Conway.
Yeah,
and
started at 40 seconds.
Seems to be heading for his first home win for Tota, which is, I'm sure, a sense of great pride. Big lock up there for the Europol car.
They've had a miserable day, haven't they?
They
just have no pace at all in that car.
Hands up, who said the words Alex Brundle today? I mean, Esteban Gutierrez is back in the car, and I'm sure Alex has done his driving time. We have not talked about the car at any stage when I've said his name.
It's been off camera.
No, I know.
He's been at the back. He's been the back of the timing page. So yeah,
They
they've really
are
had
having
a miserable day. They're what, third to last in class.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This is Iron Lynx's Giancarlo Fisichella, who's had some fairly entertaining races in this place. In fact, the last time was
Kai Cosolino and him side by side was
bumping doors with a yellow Ferrari.
Was one of the highlights of the WC in recent years at Fuji. Yeah. Not known for being an easy man to pass here or anywhere.
Indeed.
So this is interesting. The gap between 38 and 31 now gone up to 15.2 seconds. It was 13, so you don't want to have that gap going much bigger than that, I should imagine. We know that Will is probably desperately trying to fuel save as much as he can, or has been doing, towards the end of the race to avoid that splash if possible.
I was wondering why we were looking at Giancarlo Fisichella. The reason is he's being caught by Tony Verlander, another man who certainly knows his ways to muscle around in a GT car. This could be an interesting moment. These are not, by the way, both cars run by AF Corsa. These are rival teams. 60 car, 9 Lynx, of course, 21 car from AF Corsa, running
so no team orders. No team orders to be expected in that particular battle.
The other point I was going to make, Charlie Fagg has started to drop away from Michel Gatting in second. They will still need, of course, another stop, and will likely be a driver change there as well. But, while we're talking about GTM, let's move swiftly across to GT Pro, go down with Alessandro Perguidi.
Alessandro, the 51 Ferrari couldn't have asked for a better run so far in Japan.
Yes, to be honest, we are doing well. Both of the cars are running well. We are quite quick. I think we had a better choice about the tire. We are more consistent. Not at the end we have the same speed of the competitor in the first part of the stint, but the second part we are much quicker. It feels we have less deck, and so looks like the race is going on our side.
And for your last pit stop, is it a splash or do you know?
No, we should go till the end like this, so hope everything will be green and smooth, and we should go to the end.
Wonderful, thank you.
Thank you.
They've got an edge, of course, 35 seconds or so over Kevin Est, behind the two Ferraris that have been circulating in team formation for what feels like all afternoon, although that team formation has been reversed briefly most recently before the last pit stops, but the 51 3 seconds quicker in the pit stop, that sent the order back into the way in which we've become expected to it, and the more favourable order for the World Championship.
Antonio Fuoco in the number 52 Ferrari. Looks like he's just edging a little bit closer, I have to say, to the lead Ferrari of James Collado. But Collado looks like he's got it well under control at the moment, been driving beautifully all day.
has, I mean, the team have just been right on it from the very start.
Well, like they said, they haven't had anything special in qualifying or the first part of the stint, the first stint. Where it's really come good for them is the way the car's looking after the tyres in that second stint.
And that was the point that Corvette pointed out, sort of in the first couple of hours, how much Porsche's tyres drop away when they go into... And the question then is, well, why don't they just put new ones on? And the answer is, they don't have enough new tyres in the allocation to be able to fit new tyres every time they stop. So you have to, at some stage, use worn tyres. Now, you don't have to use all 4 worn tyres, and you don't have to fit 4 new tyres at a time. You can do left sides only, but you still lose grip as the older tyres go away from you. So you're trying to mitigate that, and it does seem that Ferrari's just a little bit lighter on its toes on the rubber. So that's where the advantage comes, because in terms of outright performance on a lap, there's very little between them. Porsche was fastest in qualifying by a whisker, so it's clearly not a slow car around here. It just can't keep its tyres where it needs to. Looking here at the 83 AF Corsa car, which is leading the Pro-Am class in LMP2, Graham.
Pretty comfortable now. Final stop then for Nicholas Nielsen coming out with the 83 car. Realistically, since about turn 3 of this race, has had no other opposition than the Ultimate car. They did circulate together for quite a while. It's a 31 car that leads the race in LMP2, 4th overall for Robin Freins, 16, nearly 17 seconds ahead of Will Stevens. This is now all about what happens on fuel mileage for the leading cars. We believe, well, no, the 31 car will need to stop again. It's about whether or not Jota can stretch the envelope. 33 in the hands of Marcus Sorensen. That is the final stop. That will put Michel Gatting, for now at least, back into the lead of this race, but they will need to stop again too. This is looking very good for TF Sports and Iron Dames for a 1-2 finish. The closest competitor here, Charlie Fagg in the D-Station racing car, 13 seconds back, will need to stop again there too. That's looking for me like the 1-2-3, 33, 80, 5 and 777.
And that 777 D-Station car also run by Tom Ferrier's TF Sport outfit, so they're looking at 2 cars on the podium, and they are hopeful that Charlie Fagg has got a little bit more in pace, and I wonder maybe a little bit more in tyres than Michel Gatting, but they will have kept tabs on what the Iron Dames are using. Final stop 2 for the #1 Richard Mille Racing team.
Like a qualifying set of tyres going on that car as well. #1 already used by the looks of it.
Paul-Luc Chatin stays in, half a minute behind Philippe Albuquerque, and drops behind Vector Sports' Sebastian Bourdais as well during the stop. So when does the Ferrari break for the pits? How much have they got? Behind is one of the 2 Jotas. Again, those distinctively different mirrors, so easy to help with identification. It's the one with green on, whichever one that is.
So the one with a big white patch at the front of the nose.
The 85 car has been going longer, stint by stint by stint, than the Aston Martin.
Not 30 minutes longer, unfortunately, for them.
But it is going to help to close the gap.
Yes.
And it's going to help to extend the gap on the 777 car.
Right, who's that? Just ducked into the pit lane in the back of shots. Didn't quite see.
GT car. It was a 777.
777. I had a suspicion it might have been. Okay. So now look at the gap open up. Whoosh! Something
off the screen.
Because one station and the other one's doing 130 miles an hour down the hill behind the pits. So yes, so this is the final pit stop for the second TF Sport Aston Martin, the D-Station car. And that will drop him back behind Marco Sorensen, and probably not behind Davide Rigon in the 54 Ferrari, who may well come out or still be behind him as he comes out of the pits. Iron Dames, Michel Gatting at Iron Lynx Ferrari. This is the 85 car that leads in GTEM. There's going to be a few nail-biters right towards the checkered flag here, inside the final half hour. How much longer can this car go? Which means how much less time does it spend in the pit lane, because it's putting less fuel in. And that's what the benefit is. You don't get to a lap ahead by saving fuel. You spend less time at some stage in the pits, and so you gain vital on-track seconds. Well, there is Rahul Frey. I suspected that she might be going in for the final bit because the way they were double stinting.
So is this
and then
tyres as well?
But if they've got it,
they're going again, another lap.
Yes, yes.
So that's third lap longer than the 33 car and 1 lap longer than 777. So again, that's 3 laps less fuel they have to put in. That could be 6 seconds, 8 seconds shorter stop. Try going 8 seconds quicker on track.
She's looking confident. It's been a good race at GTM this afternoon. A really good race.
And
at GTM.
they are putting in their top-rated driver. At least she is ready to get in. It looks like she is going to get in rather than being on standby. But again, she's only just putting a helmet on. If this is the in-lap, that's quite late.
I wouldn't be remotely surprised to see another lap from Michelle Gatting after this one.
I would be very surprised if we don't. If you're not ready until the in-lap, you know you're late into the garage.
About to go a lap down.
And it's a shame for Peugeot. You know, speaking to them before this race, they wanted a podium. They saw it as that was the realistic target. They needed to get through unscathed. That hasn't materialised. I don't think they were expecting that reliability issue to catch out both cars. They made pit stop infringements as well.
But they've now found it, and that's the point.
Yeah.
I'd hazard a guess. If I had a fiver in my pocket, which I don't, I'd put it down the table now and say, I bet we never see that again.
That particular problem,
agreed, because that will be traced back to whatever issue it was, whatever components. And that's, I mean, it is testing. This is still testing, because it's, you know, it's not a car that's yet fully proven. It hasn't done a race distance. They are learning as they go. It's something that clearly they have not had before.
In that kind of situation, both the Toyota and the Jota, they've got to respect each other's individual race going on and where they are respectively in their own race. But look at the traffic around as well. The GTs, the 777s in a good position here in their category, running in third place, the D-Station car. So, you know, they're all fighting for something worthy.
Absolutely right.
And it's in those moments very easy to trip over each other.
The job here for the number 8 car is to get home without trouble. They've got 1 minute and 2 seconds over the team car, the number 7 car, but doesn't want to mess up their race or anybody else's at this point. 777, keep it clean for the next 26 minutes. See what happens in the pit stop that's coming any moment now for the 85 car. Currently leads the race, but this will be its final stop. We'll then see where that car comes out in relation to Marco Sorensen, currently 29 seconds back. Will lose the lead, no doubt about that, in the final pit stop. But it's about whether just how safe they are in second place from the D-Station Racing team. 51 and 52.
In the pits comes 85, so she heads into the pit lane now. And that is our race leader in GTE AM. And again, where she comes out in that mix of Aston Martins is going to be very, very interesting.
Final car to pit of the lead group, of course. We're going to watch that pit stop. The bright pink number 85 car stops now. Out sprints Rahul Frey.
It will be a driver change. Okay, here we go.
There's a lot more urgency, isn't there, this time around?
They think something's
going to be a shorter stop. It's going to be a shorter stop.
And
less time.
No tyres.
Come on.
I see some tyres in the background there. Yeah, they are going to change. So just the left side probably.
That's what they're doing. They're giving themselves space to do that.
And are they going to be ready? Are they going to be ready? Driver's just about ready there.
Driver's done. Aston takes lead.
Are they doing the other side as well?
Wow,
let's give it a time.
Rahul Frey with a full set of tyres, and here we go. The chase is on. 25 minutes to catch and pass one car to win this, because the D-Station car is still coming through turn 15. So it is a 2-horse race. Quite a few more horsepower. It's a 4-horseman versus Iron Dames race. So that's where the
length of the start-finish straight.
That's where the die is cast. TF Sport, I don't think, took tyres for Marco Sorensen. So you got Marco Sorensen, world champion with Nicky Thiem. What was it, 3 years ago? And Michelle Gatting closing. She will be closing from behind, but when we get to the end of the first sector, for this car, we'll get a gap. And it's going to be sizable,
36.
isn't it? Yeah.
36 seconds. Turn 8 as she came into turn 1, Marco Sorensen. So there's 7 corners between them at the start of the final part stint for this race. 24
minutes, and it's a minute 35 a lap. So they're going to get 12, 13, 14, 15 laps. Yep. She's 30-odd seconds behind. She's got to be 2 seconds a lap faster every lap.
Keep an eye, though, on the 777. Fastest lap of its race, the 777 in the hands of Charlie Fagg. It's 18.6 seconds. A tired, quite correctly so,
I know, but what a horrible life they're leading. They are beaming. They are absolutely beaming, those drivers. They are just loving this.
But here's the thing, Martin and Anthony. This is an all-female crew that are absolutely, ultimately competitive in a World Championship race field. That is a wondrous thing to be able to say.
As Sophia Flores always says, the car doesn't know the sex of the driver. If you drive it fast, it goes fast. It doesn't matter where you come from, what your background is.
Who said that? Sorry, Sophia Flores.
Sophia Flores.
I like that.
Car does not, if it may not be, but one of the female drivers, cars does not know who's driving it. And that's the ifs and buts and maybes of it. That's absolutely right. There is no earthly reason why good female drivers can't be as good as male drivers. And indeed, this morning, for the very first time ever in an FIA single-seater series that is for mixed gender competition, a female champion. 24-year-old Japanese Miki Koyama won the Formula Regional Japan Series with her 7th win of the season. So again, it's not about sports car racing because it's a team and other cars can have slower drivers. In junior single-seaters, female drivers can do just as good a job as everyone else.
You know what? These 3 drivers know there's a race on here in GTM because there's blue sectors popping up all over all 3 of those.
It's been the best race all day, isn't it? GTM.
And so often is.
And by the way, remember, this is the class that carries on through into next season.
Yep. Oh, Marco Sorensen with the best lap for that car in the race. 138.670.
And Charlie Fagg beats that time.
138.625 for Charlie Fagg.
Still under 18 seconds, the gap to Rahel Fry.
And Rahel having to ignore Anthony's pleading to keep the tyres alive in the outlap because she has to give it everything.
She's done a 2nd consecutive lap where the 2nd sector is the fastest for the car.
Yeah. Really knows that the chips are down, and they use the time to put fresh tyres on to give her a chase from behind. They try to give themselves as much of an option as possible by saving fuel, making the final stop shorter.
This is a significant battle. This is for 3rd in P2. This is Oliver Rasmussen. He's been caught and has been caught quickly by Norman Nato. But Nato's pitting, so we'd missed that one. Norman Nato having to make his final pit stop.
Okay, so that takes the pressure off Jota. But what about the battle for the lead? Are WRT going to stay out front?
They have to pit. They have to pit.
Well, Real Team have come in with 20 minutes remaining.
Yeah.
Were they that far out of sync? I don't remember them going out of sync.
No, we thought it was edgy. Very edgy for the 38, and
that was 48 minutes to go the race. When,
50 plus minutes for 31.
Yeah, it was 50. I think it was about 54 minutes for 31.
Look at all the rubber debris flying up on the camera here.
You shouldn't be able to do 54 minutes worth of running with the fuel in, especially around this track.
From 3rd.
And I think we heard when Sean Gillel spoke to Lou a little earlier that Sean confirmed that.
And I wouldn't be surprised to see car 38 in as well for a really short splash. But if they're doing a huge amount of fuel saving, they might just be able to scrape 48 minutes worth out of it.
Kind of depends where 31 comes back out after its final stop, doesn't it?
They're very evenly matched in pace, but Friends is he's a tough customer. Definitely, he's gonna have his elbows out when he comes back out after this stop. I kind of the longer it goes on, now 19.5 minutes to go, I kind of think unless Jota 38 doesn't have to stop, I find it's quite a tall order to beat them, I think.
2nd consecutive fastest lap of its race for the number 85 Alan Dames car as the Alpine comes in for its final splash. Mathieu Vazevier stays at the wheel, 19 minutes to go. As the 2 leading GT Pro cars come through traffic. It's traffic of a similar nature, it's the 54. GTM. That car running where 4th, in fact, Davide Rigon. and catch Charlie Fagg. So, battle for third is not done in GTR. Davide Rigon being very polite indeed with his pro teammates at AF Corsa, but he'll be, I should think, remarkably less polite if he manages to get closer to Charlie Fagg. He's 2.7 seconds back now. This traffic is not helping his attack. Coletta there in the middle of the group of three. It's the effective head of Ferrari's GT programs.
And it's great this time of the race when, say, like the Iron Dames car, for example, when you've slapped on a set of brand new tyres or close to new tyres, and you know it's not a full stint's worth, and you can just really attack them, lean on them, and you see other cars out there struggling for grip, and it's just such a great feeling. It's like an unfair advantage, and you're on the attack. They're in kind of like tyre preservation mode, desperately trying to hang on. And yeah, it's this time of the race, it's just so exciting.
I was going to ask you.
Rasmussen's in, by the way.
Right.
In 28, car 28 Jota.
23 United in as well.
So here we go then. Any minute, we're looking for car 31. I'm sure they're going to have to pit before 38.
Well, keep an eye on that. There's a question I was going to ask you earlier in the race. You just reminded me what that was, Anne, which is, we talk all the time about these new tyres, the grip you've got here. Are you able to give our audience any kind of verbal reference point for the kind of grip these tyres produce?
Oh, hang on, what's going on here? Was that down into turn 3?
That's Fisichella with Barleycoats.
They needed all the grip they could get there.
31 has not stopped, just gone past us, so they stay out still.
They, I think, will be with us in about another 10 minutes.
Okay.
Maybe a little less.
It's not a Fuji race if Fisichella's not having a door handle to door handle bust up with somebody. Louise Beckett.
I just spoke to Antonio Felix da Costa. He said, unless there's a full course yellow, we have to stop. So they will be coming in for a splash.
Okay, the later they leave it, the shorter the stop. And Fisichella stuck his nose in a fast closing gap there, didn't he? Ben Barnicoat having a fun time in this Porsche.
Now you got a bit of a love tap there for the rear from Fisichella. So to confirm, without help from some kind of full course yellow, and there's a bump. And we have been full green in this race, haven't we?
Yep. A brief yellow flag or two, but in fact 2 or 3. But yeah. But the record number of laps here was in 2016. 244 laps. We've only done 220. We're not going to get 24 laps in 15 minutes.
Well, it goes to show
how did they do that? Oh, LMP1.
Well, LMP1. So much faster than the hypercar of today.
Yes. Sometimes I ask questions that even I am embarrassed to have asked.
So the question again, because we had a little bit of Fisichella-related excitement, was
that's not going away, is
some,
it? But
some
yes.
kind of verbal reference point to explain to listeners and viewers just the difference in grip levels between these tyres on these race cars at full peak efficiency and a road car. And
oh, compared to a road car, it's, yeah, I mean, it's night and day, it really is. And you feel that whenever you put a brand new set of tyres on a racing car, you feel just instantly more grip. Even in a straight line, you can feel the car's got more stability sometimes. But you think about this, a road car, the maximum G-force it can really pull is 1G. You've all been around a roundabout maybe a bit too fast and felt the load going through your body. That's not even 1G. And these cars are capable of pulling. These cars are capable of pulling 3.5 to 4G. That's 4 times your body weight. So a lot of that grip, especially in slow-speed corners, comes from the tyres themselves. And that's why when you put a brand new set of tyres on, it gives you even more grip.
Even on a GT car, a hot slick tyre on a GT car feels like a normal tyre on asphalt after you've been driving on snow. It's that much of a difference. You cannot believe what grip just a slick tyre gives you. It's not that there's more rubber on the road, it's the, I mean, that's why they only last, you know, half an hour, 45 minutes, an hour, whatever, as opposed to 5 years. the phenomenal amount of grip.
And it's they gain that grip by being slick because of the contact patch.
Yeah.
A bit like trying to, if you put your fingers down on the tables, here comes the 31 into the pits for their pit stop. Let's wait and see how many laps it is before 38 comes in.
Right, let's stop the start watch.
That is a little earlier than I would have thought, to be honest with you.
No, I thought they'd be about this.
40 minutes?
Yeah, so, yeah, well, that means that, like I said, it's very hard. The 54 minutes work was never going to happen on a tank of fuel. It can be around 40 minutes, usually 45 minutes. But yeah, that proves that the 38 is going to have to come in as well, because they had 48 minutes to go. So here we go then, a longer stop coming up for car 31. Will Stevens takes the lead on track right now as we speak.
Still fuel.
There he is.
Now we go
to turn 3. Oh, so 31's out there now. That's now how long can you go, Will?
You've got to go as long as possible, because what you're going to be hoping for is some kind of drama that brings out a caution that allows you the edge you're looking for here. But
so 48 seconds. How much?
That's how long Fine's stop was.
Yeah, how long
48 seconds.
So how far? Yeah, once we've got a lap in, how far behind is he?
Will did 4 laps more than car 31 last time around. So I'm thinking it's going to be 5 laps more this time around. 5 laps, and my maths aren't quite good enough to work out, 12 minutes 30 seconds. The average lap time they're doing is 1 minute 34.
Well, here's the way to do it.
If he went 5 laps longer, there'll be about 2 or maybe 3 laps left. What Jota need now is a safety car. What nobody needs now, other than Jota 38, is a safety car.
No, not a safety car, a full course, full course yellow.
29 seconds is a drive-through here, isn't it? 29 seconds on pit lane. It's 48 seconds. He's had 19 seconds of fuel. That's the difference.
Yes. So it's 19 seconds, and the gap was between the two of them before they pitted
15 seconds.
No, it had gone up a little bit more.
Okay,
it was around 19 seconds. I counted. It was around 19.
Meanwhile, Giancarlo Fisichella's going to be getting an email soon, because he has been reported to the stewards for abusing track limits.
That will look like he was just looking down in the cockpit there as he exited turn 1 and came down the hill.
He's putting his head down like he's in a go-kart.
Tucked down behind the screen.
Trying everything he can.
Yeah. Small capacity motorcycle racing.
Oh, this is good. This is really exciting.
It is very close, isn't it? Very close indeed. Not so much out front. Toyota Gazoo Racing car number 7 now with a 65-second advantage and a drive-through for car number 60.
It is the Prema car now in 3rd position in this race. And behind is a battle underway between Oliver Rasmussen and Norman Nato. Both had those pit stops and their nose to tail for 4th.
The Iron Lynx logo on the front of the Prema car as well. Let's hear from race director.
Information to the pit lane. Information to the pit lane. Drive-through penalty car 6060 for continuous abuse of track limits. Drive-through penalty car 60 for continuous abuse of track limits.
This young Italian hot shoe, Giancarlo Fisichella. I can't see him going very far in his career with that sort of attitude.
In GTM, by the way, whilst we're correct, that did look a little bit wide. Whilst we continue to watch these LMP2s, the Iron Dames.
Sorry, look at Antonio Fisichella. He's just praying for the car to keep the speed.
Not quite as brilliant and smiley as usual, is he?
So you're not on the Insta now, are you, Antonio?
Well, Hellfly is nibbling tenths out of the lead, but it seems to have fended off the attack from Charlie Fagg at this stage. That's going up towards 20 seconds. Charlie Fagg, I'm afraid, is going to have his mirrors full of Davide Rigon to the end of this race. 10 minutes to go.
10 minutes to go. Is this more nerve-wracking for Antonio than the final 10 minutes at Le Mans?
Oh, of course it is. Yeah,
really?
Right, yeah. Well,
Le Mans?
actually, was Will driving the car at Le Mans when he crossed? I
don't think Antonio did the final stint. I can't remember, but you know, last 10 minutes at Le Mans, the previous year with WRT heading to a 1-2 until Yiffy Yi's car stopped. That's even if you had forgotten Toyota, that was enough to give you the heebie-jeebies on to the last lap.
Obviously, Le Mans a bigger race, but you know, here it's the unknown. You're in an actual fight for the win.
There's debris on the track. I'm just saying.
Oh, come on, no, we want to no, I don't want any
I
full course yellow. So this race will unfold
I don't
in the
either.
right way.
There's debris on the track.
28 and 41.
So here
this
is
is
41.
28 and 41 in the battle for fourth.
Again, it's Jota versus WRT, isn't it? Real teamwork WRT, but it's still the WRT crew.
So strange because 28 was the car on the move at the start of the race, wasn't it? Despite being spun out, and now they've lost the speed, and it's 38 that has the speed. So there was a time in the race when the 28 was clearly faster.
But 38 saved themselves half a dozen laps. They've saved basically a lap on almost every stop.
It has been impressive. It didn't stand out much in the race because, you know, they weren't setting the times alight like 28 was. And what's going to happen here? So 41 has a proper look to the inside, but 28's going down the inside of the Ferrari anyway. Just backs out just at the last minute, does Fisichella in the Iron Lynx. And I do feel like if that wasn't Fisichella, mind you, it does like turning in on people anyway sometimes.
If it wasn't Fisichella, the door might not have been so firmly closed to start with. So.
Get off my track.
Had we not already noticed it, by the way, the recovery drive from the 93 has taken him back into fourth place overall. So 1, 2, 3, 4 now.
Yeah, ahead of the leader in LMP2, Jota's Will Stevens. Still ahead of Robin Freins by 30 seconds. The gap's continuing to come down. Down from 31 at the last sector, but Jota lead. But can they do it without a stop? Well, here is the view.
Slippery surface turn 3 entry.
Exit. Oh, entry, yeah. Really? Okay.
We're not going to get a full course yellow.
No,
really? We're not going to get a full course yellow.
Full course yellow. It's a free pit stop, unless they close the pit lane.
He's in the pits. He's in the pits.
He's in the pits. Had to brake for the border, so here we go.
It was 40 seconds on pit lane for the Prema car. It'll be just a bit less than that. Where is the WRT car? They're in the final sector now.
He's down the main straight. He's on the main straight. He's going to get back in front. He's going to back.
38 is rolling.
Yeah. So
31 come past us now. Yeah, he's taking the lead. Yeah.
And 38 is doing 60 kilometres an hour down the pit lane.
There's 31 on the right-hand side, so the gap is bigger than I thought.
10-second lead.
Oh, it was bigger than I thought. Okay.
Yeah, at least 10 seconds. So suddenly the balance swings right back to WRT. All the fuel saving would have been great if there was a full course yellow or something in the final lap.
A sigh of relief there from Sean Galeo. You can hear him.
Dries van Teur watching
He's not been in a team that didn't nearly win Le Mans, has he, Sean Galeo?
Oh no, of course.
WRT, you know, all those guys, Vincent Vos, Thierry Tassin, they know you don't count your chickens even on the final lap. They know. Right, these guys are good on fuel. These guys are now good on fuel, but the gap 11 seconds at the end of sector 1. Stevens didn't take tyres, it was just fuel. So it is now 11 seconds. Robin Freins with the advantage over Will Stevens and Oliver Rasmussen in third. Half a second still ahead of Norman Nato. And that's why Nato was pushing so hard. The team will have told him, Prema must stop, get by the Jota. It's a podium. I mean, apart from the fact that there's a car in front and he's a racing driver, so he wants to get by him anyway. 4:57 at local time.
2 minutes to go.
Yep. Sun is sinking down towards the horizon. And all sorts of battles. What about Iron Dames versus TF Sport? Still 36 seconds, Rahul Frey from Marco Sorensen, so she's not going to catch him, but D-Station's Charlie Fagg
seems to have seems to be fending off Davide Rigon.
Yeah, Rigon's lost it. Okay. 1 minute 45 as the leader comes across the line. He has got a 1 minute advantage. This should be his last lap. There is no need to do another 1:31. He can do a 1:45 and win the race still by nearly a minute over Mike Conway. That means
slow down.
This should be the final lap of the race. However, again, I'm not the team manager, so it may not be. He is still going at very much full race pace.
Norman Nato still worth watching here on what will be now their final lap.
unless Hirakawa doesn't slow down at
Indeed.
all and carries on going for it.
But he didn't look like he was slowing down in sector
It
one.
didn't really, did it?
No, 22.2 compared to 22.1 of Mike Conway. He's definitely not lifted off to, you know, the 30-odd seconds that he needed, or 15 seconds he needed to slow down, unless he comes to a grinding halt and waits at the line.
This is getting close here, so Rasmussen's had to go tight there, and that's given Nato a nice run on the exit of turn 6.
Again, Toyota looking at a 1-2 here. Why would you have to? Why would you make them do another lap when there's absolutely no need?
He's not lifted in sector 2
Because
either.
the car's built to do 24 hours, and it wins that easily. So
Doesn't matter.
what's another lap in a 6-hour race?
Yeah, because Toyota have never lost anything on the last lap anywhere.
No. Do you really have to keep raising that all the
Yes.
time? Shut up.
Why make them? Again, I'm not a team manager, probably for a lot of very good reasons, but why make him do another lap?
Yeah, I completely agree. Slow him down.
He's crossed the line
crossed the line with
7
86
seconds.
seconds to go.
So,
imagine if the car broke down.
well, hang on a minute. Just how close on the maths?
Here comes Nato on that Rasmussen.
Leader on the last lap. Leader on the last lap. Teams may go to the pit wall. Teams may go to the pit wall.
Okay, here we go. Rasmussen clears the D station car, but third in GTE.
He's quite close enough here to have a go down the inside, but it's oh so tempting. He's going to maybe show his nose, but Rasmussen has it covered.
So where are the other close battles? Well, the other huge battle is the 0.3 seconds between James Collado and Antonio Fuoco.
Which is just ahead of them.
Victory in AF Corsa.
Look, you can see them both in front here of Rasmussen. So are they going to catch them through turn 4 and 5? And they'll be on them into turn 6. That might give Nato a chance on the run down towards turn 10.
Yeah. If Rasmussen is lucky, he will clear
that
them
was lucky,
out
wasn't
of
it?
the turn.
Just clear, caught them just at the right time. He's going to get them down the inside into turn 10. Can he get both of them?
He probably should.
It's going to be close. He might have to
He's
settle
going,
for that
no,
one.
No, and Nato went in behind him.
What happened?
Final turn of the race, and it's going to be Rio Hirakawa.
He will win this in Fuji for the first time in 3 years. FIA WEC for the first time in 6 years in a dry race. Toyota win. That is their 8th win in 9 starts here in Fuji. And it looks like being a 1-2 with the number 7 car comfortably ahead of Alpine in second spot. But victory for Sebastian Buemi, Brendan Hartley and new boy Rio Hirakawa. And there is
Rasmussen,
the Jota versus WRT battle. 38 has already crossed the line. And a bit of weaving there from our GTE Pro winners. Exceeding track limits just before he crosses the line. Let's hope that doesn't incur a penalty of any kind.
Also home, by the way,
James
38
Collado.
and 28, second and third. WRT were ahead of the leader as it finished the last lap. So they need to complete this final lap.
Yep, they do. Otherwise, they will be dropped a lap behind. Here's our Pro-Am winner. Niklas Nielsen brings the AF Corsa car home in 10th place in LMP2 and victory in Pro-Am.
Alpine home for third place. We wait for the second Toyota.
And second and third Iron Dames D-Station AF Corsa. They will cross the line. There is your GTE AM winner. The 33 TF Sport Aston. Marco Sorensen brings it to the flag. The car that started on pole has led more laps than anyone else in GTE AM, and it is the winner. There's 31, it wins in LMP2 as well, just ahead. And 21 seconds, the mark.
There's people for a long time now been saying, yeah, but we're lacking real competition. Well, you've got real competition now with Peugeot there, a fully fledged manufacturer here to win. And you look at the difference between Toyota and them, and it goes to show the job that Toyota are doing. They're not just they weren't just winning because of a lack of competition. They really are that good.
Talking as well about the other level of competition, the Alpine effort this year has been impressive. That is a very solid car. That, lest we forget, in qualifying performance at Le Mans, the second fastest car in Le Mans modern history in Rebellion's hands, albeit not in its hypercar form. But that is, yes, a tough car to break, let's put it that way.
Oh, yeah, definitely. What a day for Ryo Hirakawa, though.
Yeah,
Home
absolutely.
circuit. He knows this place very well, and he'll be very happy to win this race in front of his home crowd. It means a lot to him and for the whole team, you can see.
And it brings the number 8 team into the joint championship lead with one race to go in Bahrain. So 36, the drivers of the Alpine have been the points leaders, and this will bring these guys level. If they had claimed the point for pole, they would be 1 point ahead in the drivers' standings. But you sense now that they've clawed their way back after not finishing in Spa. I'm sure they feel the title is theirs for the taking, because it's unlikely that they're going to be much slower than Alpine in Bahrain, and they have a teammate to help them in the battle as well.
Oh, he's a happy boy, and it does strike me, we talked a couple of times about this, the psychological effect that big wins can have on a driver, particularly a driver like Ryo Hirakawa, young man, winning at home here. Does strike me this is going to be a real boost for him.
Well, honestly, I did have my doubts about him when they signed him up for this year. You know, new guy coming in to join two very, very experienced teammates. He had a lot of weight on his shoulders, but I tell you, he's carried himself well, and I've been impressed. He's won Le Mans, he's ticked that box. First year in the top class, and he's gone in and he's won it. He's held his own, and it was a bit of a shaky start the first race, but you see how he performed here. He's getting better and better. So no, hats off to him. He's done a remarkable job this year.
And the team rotated him in as well, so that he would be taking the checkered flag at the end, first or second, but he gets to finish the race here at his home circuit, or at Toyota's home circuit in his home country. So yeah, all sorts of sort of
you can tell, like this chemistry right here, you can tell these two, Buemi and Hartley, have been, you know, they're genuinely happy for his own performance today, and they know how to get the best out of other teammates, and it's really nice to see this relationship flourishing there.
Smiling eyes to the helmet.
Many years ago, Andy Wallace talked about this, being a young guy, just over 20, coming into the TWR Jaguar team, out of Formula 3, so no sports car experience, how important it was that Jan Lammers just nurtured him and protected him from the shocks and taught him everything he could teach him as quickly as humanly possible. That's what makes a winning team. And, you know, WRT, this trio coming together for the season.
Not for the season, Dries van Teur, remember.
Yeah.
So that means Dries, what a very rare breed. There's one WEC races in a prototype and a GT car.
And looking at Sean Gallel there, he looks happy. He should be happy because he drove a brilliant first stint today, and I think he won them that race today. When you look at the gap he opened up between himself and Roberto Gonzalez, that doesn't usually happen between those two. So Sean was right in the groove today, and I think a thoroughly deserved victory for him.
And here comes the 33 car, and well, after utter mayhem and disaster at Monza.
Oh yeah.
You know, to come back
roof,
here,
didn't it?
absolutely, to come back here and take this win in pretty dominant fashion. They were pushed all the way by the Iron Dames.
Just got pole position. They had a bit of a shaky start to the race today. They lost positions, hand over fist at the start, and then they came good later on.
Don't forget, Ben Keating started, as he always does, to do a double stint, but the other two Astons that didn't set a lap time, were at the back of the grid, had their platinum drivers in to get them back Silvers rather, to get them back into the fray, and that's what they did. But all three Astons and the Iron Dames Ferrari, any one of them could have won it.
Look at that.
121 points, plays 121 points. Who moves ahead in qualifying in Bahrain? Yeah, that's going to be entertaining. That's a dead heat for the Drivers' Championship heading into the final race of the season in Bahrain. Is the momentum with the crew of the number 8 Toyota, Brendan Hartley, Ryo Hirakawa and Sebastian Buemi? Well, Louise is down with them. Let's hear from Seb right now.
I don't want to step in here, but I have to. Ryo, that was just such a great drive from all of the number 8 drivers, and so special for you here in Japan.
Yeah, you know, I grew up here, you know, it's my home race and home track, and you know, it's a nice feeling to win, you know, after winning Le Mans. And you know, one more race, Bahrain. So yeah, let's focus on the next one. But yeah, tonight we enjoy the victory.
A very quick word in Japanese to the fans.
皆さん、最後までありがとうございます。はい、僕ら、ありがとうございます。ホームレースで、優勝することができました。この勢いで、チャンピオン獲得に向けて、頑張りますので、引き続き応援のほどよろしくお願いします。ありがとうございます。
Thank you, well done.
Thank you.
Lots of thanks there to the team and to the fans as well for coming out, and they're great for the fans to be able to see international motor racing returning to Japan this year with the Suzuka 8 Hours, the FIA Endurance World Championship last month, and with the WEC 6 Hours here in Fuji this month. And hugely, eagerly anticipated both of those events, and both bringing in huge crowds. And this, just as another COVID lockdown is gradually being released, Anthony, so not perhaps the enormous crowds that we have seen in previous years, but entirely understandable.
But they love their racing here, and
a beautiful day for the start of the FIA World Endurance Championship, 6 Hours of Fuji, a return to Japan for the first time since 2019, as eagerly anticipated by the teams and
drivers. We are the champion! Congrats kepada tim WRT31 dan juga Sean Glyle, Robin Franz dan juga Dres Vantur yang sudah meraih P1 atau podium utama dalam series 6 Hours of Fuji pada kali ini. Dan ini kita melihat perjuangan dari awal memang terasa fondasi sudah kuat sejak Sean Glyle starting sebagai driver, kemudian dilanjutkan Robin Franz, kemudian dilanjutkan lagi oleh Dres Vantur, dan terakhir tutup oleh Robin. Kita sedikit kembali merekap perjalanan di WEC 2022 dalam 6 Hours of Fuji ini gimana, Mas?
Ya, benar tadi Panji udah bilang, kita juga udah bahas tadi, bahkan tadi oleh Anthony Davidson itu juga dibahas. Anthony Davidson itu English commentary di sini, bahwa kemenangan ini memang kemenangan diantaranya juga adalah kemenangan Sean Glyle. Dan Sean, karena apa? Karena tadi Sean melakukan awal yang sangat baik, dengan start mulus dan dia membuka gap. Dan tadi Anthony Davidson juga bilang Sean sangat-sangat pantas meraih kemenangan ini, dan kita juga semua merasakan itu. Kita melihat dengan mata kepala sendiri bagaimana Sean tadi membuka perjuangan WRT31 ini dengan sangat baik. Dan bahkan tadi dia sempat diinterview di tengah menjelang balap.
Oh iya,
balap terakhir
ada Sean ya.
Ya, menarik di antara pertanyaan itu, selain jawaban di antara pertanyaan yang ditanyakan oleh interviewer adalah ini masuk pit lagi nggak? Kita juga sama-sama ngitung kan? Sama-sama ngitung, dan masalahnya Sean juga tadi kelihatan khawatir ya. Karena kalau dia tahu WRT31 akan masuk pit lagi, karena memang dari waktunya nggak memungkinkan untuk langsam sampai finish. Betul. Yang question mark adalah kan Jota 38 masuk pit apa enggak kan? Tapi tadi juga ketika Jota 38 dipastikan masuk pit di 5 menit menjelang finish, ya sudah lega lah kita semua. Bahwa pada akhirnya WRT31 bisa menang lagi dengan perjuangan yang tadi sama-sama kita lihat oleh Sean Glyle, lalu Robin Franz, Dres Vantur, dan diakhiri oleh Robin Franz lagi. Gitu.
Tapi kalau tadi melihat ada perbedaan masuk pit ya di antara Robin Franz dan juga tadi dari tim Jota, berarti memang ada perbedaan strategi, Mas ya?
Jadi tadi saya bedah data ya. Jadi average pit stop, average stint maaf. Ya. Average stint-nya WRT31 itu 27 lap. Sementara Jota 38 itu 28 lap. Kelihatannya cuma 1 lap ya.
Iya, iya.
Tapi 1 lap kali berapa pit stop?
Oh iya.
Iya. Kali berapa pit stop itu kerasa gapnya cukup besar. Ini balapan 6 jam. Kalau misalnya balapan misalnya 8 jam atau 24 jam, tentu ini akan lebih menguntungkan ya. Tadi itu dari sisi jumlah lap dalam satu stint. Ya. Ada lagi tadi dari waktunya. Tadi stintnya WRT31 itu rata-rata 42 menit.
Oke.
Sementara stintnya Jota 38 rata-rata 44 menit. Tadi yang menarik adalah kalau WRT31 pasti masuk pit lagi, karena pit stop mereka terakhir kan pada jam ke-5 3 menit. Berarti kurang kalau rata 42 berarti harus di menit ke 48 sekian ya. Nah tadi pit stop terakhir sebelum dua pit stop terakhir sebelum Jota 38 itu adalah dua pit stop terakhirnya di menit 5 jam di 5 jam 11 menit. Dari waktunya masih 49 menit kan, dan mereka rata-rata pit stopnya 44 menit, rata-rata stopnya 44 menit. Jadi memang dari sisi itu Jota 38 harus masuk pit lagi, walaupun mepet, istilah di sini adalah splash ya. Dan bentar lagi kita akan melihat podium ceremony nih untuk semua peserta ya. Dan ini
dimulai dari hypercar dulu ya Mas?
Hypercar dulu ya, ini profesional points ya. Toyota sekarang mengambil alih Alpine dari klasemen hypercar ya.
Ini dia podium dari hypercar ya?
Hypercar dulu ya, tuh. Ya
ini dia.
Ya kita akan lihat ya. Ini biasa hypercar habis itu GTE Pro ya. Karena
baru terakhir LMP2 ya?
LMP2 setelah itu ya. Enggak terakhir juga sih, setelah itu.
Setelah GTE Pro.
Setelah GTE Pro ya.
Ini dari tim Toyota ya.
Ya, tim Toyota. Ya, ini memang sirkuit milik mereka menang mengambil alih klasemen sementara hypercar dari tangan Alpine, jadi ya wajar kalau mereka berpesta di kandang mereka, di sirkuit mereka.
Apalagi ini ada pembalapnya yang di kampung halaman ya Mas ya.
Bentar lagi lagu kebangsaan Jepang ya.
You can see lots of fans, the gates have been open, lots of fans down on the track around the podium. Celebrating a 1-2 for Toyota Gazoo Racing here. And the Japanese anthem ringing out around the circuit. In the lift on the way to breakfast this morning in our hotel, met a couple of fans who had travelled to the race, and they're saying very excited, really looking forward to it, and their parting words, Toyota #1. I think there was probably little doubt about that coming here as well. This is the track at which they have been so exceptionally good.
Yeah, like all of the team have been saying for the whole week, look, there's Le Mans and then there's Fuji, and this is the one race after that big one in France that we really want to win as a team. Car number 7 received their trophies, and nothing that they could do today. For their sister car had the pace. We don't know why, they don't know why, but it hurts. They'll come back strong, I'm sure, in Bahrain.
Well, realistically, they won't be champions this year because their teammates and the trio from Alpine beside them there on the podium are tied for the lead of the championship. So unless some catastrophe befalls the number 8 car, number 7 is unlikely, or the Alpine alternatively, number 7 is unlikely to be allowed to win. If Alpine is healthy and in the hunt, it will be protect number 8 at all costs, because as well as the manufacturer's title, they want to make sure that they claim the driver's title if possible. And both will go to the season finale. We'll head again to the desert of Bahrain for our final showdown.
Jose messing around on the podium.
Jose, a joker? How unlikely.
He's such a funny character. Yes. Giving a lot of cheer to local man, winner of today, Ryo Hirakawa. Fantastic drive by him.
Yeah. And so, the battle will recommence on November the 11th in Bahrain, and only then, after 8 more hours of racing, will we know our champions. So everybody smells like a winner now, including half the crowd down beside the podium. Alpine coming through into third place. And for a while, it looked as though they had a bit of a battle on their hands for that. The Peugeot, certainly the 93 car, and especially in the hands of James Rossiter, 94 car rather, especially in the hands of James Rossiter early on, really looked like had a strong podium shot. And then a problem that the team have not experienced before hobbled both cars. Unfortunately for Rossiter and his teammates, it was the 94 car that picked it up first. They took a long time to diagnose. Their teammates lost about 10 minutes less time. In the GTE Pro category, look at this, it was a 1-point spread over the top drivers, the 2 Ferrari guys and the 3 Porsche guys coming in here, but it is now an 11-point lead for the Ferrari over the 92 Porsche guys and a 12-point lead over the 91 driver, Jimmy Bruni. Well, let's hear from our GTE Pro winners.
In terms of here in Japan and in terms of the championship, that was just a perfect race for you.
It wasn't easy, honestly. It wasn't straightforward. We had to deal with a lot of things, especially tyre degradation. I think it was the same for everyone, but we had to really manage the tyres to be able to keep them lasting until the end. But I would say it's more of a team effort, and I think the team did an amazing job in getting the 1-2. They were fantastic this weekend, and it's great to be back in Japan. It's great to see all these amazing fans, and yeah, it's great to get the win. So one more to go.
One more to go, exactly. So that puts you in good stead for Bahrain, doesn't it?
Yeah, for sure. We gained quite a lot of points with both cars. Also for Ferrari, it's great as manufacturer. But it's still one race to go. But it will be 8 hours, a lot of points in front of us, so we need to stay focused, work hard for Bahrain, and push as much as we can.
Well done, thank you.
And of course, we know just how dramatic the finale in Bahrain was last year. It was very close going in. It's very close going in now. Essentially, winning the race is winning the title. It may be a little bit different in the minutiae, but that is what they will all expect to have to do to win the race to become GTE Pro champions. And Graham Goodwin, the last ever GTE Pro champions.
Yeah, really sad. And there you go, there's the manufacturer's title standings, just a point between them. It's been astonishing. GTE Pro goes back to the year before the FI World Endurance Championship, back into the final year of the Intercontinental Le Mans Challenge. But what we do know, what we've always known about GTE Pro is to win a race and a title in GTE Pro, you've got to be quick all day. No mistakes, absolute no errors whatsoever. And that is absolutely the way you'd want to win a race like that, and absolutely, Ant Davidson, the way you'd want to win a world title.
Yeah, exactly. You know, when it's a world championship, I've always said arguably a lot more goes in to winning a world championship than a one-day event like Le Mans, although it's such a long race and everybody wants to win that race at Le Mans. To win a world championship, you need to be good everywhere at every moment in every condition.
National Anthem of Motor Racing rings out over a Ferrari 1-2. No, you only get a few bars.
There's another thing that's worth actually saying at this point. You know, we've not yet had an announcement of exactly who are going to be the drivers for the hypercar effort next year. We know there's a number of current Ferrari GT drivers and their junior drivers have been active elsewhere that they've tested. And there's one or two faces involved in this GT programme that don't yet know. And success at this level isn't going to do them any harm whatsoever.
Well, imagine that Collado and Pierre Guidi win their second straight World Championship. They've both already been a big part of the test programme for that car. You have to imagine that they are absolute front runners. Don't forget that Ferrari's going to need at least 6 top drivers in that programme from day one. So,
and Porsche were putting in, you know, their trusted GTE Pro drivers into the new LMDH hypercar.
And people might say, well, come on, they drive GTs. Well, it didn't stop Nick Tandy winning Le Mans in a Porsche 919, did it? So, you know, it's...
No, absolutely.
You know, it's... And
actually,
you know,
arguably, as Nick Tandy was saying to me earlier on in the week, the new hypercars are more in line with the GT, the way you have to drive them, than ever before. They're not an LMP1 car. People have to get that out of their
It's not
their
a Formula
minds
1
now.
fighter jet. Well, look at the endurance trophy for the LMP2 cars. Jota with a significant advantage over United's 23 car, because the winners here today, WRT, were not that close. And again, it's that vast slice of points you get for winning Le Mans that really boosted them into orbit, and now it's catch me if you can.
But they've been quick, they've been solid, they've been gritty through this season, and they've been a team of absolutely the highest quality.
Well, there's your 3-2-1 in GTE Pro. Alessandro Pierguidi and James Collado claiming victory. WRT coming out on top in a nail-biting finish. Robin Freins with Louise Beckett.
Guys, I've got to say, what a great drive from you, Sean, and all of you. Oh my goodness, right to the end there, Robin.
Yeah, it was exciting actually till the very end, because the gap wasn't so big. It was when I came out, it was like 6 seconds, I believe, and I think from lap 10 heading into my 2.5 stint, I had some vibration, so I was taking it easy at the beginning, but then I needed to push to create the gap because they boxed 3 laps later than us. So, I mean, great job by the team. Sean did an amazing start, took the lead, pulled away, and Dries basically, second time here, so really happy.
Well done.
It was a great race, wasn't it? And you know, it shows that even in identical cars, there are different ways of slicing it. And a driver of the weekend, Jonathan Aberdeen, he's got to be right up there, hasn't he? He just put in a superstarring role.
Right up there until Antonio Felix da Costa managed to save all that. Once we realised he had saved all that fuel and his tyres and managed to get ahead of him.
Soft fuel shuffle.
I think Felix da Costa, I think he pips him there, but a great opening stint, nevertheless, from Jonathan Aberdeen.
By the way, those top 4 crews shown there, mathematically at least, could still win the title. Needs lot of the bad variety go the way of some of the teams above them, the WRT, but mathematically can still do it. Jota will be pleased with the 2 podium finishes here from the WRT trio.
But it won't be God Save the King that rings out, it will be the Belgian national anthem that plays for WRT, who claim victory here. In the middle there was the high bar of racing in LMP2 finally being dropped down to ground level. But again, you know, we always rely on LMP2 to produce fireworks, really close competitive racing up and down the order. It is a spec category by default rather than by design, because everybody uses the same car and all the engines and tyres the same. But what you do with it, again, you can slice this so many different ways, and that's what we saw today.
I know you joke, Martin, but you know the bar has been raised incredibly high. First of all, from I'd say United, or is it Jota before, and then United came along. They raised it even higher. Then Jota had to up their game, and then WRT got in the mix, and they set the standards last year. Jota reacted this year, and my goodness, the level is so high now. Good luck to any new team basically coming in.
With the same kind of attitude. It's an amazing contest worldwide now, whether it's the Pro-Am or effectively it's always Pro-Am, but at both levels, Sam Higdon
Make
there.
no mistake, these 2 teams that we see on the podium here, Jota and WRT, are absolute world class.
Absolutely.
And that's vindicated by the fact that Porsche have chosen Jota to run their WEC program.
Exactly.
And among the drivers there's Sam Higdon. I mean, what a coup to pull off to get the Porsche. Yeah, who else is running Porsche? Penske, you know, you're on that level.
Both
you are
those
immediately
teams,
on that level.
Within 2 years, both of those teams will be the top class of the WEC. BMW coming the way of WRT.
Absolutely.
And the Porsche effort with Hertz team, Jota, coming next year to the FIWEC.
And a Prema here just to run LMP2 cars?
Watch this
Are
space
they?
for 2024.
No, absolutely not. You know, and there's at least 20, without even a shadow of a doubt, LMP2 drivers could easily be in hypercar. No question at all in LMDH.
So the win in here in Fuji in LMP2 GT Yam has again boosted the efforts and title aspirations.
Itu dia tadi selebrasi di podium di mana tim WRT 31 dan juga kita bangga sekali melihat ada bendera Indonesia dikibarkan oleh Sean Glyle di pundaknya sambil berselebrasi di podium. Mas Arief, gimana tadi melihat selebrasi mereka begitu bangga, dan juga ada tadi wawancaranya juga Robin Van juga bilang tadi dia sebentar di awal juga agak sedikit take it easy, baru nanti setelah di kemot keduanya baru dia mulai tancap gas tadi ya. Mas Arief?
Tadi kalau saya tidak salah dengar ya ada vibrasi yang di mobil, kita nggak tahu apa. Yang membuat Robin Franz tuh sedikit take it easy ya, untuk hati-hati, tapi kalau mobil secara umum kondisinya bagus, ketika udah feel-nya udah dapat dan tidak dirasakan lagi tadi vibrasi, sehingga Robin bisa tancap gas hingga finish. Dan ini adalah walaupun saat ini WRT masih ketinggalan poinnya di posisi keempat, bahkan masih 36 poin terhadap Jota 38, tapi mereka satu-satunya tim yang bisa menang 2 kali musim ini. Iya. Ya kan? Di Spa-Francorchamps ya. Seri pertama United Autosport di Sebring nomor 23 dimenang, lalu WRT 31 di Spa, di Le Mans Jota 38, di Monza WRT 41 menang. Dan ini kembali ke tangan WRT 31. Memang kunci kemenangan dari kunci poin yang gede ini, gapnya terhadap WRT Jota 38 terhadap WRT adalah konsistensi mereka dan kemenangan mereka di Le Mans yang double point kan. Dan ini kita juga melihat sudah banyak ucapan-ucapan selamat juga di kolom live chatnya YouTube KUY Entertainment, di mana itu ada bendera Indonesia, aduh benderanya bangga ya, dan ini menarik sekali bagaimana pada bangga semua nih para sobat KUY nonton perjuangan dari Sean Glyle dan juga tim WRT 31 yang akhirnya kembali ke podium setelah Spa-Francorchamps. Dan perjalanan tim WRT 31 masih belum usai Mas, karena masih ada satu series lagi. Ini gimana Mas? Lihat sedikit ke depan, ada satu series di Sakir Bahrain. Ini Bahrain apakah sirkuit tracknya semulus Fuji sekarang? Secara teknis mirip lah ya, sama ya, walaupun di sana straightnya lebih banyak, yaitu lebih banyak tempat menyusul di main straight, di back straight juga ada di sebelum tikungan 8, sebelum tikungan 4, sebelum tikungan 8, di back straight aja ada paling nggak ada 4 straight yang bisa dipakai untuk menyusul. Tapi secara umum sirkuit ini Sakir khususnya itu sangat teknikal, bahkan lebih teknikal ketimbang Fuji ini ya. Dan Sean biasanya tampil bagus di sana. WRT tahun lalu menang di sana. Tahun lalu ada 2 seri di Bahrain, yang 6 hours dan 8 hours karena dalam beda seminggu, dan dua-duanya disabat oleh WRT 31. Lalu bagaimana kans untuk menang lagi walaupun selisih poin masih ada? Masih memungkinkan untuk itu. Tikan menang 38 karena kira-kira 1,5 poin dari Fuji ini ya. Tapi paling nggak kalaupun WRT misalnya WRT 31 ya, karena satu dan lain hal tidak bisa mempertahankan gelar juara tahun lalu, paling nggak mereka bisa melengkapi poin yang ada di poinnya United Autosport 23 sekarang 86, lalu bukan Prema Orlen yang nomor 9-nya sekarang 80, jadi masih bisa disusul. Karena sekarang WRT 31 itu poinnya 78. Jadi masih oke lah. Menang masih bisa kalau something big happen ke WRT 38. Tapi kalau melihat performa mereka sepanjang musim ini, bagus di manajemen pit stop, stint, lalu di pit stopnya juga bagus. Dan menurut saya apapun itu WRT 31 pertama punya kans untuk menang di Bahrain. Poin nanti dilihat aja. Yang penting berusaha termaksimal dulu, nanti kalau ada bonus atau something big happen itu soal cerita. Seperti sekarang ini, ya kan? Sekarang kan yang penting usaha menang ya. Betul.
Dan Sobat KUY, pastinya kita jangan lupakan juga nanti series terakhir di Bahrain Sakir pada 12 November mendatang hanya di KUY Entertainment. Wajib nonton ya, pantengin karena kita akan kembali mendukung Sean Glael dan juga tim WR31 pada 12 November mendatang. Sekali lagi saya ucapkan selamat kepada Sean Glael, Robin Frentzen juga Des Pantur yang telah meraih juara di LMP2 dalam World Endurance Championship 2022 dalam kelas LMP2. Sekali lagi saya juga mengucapkan terima kasih kepada KFC, Pertamina, Paseo, BNI, MS Glow, J1990 Corp, Taco Bell, Naughty by Nature, dan Telkomsel yang telah mendukung live streaming World Endurance Championship 2022 di KUY Entertainment. Akhir kata terima kasih Mas Arif.
Sama-sama.
Sudah menemani memberikan insight-insightnya, bocoran-bocoran langsung dari Fuji. Kita doakan di bulan November nanti juga akan meraih hasil yang maksimal dan kembali ke podium. Saya Panji Suryono pamit undur diri. Terima kasih dan sampai jumpa di balapan selanjutnya. Bye-bye.